Chotan had lived a full century, and today marked the final chapter of his mortal life. Surrounded by his descendants, he lay on his deathbed, imparting his last words. Once he had spoken his final instructions, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. However, before his spirit could fully dissipate, a mysterious force intervened. The system had awakened. A voice echoed in the void, declaring that the host had met the requirement, a sufficient number of descendants. Initiating the system's reward, it set Chotan on an unforeseen journey, one that defied mortality itself. From this moment forward, Chotan embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Far away, atop a mountain wreathed in mist, the funeral procession commenced. White banners fluttered in the wind, paper money scattered like autumn leaves, and solemn chants filled the air. Old ancestor, rest in peace as you journey to the Golden Springs. The Tio family, generation after generation, had gathered to honor their patriarch. Kneeling before the coffin, they mourned his passing with reverence and sorrow. Chotan had never been born with talent for cultivation. As a mere mortal, he had no innate gifts, no extraordinary aptitude. Yet through a lifetime of wisdom and foresight, he had established a mighty family. He had taken many wives, fathered many children, and in doing so, built an unshakable foundation. As he lay there, gazing at his gathered kin, a thought surfaced in his mind. Leaves return to their roots. Even if I could not change the world, at least the world could not change me. An old servant, eyes filled with devotion, approached his bedside. Master, your daughter-in-law in the third chamber is about to give birth. She could not be here, but the rest of the family has come to hear your final words. If you have any last instructions, please share them, and I shall carry them out without fail. Chotan's gaze softened. He took a slow breath and murmured, "Spring comes and goes. People arrive and depart." His weary eyes swept over the room, settling on the expectant faces of his descendants. "All is well," he finally said. Then, after a moment's pause, he turned to the housekeeper. The child yet to be born. Has he been named? The housekeeper shook his head. Chotan, with a final breath of authority, proclaimed, "Our Tio family flourishes. The boy shall be called Tio Hoaha." As soon as the name was spoken, Chotan's eyes closed for what should have been the last time. The room fell silent, only to be filled moments later with the unified chant, "Master, rest in eternal peace." But just as his spirit teetered on the edge of oblivion, a voice resonated within him, detected, descendant with spiritual roots. Tio Hoaha is born. Chotan's consciousness flared back to life as the system's interface materialized before him. System of 10,000 prosperous affairs officially activated. His eyes snapped open, and a flood of visions rushed through his mind. The system laid out its terms. For each grandchild born, he would receive cultivation techniques, divine pills, supreme weapons, and an array of unparalleled rewards. The surge of knowledge jolted him upright, startling the housekeeper. "Master!" the old servant gasped. His cry rippled through the household, sending waves of disbelief through the mourners. Gasps and shouts followed as family members, their faces streaked with tears, rushed forward. "Old ancestor! Old ancestor!" The housekeeper, in awe, yanked down the funeral banners. "This funeral is over," he declared. Outside, whispers of speculation spread. "Is the old ancestor truly alive?" one young man murmured. "Perhaps it's just his final burst of energy before departing," another suggested skeptically. Meanwhile, Chotan sat on his bed, staring at his aged hands in disbelief. What is this 10,000 prosperous affairs system? He thought, frustration bubbling within him. What kind of absurd system only activates when you're 100 years old? He grumbled aloud. Before he could complain further, a notification appeared. New player gift pack unlocked. Congratulations. 650 days of longevity added. Supreme Chaos Spiritual Root obtained. Supreme Immortal Cultivation Manual, The Great Dream. Purple Chess Scripture received. Cultivation levels granted. Begin consolidation immediately. A luminous book materialized before him, along with a brilliant red orb of spiritual energy that coalesced at his forehead. As the energy surged through him, his body underwent a stunning transformation. The wrinkles smoothed, his brittle frame strengthened, and his silvered hair darkened to jet black. He had become youthful once more. The sight left his housekeeper speechless. This is the supreme Tao meteor, the old man exclaimed. "I once encountered this phenomenon during my travels. It's an omen of heaven's favor. The old ancestor has truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. The heavens have blessed the Tio family." The system notifications continued to flood in. "Congratulations. Qi refining, first layer achieved. Congratulations. Qi refining, second layer achieved. Congratulations. Qi refining, third layer achieved." Within mere moments, he had ascended to the 9th layer. His body glowed with divine energy, and his very essence seemed reborn. Finally, the system delivered its final proclamation. "Congratulations! Host has broken through to Foundation establishment." Teuton opened his eyes, now gleaming like polished jade, and flexed his rejuvenated fingers in amazement. "Foundation establishment. So this is the power of true cultivation." A slow grin spread across his face as he clenched his fists. "To break through 9 levels in a single day, this system truly lives up to its name." His housekeeper, still bowing deeply, could only exclaim in reverence, "Congratulations, Master, for stepping onto the path of immortality." The gathered descendants, awestruck, followed suit, kneeling as they echoed, "Congratulations, old ancestor, for stepping onto the path of immortality." Teuton surveyed the scene, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He laughed heartily, looking at his children and grandchildren. "With every new life born into the clan, my power will only grow. Longevity, strength, endless opportunities, all tied to the prosperity of my family." His gaze turned thoughtful as he regarded his aged children. "Alas, at 70, my own sons have already passed their prime, but my grandsons, at 50, still have some potential." Then his eyes sparkled with realization. "And the great-grandsons? Ah, the great-grandsons. They are still young. They must work harder." His laughter rang through the hall as he turned to his housekeeper and clapped him on the shoulder. "Pass down my decree. The future of the Tio clan depends on diligent effort. The young must dedicate themselves to ensuring our family's prosperity." The housekeeper bowed deeply once more. "As you command, Master." And so, with a second life gifted to him and an immortal path unfolding before him, Teuton prepared to lead his family into an era of unprecedented greatness. A decade had passed in the Tio mansion, and time had transformed it into a place of unparalleled grandeur. The estate gleamed with luxury, its halls filled with opulent furnishings that radiated an air of power and prestige. Behind the mountain, seated with an air of quiet authority, was Tuo Tran, the family head, enjoying a cup of tea. Before him stood his eldest son, Tiol Lap, his posture respectful. "Father," Lap said, bowing, "following your directive, I have expanded our bloodline greatly. Weddings now take place every 3 days, with grand ceremonies held every 7. The Tio family name has spread far and wide, and within 15 units of Louis City, we are known as the most prosperous clan in terms of lineage." Beside him stood Tio Hu, a promising young descendant, listening intently. Tuo Tran's expression remained calm, his mind drifting towards something else. With a mere thought, he summoned his system, and before his eyes, a translucent screen manifested, initiating family harmony, all things prosper system. Host, Tuo Tran age, 110, 500 cultivation, golden core, third layer number of descendants, 330 cultivation, method, great dream, purple chief. Scripture proficiency, first-class superior sword techniques, Lu Res sword, spiritual root, supreme chaos, spiritual root elixirs, owned, youthful appearance pill, 4 stars, longevity pill, 5 stars, supreme quality foundation establishment pill, 1 star. Reviewing his progress over the last 15 years, a sense of satisfaction settled over him. He had remained secluded all this time, leading many in Luor City to assume he had perished. That misconception suited him just fine. He had lived cautiously before receiving the system at 100 years old. Why risk that longevity now? At that moment, the old housekeeper, Uncle Fu, entered hastily, kneeling with reverence. "Old ancestor," Uncle Fu announced, his voice solemn. "The Nalan family has arrived. They seek to break off the engagement." A flicker of displeasure crossed Tuo Tran's face. "Breaking off the engagement?" Tiop, another of his sons, stepped forward, his face filled with indignation. "Father, this is an outrage." Before Tuo Tran could respond, the system screen flashed again. New event triggered. Engagement broken. Choose your response. Accept the humiliation. Reward: 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Strike back and annul the engagement first. Reward: Yan Emperor's destiny. Tuotran's eyes narrowed. Interesting, he muttered. This system truly left nothing beyond his control. But what was the Yan Emperor's destiny? Yan Emperor's destiny, the ancient god Yan Emperor's divine essence, accumulated over eons, grants the ability to enhance spiritual root quality, can be gifted. A heavy silence filled the room. His son and the housekeeper exchanged anxious glances. Was the old ancestor so enraged that he had fallen into deep contemplation? Tuotran shifted his gaze toward Tiop, his expression unreadable. His son unfortunately lacked a spiritual root, rendering him incapable of cultivation. If the Tio family was to expand to 10,000, even 100,000 members, they would have to rely on later generations with greater potential, like Tio Hu. Finally, he spoke. Lap, my son, what do you know of the Qinglan sect atop Mount? Qinglan? Lap immediately straightened, his tone respectful. Father, the Qinglan sect's current leader is a formidable cultivator, on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core realm. A knowing glint flickered in Tuotran's eyes. I see, Lap clenched his fists. So this was the reason. The Nalan family dared to act so arrogantly because they had ties to a soon-to-be Golden Core cultivator. They were relying on borrowed strength to suppress the Tio family. Did they not realize that the Tio family had a Golden Core ancestor of its own? Straightening his posture, Lap looked toward his father with conviction. If father intends to intervene, I will personally see to it that this insult is repaid. Tuotran simply stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Tio Hu's shoulder. Do not worry, he said. This matter will be resolved. Tio Hu's heart swelled with emotion, bowing deeply. Thank you, old ancestor. At that moment, the course of fate shifted. In the grand hall of the Tio family estate, tension hung thick in the air. Seated arrogantly in the center, the Nalan family's clan leader, Hangu, drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his patience wearing thin. His expression darkened as he snapped. What is the meaning of this? We've waited long enough, and yet the Tio family still dares to keep us waiting. Beside him, Nalan Yun, his family's pride and Tio Hu's betrothed, sat calmly. She barely spared a glance at the grand hall around her before remarking, "There's nothing left to discuss. I have been accepted as the final disciple of the Qinggan sect leader. As for Tilo," she paused, her tone dismissive. "He's nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Hardly a match for me." The servants standing behind them muttered in agreement, their disdain evident. "It's obvious now," one whispered. "They must be stalling behind the mountain trying to salvage this engagement." Another scoffed. "Ridiculous. Even if they consult their so-called old ancestor, what difference does it make? The Tio family's ancestor has been dead for a decade." At that moment, the eldest son of the Tio family, Tiap, entered the hall, leaning on a cane. By his side, Tio Hu supported him. Tiap chuckled, his voice steady but laced with sarcasm. "Brother Hangu, I trust you haven't been waiting too long?" Hangu's gaze flicked toward Hu before responding with an insincere smile. "Not at all. I must say Hu is well-mannered and possesses a refined demeanor, a suitable match in every way. But, unfortunately," he sighed dramatically, "the question remains whether your late ancestor would have approved of dissolving the engagement." With a deliberate gesture, he placed a small bottle on the table. "This," he declared, "is a supreme quality marrow pill, personally refined by Yun's master. A generous token of compensation from the Nalan family to yours." Tiap's expression darkened. Compensation? The Nan family was truly cunning, seeking to sever the engagement, yet still demanding the Tio family owe them a favor in return. Watching the Nalan entourage prepare to leave, he clenched his fists. Such meticulous calculations. Behind the mountain, Tio-chan observed everything through his divine sense. He smirked, swirling tea in his cup as he transmitted a message to his grandson. "Hu, it's time for you to act." Receiving the silent command, Hu stepped forward, his voice clear and resolute. "Clan leader Nalan, take this bottle back. Your daughter may need it more than we do. As for the engagement, our family does not consent to breaking it." The room fell silent. The Nalan clan leader's face twisted with anger. Gripping his cane tightly, he slammed it against the floor. "You insolent brat, how dare you speak out? Of turn? Know your place?" Yet Hu remained unfazed. He took another step forward, standing tall. "Miss Nalan Yun, tell me, was this decision yours, or merely your clan leader's will?" She met his gaze coldly. "Of course it was my choice. My master has no desire for me to marry a commoner. It would only hinder my cultivation." A trace of disdain flickered across her face. "Surely, even you can understand the difference between us." Behind the mountain, Tio-chan scoffed. Hu, undeterred, placed a hand on his chest. Miss Nalan Yun, as a daughter of a noble family, you should understand the weight of honor. To break an engagement so publicly, do you not see the disgrace this brings? His voice carried unwavering determination. If we allow this, what will become of the Tio family's standing in Louis City? How will we command respect on Qingyun Mountain? Nalan Yun's patience snapped. And what right do you have to lecture me? You are nothing more than an ordinary mortal. He was taller than her, and as he looked down at her, his gaze sharpened. You believe that just because I am not from an immortal sect, I am unworthy? His voice was steady, but a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Tell me then, aside from the Qingan sect's backing, what else do you have to rely on? Before she could respond, he took another step forward, his aura suddenly shifting. And how can you be so sure that I am merely an ordinary person? At that moment, a surge of energy burst from his body. A powerful wave of qi rippled through the hall, radiating from him with undeniable force. The onlookers gasped in shock. Refining stage 4, someone whispered in disbelief. The air grew heavy. Nalan Yun's eyes widened, her expression frozen in stunned silence. She had assumed him to be nothing more than a powerless mortal, yet he was only one level below the last disciple of the Qingan sect leader. The Nalan clan leader and Nalan Yun stared at him, utterly speechless. Hu stood tall, his presence luminous, his handsome features sharpened by newfound confidence. The tables had turned. Hall was silent as Nalan Yun, the intended fiancée, stood before Tio Hu. Her eyes flickered with disbelief before she crossed her arms defiantly. I won't end the engagement, but under one condition, she announced. Tio Hu, who had been prepared for the worst, narrowed his eyes. Speak. Postpone the engagement for 10 years. If you can come to Qinglan Sect and defeat me in combat, by then, I will honor the marriage. If not, I will sever it myself, and it will no longer affect the Tio family's honor. Do you dare accept? The room tensed. Tuo Tran chuckled, setting his teacup down. Who do you understand the wisdom of the elders? 30 years east, 30 years west. Never look down on a poor youth, Tio Lap smirked. Well said, father. Nalan Yun scowled. A mere qi refining stage 4 cultivator like you thinks he can teach me a lesson? Laughable. Within 15 years, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Tio Hu's face remained impassive. Then, without a word, he reached into his robes, withdrew a parchment, and bit his finger. With a swift press of his bloody thumb, he marked the paper and held it up. You misunderstand. I do not need 10 years or 15. This is not an engagement severance letter. This is the Tio family's divorce letter to you. From this moment forth, there is no connection between Nalan Yun and myself. Gasps filled the hall. The gathered clansmen from both sides fell silent as the gravity of the moment settled in. Nalan Yun trembled. You dare divorce me? Across the hall, Tuo Tran lifted his cup once more, his expression unreadable. A system notification chimed. Second choice. Successful. Reward acquired. Yan Emperor's destiny. A radiant spirit stone materialized in his palm, pulsing with fiery energy. He examined it, nodding approvingly. Not bad. Tuo Tran waved a hand. Escort our guests out, and be sure to return their so-called priceless marrow cleansing pills. The Nalan family head scoffed, but turned on his heel, leading his humiliated daughter away. That evening, atop Wind Mountain, the cold wind howled as Tuo Tran stood beneath the stars, holding the glowing spirit stone. Hu, come forward. His grandson obeyed, bowing. Ancestor. This is a gift, Tuo Tran said, pressing the stone against Tio Hu's abdomen. System scan. Recipient, Tio Hu. Cultivation, Qi refining stage. For spiritual root, 2nd grade special condition. Yan Emperor's destiny, not yet activated. Tuo Tran frowned. Not activated yet? His gaze softened as he patted Tio Hu's shoulder. This power is now within you, but you must cultivate diligently. Without effort, incidents like today will only continue. Do you understand? Tio Hu clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I do, ancestor. Tuo Tran nodded in approval. Then go. Train hard. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Behind the mountain, Tuo Tran meditated in seclusion when a sudden tremor shook Qinglan Mountain. His eyes snapped open, and in an instant, he leapt to his feet. The system chimed once more. System alert. A rare treasure has been discovered. Please make a choice. His lips curled into a knowing smile. It seems the heavens favor the Tio family yet again. Riding his sword through the sky, He frowned at the system notification that had just appeared before him. Stroking his chin, he considered his options. Option 1. Use his Golden Core Stage 3 cultivation to seal off all of Qingyun Mountain and claim the treasure for himself. Reward, a top-grade level 5 magical treasure. Option 2. Stay out of the conflict, observe from the shadows, and avoid drawing attention. Reward, a top-grade level 3 magical treasure. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. The system's logic was clear. Keeping a low profile was always the safest move. As soon as he made his selection, the system responded, "Congratulations! You have chosen option 2. You have received the top-grade level 3 magical treasure. Flowing Cloud Armor." A golden glow wrapped around his hand before spreading across his entire body. The armor shimmered, appearing almost weightless, before fading into an invisible layer against his skin. He raised his arm, examining it with satisfaction. The flowing cloud armor would remain unseen under his robes, only activating in times of danger. Activating his sword flight, he turned toward home. The system clearly wanted to lure him into unnecessary risk, but he wasn't that foolish. Sealing off the entire mountain, that would be no different from inviting disaster. His plan was simple: cultivate in seclusion and let time work in his favor. With patience, power, and a long lineage, the future would be his. The next morning, a street in Louis City. "Did anyone see that blinding purple light last night?" a scholar asked excitedly. "Of course," another man chimed in. "I had an argument with my wife and stepped outside for some air. Then I saw it. That kind of light could only come from a treasure." A third voice added, "They say it descended on Qingyun Mountain. We should go treasure hunting. Who's with me?" "Count me in," another man exclaimed. "If we find it, our lives will change overnight." Similar discussions erupted all over the city. Families and factions were rallying their people, eager to stake their claim. "The Wang family is already on the move. We can't let them get ahead. The Hang family must have this treasure. If we seize it first, our power in Louis City will be unmatched." Within moments, the city was buzzing with preparations as groups formed, each determined to reach Qingyun Mountain first. Xiao family estate, backyard cultivation grounds. A horse-drawn carriage sped toward the estate, carrying Xiao Lian, the eldest son and current head of the Xiao family. As soon as they arrived, he urged the driver, "Faster!" Moments later, he stepped out, leaning on his cane, and made his way inside. Upon entering the cultivation grounds, he bowed deeply. "Father," he called out respectfully. His father, Xiao Chen, was seated at a wooden desk, writing calmly. Without looking up, he gestured toward a seat. "Lian, what brings you here in such a rush? Sit and speak." Xiao Lian hesitated. He was already past 80, yet his father, despite appearing far younger and stronger, still used spiritual energy to support him. Sitting down, he took a deep breath. "Father, last night, a mysterious purple light was seen over Mount Qingyun. The entire city is talking about it. Everyone believes a powerful treasure has appeared. All the major families have sent people to search for it. If we don't act, the Xiao family will be left behind." Xiao Chen calmly lifted his tea, taking a slow sip before responding. "And what did I teach you when you were young?" Xiao Lian straightened, immediately recalling his father's lessons. "You always told us to think before we act, to plan first, then move." His father nodded. "Exactly, which is why the Xiao family will not participate in this hunt." Xiao Lian's brows furrowed. "Father, with all due respect, this is a rare opportunity. If we don't act now, the other families will grow stronger while we remain in the shadows." His father placed his cup down gently. "And if we do act, what then? Do you believe we can truly hold on to such a treasure? Even if we obtain it, we will only invite disaster. Powerful families will come for it, and our position in Louis City will be at risk." Xiao Lian clenched his fists, struggling with his father's words. He had spent his entire life working to elevate the Xiao family's status. How could they let this opportunity slip away? His father's voice softened. "Let the others fight. They will weaken themselves. We will watch, and when the time is right, we will reap the benefits like the patient fisherman." Xiao Lian finally lowered his head. "I understand, father. I will do as you say." Xiao Chen smiled. "Good. Now the most important matter for the Xiao family is not treasure, but ensuring we continue to grow. Go, focus on the future." Xiao Lian stood and bowed once more. "Yes, father." Despite his obedience, his heart remained restless. 3 days had passed since Xiao Chen had retreated to the secluded back mountain of the Xia family estate. He sat cross-legged outside his residence, deep in cultivation, his divine sense stretching outward like an invisible web. As he scanned, the surroundings, he detected movement, a presence approaching the mountain's edge. The intruder was none other than Sha Li, making his way up the path with the aid of his cane. A faint smile played on his lips as he raised a hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy. The energy wrapped around his eldest son, drawing him forward in an instant. Sha Li blinked in surprise as he suddenly found himself standing before his father. "Father's mastery of divine sense is truly remarkable," he murmured in admiration before bowing respectfully. "The news has spread," he continued. "A treasure has been discovered on Mount Qinggan, and the Qinglam Sect has taken action. They've sent 20 immortals to seal off the entire area. The descendants of various clans who sought the treasure were captured, tortured for information, and then silenced." Xiao Chen rose to his feet, his expression darkening. "The Qinglam sect parades itself as righteous, yet their actions are steeped in cruelty. All this bloodshed, simply to claim a treasure for themselves." His thoughts drifted back to Xia, whose engagement, which had been abruptly broken off due to their dealings with this so-called righteous sect. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "For now, our family must remain in the shadows, hiding our strength. The future of the Xia family depends on careful growth. Only when our numbers are strong will we have the foundation to thrive." Sha Li lowered his head in understanding. "Father's wisdom is boundless. I will remember this well." After a respectful bow, he excused himself and departed. Half a year later, time flowed swiftly, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. A system notification abruptly appeared before Xiao Chen. "Congratulations, the number of your descendants has reached 400. Choice activated. Option 1. Defy the heavens. Sneak into Mount Qinggan in search of the treasure. Reward. 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Stay the course. Continue building the Xia family's strength without unnecessary risks. Reward. 1 low-grade spirit vein." Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, considering the options. Mount Qinggan was still heavily guarded by the Qinglam sect. Though they had yet to find the treasure, challenging them now would be reckless. He had no desire to risk everything for a single spirit stone. Without hesitation, he chose the second option, steady development. Ensuring the Xia family's long-term prosperity was his true goal. The system chimed again. Choice confirmed. The low-grade spirit vein will now be placed beneath an ordinary mountain range, transforming it over time. Xiao Chen pressed his palm against the earth behind the Xia family estate. Location selected, back mountain of the Xia family. Immediately, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly through the air. Mist began to form as the concentration of energy grew. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This level of spiritual energy, it's nearly tangible. Settling into a meditative posture, he prepared to enter deep cultivation. Meanwhile, on Mount Qinggan, a chilling scream pierced the air. Blood splattered across the ground as a man collapsed, a sword wound gaping across his chest. The one who had delivered the fatal strike stood unmoved, Elder Lun Fang of the Qinglam Sect. He held his sword aloft, its edge glistening with crimson. His gaze swept over the trembling figures before him. "Let this be a lesson," he announced coldly. "Laziness and failure will be punished without mercy." The captives cowered, pressing themselves into the dirt. Satisfied, Lun Fang sheathed his blade. But just as he turned away, his expression shifted. An intense wave of spiritual energy pulsed through the air, unmistakable even from this distance. He leaped onto a nearby tree branch, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. One of the men below dared to ask, "Elder Lun, what is it?" His eyes narrowed. "This surge of spiritual energy, it's coming from behind the Xia family's mountain." Turning sharply, he issued his orders. "Keep watch over the prisoners. I will investigate this disturbance myself." With that, he launched into the air, streaking toward the Xia family's domain. As he flew, his mind raced. The closer I get, the stronger the energy becomes. If this is what I suspect, it could change everything. He controlled his breathing, suppressing his excitement. If I am the one to discover a spirit vein, I could rise to the rank of Grand Elder, perhaps even secure priority access to its energy, accelerating my path to the Golden Core stage. His thoughts burned with ambition as he neared his destination. Back at the Xia family's mountain, Xiao Chen's system suddenly sent out a warning. Alert, Qinglam Sect Elder Lun Fang is approaching. Annoyance flickered across Xiao Chen's face. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? The system activated another choice function, offering a strategic decision. He pondered for a moment before selecting Observe quietly. Do not act rashly. Lun Fang finally arrived, landing atop a cliff overlooking the mountain. He extended his divine sense to scan for hidden cultivators but detected none. Then his gaze fell upon the source of the disturbance. A low-grade spirit vein? His breath caught. If the sect leader learns of this, my path to power will be set in stone. Determined to secure his fortune, he prepared to return and report his findings, only to hear an unfamiliar voice echo through the mist. "Fellow Taoist, from where do you hail?" Lun Fang froze, his senses sharpening. Someone had managed to approach him undetected. Wariness crept into his heart. With forced calm, he clasped his hands in greeting. "I had no idea this land had an owner. My apologies for the intrusion. I am Lun Fang, an elder of the Qinglam sect. It appears we have met by chance." From within the swirling spiritual mist, a figure stepped forward. Xiaochen had deliberately altered his aura, adopting a new identity. "So it is Elder Lun. I am known as Xia Ha," he introduced himself smoothly. Inwardly, he smirked. Making up a name on the spot was nothing if it meant buying time. Lun Fang narrowed his eyes. Xia Ha. I have never heard of such a cultivator. His thoughts churned. If he truly possessed overwhelming strength, I would be dead already. His ability to avoid my detection proves he's powerful, but likely not invincible. And if he's an independent cultivator, then a calculating gleam entered his gaze as he contemplated his next move. In the cultivation world, trespassing on someone else's cultivation grounds was a grave act, a significant taboo. If the other party was strong, they would never listen to any explanation. Instead, they would likely add another set of bones to the world. All it would take was a surprise attack. Strike swiftly, kill the intruder, and seize the spirit vein. After that, advancing to the golden core stage and becoming the sect's grand elder would be within reach. She carefully took out a bottle from his robe. "Senior, this is my top-grade marrow cleansing pill. I apologize for inadvertently intruding into your territory. Please accept this as compensation," he said, offering the pill respectfully. "In the future, I invite you to come to Qinglam's sect, and I will make sure to host you properly." Xiaoan took the bottle, considering the offer. The man's eyes always glinted with greed whenever he saw the dense spiritual energy turning to mist. But to Xiaoan's surprise, he actually offered a gift as an apology. He smiled lightly. "It's fine. Fellow Taoist, you are correct. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Another time, I will certainly visit the Qinglam sect," he replied. He probed the man's aura. Shui's cultivation level was not particularly impressive, though he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Xiaoan quickly assessed the situation. With Shi off guard, it would be easy to strike. Severely wounding him and killing him would not be a difficult task. "I won't disturb you further," Xiaoan said, clasping his hands. "There are still matters to attend to at the sect. I will come to invite you to Qinglam sect in 3 days." As Shi turned to leave, Xiaoan's face grew cold. "I must obtain this spirit vein," he thought. As the man walked away, Xiaoan sighed in relief. Finally, I can send him on his way. His expression hardened as he began to calculate how he would seize the spirit vein for himself. With it in his grasp, breaking through to the golden core stage and attaining the title of Grand Elder would be well within his reach. Just then, the system displayed a notification. "Killing intent from Lun Fang has increased by 1." Xiaoan frowned at the message. "Damn, a wolf in sheep's clothing," he thought. "I thought everything was fine. This Qinglam sect has no good people at all." Without hesitation, Xiaoan used his strike first for the advantage technique, swiftly activating the entering Yang sword technique. He charged towards Shi. The moment Shi sensed the attack, an overwhelming force filled the air, and a deep, unnamed fear gripped his heart. He tried to react but suddenly spit up a large mouthful of blood. His chest wound pulsed with searing pain as the terrifying sword Qi pierced his internal organs. She was horrified. "He ambushed me?" He hadn't expected such a direct attack. Although he wasn't immediately dead, his situation was grim. From above, Xiaoan looked down at him with cold eyes. "You wanted to kill me and seize my spirit vein, right? If you wanted to kill me, I had no choice but to kill you. Your death is not unjust," he said, his voice firm. Shi stumbled backward, stammering in disbelief. "How did you know? I hid my intentions so well. How did you see through them?" He began to panic. "Please, Senior, spare my life. I was blinded by greed. I'm a disciple of Qinglam sect. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Qinglam will never let you off." The system chimed again. "Killing intent from Lun Fang has increased by 1. Xiaoan didn't hesitate. He raised his sword, and the words, "Sunsets over western mountains," flashed through his mind. In a blur of motion, he swung his sword down with immense force. Lunfang's eyes widened in terror as the sword moved toward him, and before he could react, the strike was upon him. His head fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Still wide-eyed in disbelief, his body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Xiaowen sheathed his sword and looked at the severed head. Even in death, you still look surprised, he thought. The system pinged again. Congratulations, you have successfully chosen the first option. Reward received. Superior grade magical treasure, Zhong Changkun, level 3. Xiaowen glanced at the golden bell in his hand. He shook it gently, and a smile spread across his face. The Zhong Changkun is indeed useful. It's essential equipment for killing. He threw the bell into the air using his spiritual power, watching it float away. The bell's resonance echoed in the air. He then turned to check Lunfang's storage bag. After rummaging through it, he found only 10 spirit stones and some basic pills. Xiaowen crossed his arms in disappointment. He's really dirt poor, he thought with a sigh. 3 days later, the sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with soft white clouds, and the sun shone warmly. Shi moved slowly toward the door of the Xia family home, his steps deliberate. As he reached the threshold, a voice from inside called, "Come in." He reached for the door handle but paused, taking a moment to adjust his clothes before entering. Inside, Xiao Chen sat comfortably in a chair and greeted him. "What brings you here, my son?" Shi bowed respectfully and spoke, "Father, there have been troubling developments. The Qinglam sect, unable to find the treasure on Mount Qingyun, has grown impatient. They plan to leave this morning. The last of their immortals has already departed." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "They've all left. It seems this treasure can only be claimed by someone truly destined for it. If the Qinglam sect no longer has immortals at Mount Qingyun, then it's time for us to redouble our efforts for the prosperity and growth of the Xia family." Shi lowered his head in respect. "I understand, Father. I will inform the young men in the clan when I return." As Shai turned to leave, a notification from the system flashed before his eyes. Host's descendants with spirit roots have reached 50. Special reward unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have received 65 cultivation points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Activating Heavenly Dao Field function. Curious, Shai opened the new Heavenly Dao Field function. The display showed the dense spiritual energy of the Xia family's Heavenly Dao Field behind the mountain. The energy concentration was 10 times higher than usual, and the cultivation speed was doubled. Additionally, he could monitor developments within the field at any time. He smiled. This is truly a blessed land. He had now reached the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, and the absorption of the 65 cultivation points had boosted his strength further. He pondered for a moment before the system announced, 1,000-year Ginseng detected in the Heavenly Dao Field. Activation choices available. First choice, immediately capture the Ginseng, which will increase cultivation by 500 years. Reward, 350 cultivation points. Pure Wind technique, 9 variations. Second choice, take the Ginseng as a disciple, allowing it to gradually increase the spiritual energy within the field. Reward, 6 bottles of longevity pills. Heavenly technique, 9 transformations. Sha pondered deeply. The 1,000-year Ginseng was a spirit that had absorbed 1,000 years of sunlight and moon essence on Mount Qingyun. It had gained consciousness 200 years ago and had transformed 10 years prior, now possessing earth-moving divine abilities. This seemed to be the treasure the Qinglam sect had been desperately seeking. With a thoughtful expression, Shi expanded his divine sense, scanning the area around the mountain. He smiled slightly. It would be a shame to simply consume it. I will subdue it instead. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, swiftly making his way to the back of the Xia family's Heavenly Dao Field. Meanwhile, a child, dressed in a red bib, frolicked nearby, laughing gleefully. The boy marveled at the dense spiritual energy, exclaiming, "The spiritual energy here is so thick. This must be an immortal realm." Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Little friend, what are you searching for? Can I help you?" Startled, the boy began to cry. Shi descended slowly beside him, smiling. The boy immediately used his earth-moving technique to burrow into the ground, attempting to escape unnoticed. Shai watched, amused. So, this is how the Qinglam sect and other clans' young men were unable to find it. It's no wonder. The boy, enveloped in a stream of immortal energy, seemed to disappear into the earth effortlessly. Shi smiled, his eyes glinting. "This is the Heavenly Dao Field, my territory," he said. "The spiritual energy here is unmatched. Thanks to the enhancement from low-grade spirit stones and the field's inherent energy, this place rivals the blessed lands of major sects. It's no wonder that a treasure like the thousand-year Ginseng is so drawn to it. Raising his hand, Shu summoned a stream of energy that surrounded the boy and gently lifted him out of the ground. "Little friend, I've found you again." As he lowered the boy to the ground, the boy's eyes widened in terror and he wailed, "Immortal!" The spiritual energy that had enveloped the boy dissipated, leaving him gently placed on the ground. The old man, standing tall and composed, bent down, a warm smile on his face. "Do not fear, little one," he said softly. "I mean you no harm." The boy gazed up at him with wide, admiring eyes, his curiosity apparent. As the man reached down to lift him, the boy instinctively grasped his finger. Without hesitation, the old man pulled the boy into his arms, his smile widening. He stroked the boy's small round head gently, marveling at how adorable he was. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Little one," he asked, his voice turning warm yet serious, "would you like to take me as your master?" The boy, still nestled in the man's embrace, blinked up at him, confused. "Master," he mumbled. "If you accept me," the old man explained, "you will live safely here on this mountain, free from harm. I'll teach you the ways of immortal cultivation, and you'll walk the path of the immortals." A sense of wonder filled the boy's eyes as he absorbed the offer. Without much thought, he bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling as he said, "Master." The moment the boy accepted, a system notification appeared before the old man's eyes. "Congratulations on successful choice. Subdued thousand-year Ginseng. Rewards received: 6 bottles of longevity pills, heavenly technique, 9 transformations." A satisfied smile spread across his face. "Good disciple," he murmured, patting the boy's head affectionately. He cradled the boy gently in his arms, the moment feeling strangely perfect. "As a thousand-year Ginseng who has taken human form," the old man continued, "I will name you Ling Shenz." The boy's face lit up with joy. "Ling Shenz," he repeated, delighted by his new name. "I'm so happy," the boy exclaimed, laughing with pure joy. The old man, his heart warmed by the child's happiness, said, "To welcome you properly, I'll give you a gift." He carefully passed a scroll to the boy. "This is the manual for Heavenly 9 Transformations, a top-tier 3rd-grade technique. With this, you will grow stronger." The boy's face brightened with curiosity. "Heavenly 9 transformations?" he asked, confused. The old man placed his hand on the boy's forehead, transmitting the technique through his mind. "Focus and relax," he said softly. The boy's previously empty mind suddenly felt illuminated. The moment the technique settled in, the boy's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow!" he exclaimed, astounded by the new knowledge. "Do you feel it?" the old man asked gently. The boy nodded eagerly. "Yes, it's there." "Good," the old man praised. "Now you must continue to work hard and cultivate." As the days passed, the old man patiently taught the boy, guiding him through the basics and more. One day, while they were working on a character, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Who? Why have you come?" the old man called out, turning to see Xiao, his niece, stepping into the room. Her face was tinged with sadness, and there was a resolve in her eyes. "Patriarch," Xiao said, bowing her head respectfully, "I've come to say goodbye. I want to go on a journey, to seek opportunities of my own. Only by wandering can I truly find my path." The old man paused, surprised by her words. "You wish to leave?" he murmured, pondering her decision. Just then, a system notification appeared, detected that Xiao H has chosen to travel and experience the world. Initiating choice. The old man frowned, unsure of what to do next. He turned to the system, considering the 2 options presented. First choice, refuse and personally teach Xiao. Reward, top-tier 4th-grade magical treasure. Second choice, agree to let Xiao go on her journey. Reward, top-tier 3rd-grade magical treasure. After a brief moment of thought, the old man chose the second option. Xiao looked up, sensing her uncle's decision. "Patriarch," she said, her voice filled with determination, "I will find my own way." The old man smiled gently. "A jade cannot shine without being polished. Go, but remember, the Xia family will always be your greatest support." Tears welled in Xiao's eyes, touched by his words. "Thank you, Patriarch," she whispered, bowing deeply. The system chimed once more. "Congratulations, host. You have agreed to let Xiao go on her journey. Reward received: Azure Dragon Sword, top-tier 3rd-grade magical treasure." The old man's heart was heavy as he handed Xiao a sword. This is the Azure Dragon Sword, a treasure for self-defense. Take it with you on your journey. Xiao accepted the sword, her hands trembling slightly. Thank you, patriarch. Go, but be careful. Think before you act, the old man urged, watching as his niece left. She turned to bid him farewell once more. I will not disappoint you, she promised. After watching Xiao leave, the old man let out a sigh, his eyes following her as she disappeared into the distance. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was determined to walk it. Months passed. One quiet afternoon, the old man sat in the courtyard, meditating when a sudden notification broke his concentration. He opened his eyes in surprise. Your nephew, Xiao, has had an unexpected encounter with a master, receiving guidance. As a result, his cultivation has increased dramatically. The old man's heart raced. Increased dramatically, he thought. How could this be? He opened the system panel, his eyes scanning Xiao's updated status, cultivation level, foundation establishment, 3rd layer, talent, supreme grade spirit root, special destiny, flame emperor. Already at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, the old man muttered, astounded. Who helped him progress so quickly? He looked up at the sky, his heart filled with awe and wonder. It's just like using a cheat code, he whispered to himself, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Hu was deep within a secluded cave, completely immersed in his cultivation. In his hand he held a ring that emitted a soft glow filled with soul power, catching his attention and halting his practice. His curiosity piqued, he listened as a voice emanated from within the ring. Little one, as long as you continue to feed me your spiritual energy, I will guide you to greater strength. However, if you accept me as your master, I will teach you everything I know, the voice said. Confused but intrigued, Hu carefully removed the ring and held it in his palm, contemplating the offer. After a moment, he knelt, clasping his hands in respect, and spoke, Master. A hearty laugh resonated from the ring. Good, my obedient disciple, the voice responded. With the discipleship ceremony complete, Hu placed the ring back on his finger, and soon the memories of his master's cultivation techniques flooded his mind. Settling into a meditative stance, he resumed his cultivation, fully focused. The years passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Hu finally emerged from his seclusion, ready to continue his training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyin's cultivation was advancing steadily, the system notifying him of his increasing strength. 5 years passed, and at the Qinggan sect on E. Mount Qinggan, a mysterious figure fully cloaked in robes was engaged in deep cultivation on a stone platform. This person was none other than Li Qingshan, the sect leader. His face twisted in concentration as powerful streams of spiritual energy began to swirl around the peak of the mountain. The energy converged and flowed directly into him, creating a surge that sent shockwaves throughout the sect. His disciples watched in awe as jade-green clouds began to gather, enveloping the entire mountain, signaling the arrival of a cloud tribulation. Li Qingshan was about to break through to the golden core stage. The disciples, filled with excitement and anticipation, quickly notified everyone to evacuate the area. As the tribulation continued, Li Qingshan hovered in the air, an expression of smug satisfaction on his face. He was about to ascend to a higher level of power. The sky darkened, and he floated gracefully, no longer needing the aid of flying swords as he had during his foundation establishment stage. Finally, I've reached the first level of Golden Core, Li Qingshan thought to himself, his breath quickening as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body. With a triumphant grin, he descended slowly, now able to fly freely without assistance. He made his way to the training grounds, where the disciples eagerly awaited his arrival. They rushed forward to congratulate him, and Li Qingshan smiled, proud of his achievement. Congratulations, Master, his disciple Lanun said, stepping forward. Li Qingshan nodded. Yuner, I heard you recently went to the Xia family to break off the engagement, he remarked. The mention of this brought Yuner into a moment of deep reflection. She remembered Xiao, the handsome, refined young man who once seemed like a good match. But now, looking back, the gap between their worlds felt insurmountable. Master, you're right. I had an appointment with that mortal, Xiao, in 15 years, but he is far beneath us. I'll make him realize that a humble bird can never soar as high as the sky, Yuner responded, her tone firm with conviction. The sect leader nodded approvingly. Your character is admirable. Meanwhile, behind the Xia family mountain, Xia Chen was deep in meditation. The system alerted him of a new development. His descendants had reached a milestone of 1,000 people. A notification appeared, informing him that he had earned a reward, a Jinung seedling. Excited, Xia Chen called out to his disciple Ling Shenzi. "Come here quickly." Ling Shenzi appeared in an instant, eagerly entering the room. Xia Chen handed him the Jinang seedling and instructed, "Plant it in the courtyard." Ling Shenzi nodded, accepting the task. As he planted the seedling, Xiaoan observed his disciple's progress. "You've done well," Xiaoan thought, watching the young cultivator with pride. Afterward, Xiaoan sat down to meditate, lost in thought. He checked the status of the Xia family using the system interface, pleased by the prosperity of his lineage. However, a sudden realization struck him. He hadn't grown a beard in quite some time. Looking over, he saw that Ling Shenzi was finishing up with the seedling. Xiaoan smiled to himself, deciding it was time to return to his room and resume his own cultivation. As he settled into his room, the system chimed once again, informing him that the long-awaited 15-year appointment with Xiao had arrived. A selection prompt appeared, requiring him to make a decision. Xiaoan sat in silence for a moment, contemplating his options. The notification flashed before him, and Xiaoan paused, reflecting inwardly. Time had indeed flown by. 15 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Without the support of the system, he mused, he would probably be long gone. The vastness of the world and the mere gift of life, he couldn't help but appreciate it. With a deep sigh, the system presented him with two choices. The first option was to intervene decisively and assist Xia Huo in winning the battle, with the reward being the powerful 9 Transformations Fire Fist, a magical treasure of the highest caliber. The second was to trust in Xia Huo's growth, believing that his strength had surged enough to handle the situation on his own. By choosing the second option, Xiaoan would receive the sword summoning divine ability. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoan made his decision. He chose the second option. As the system confirmed his choice, he felt a sense of peace. Xia Huo had grown immensely, and now it was time to trust his progress. Meanwhile, in the vast training ground of the Qinggan Sect, a crowd gathered to witness the duel. Xia Huo stood confidently to one side, while Nan Yun stood across from him on the elevated viewing platform. The atmosphere was tense as Nan Yun watched Xia Huo with disdain. With a sneer, Nan Yun finally spoke, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Xia Huo, a weakling like you, with such a mediocre background, shouldn't even be standing here. How dare you dream of challenging us?" Drawing her sword with a swift motion, she assumed a battle stance. "Today, you will pay for your audacity with your life!" She lunged at him, her sword flashing with deadly intent. Xia Huo met her strike with ease, his sword raised in a calm and controlled manner. The force of her attack was easily deflected, and Nan Yun, sensing his growing power, stumbled back in shock. His cultivation had advanced to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Xia Huo's calm voice cut through the tension. "So, the Qinggan Sect harbors such weaklings, with so much mediocrity." He raised his sword, summoning a surge of spiritual energy. The blade pulsed with power, transforming into a colossal blue dragon that coiled in the air, radiating immense energy. Nan Yun's eyes widened in shock. Desperately, Nan Yun lifted her own sword, calling upon her wind-tearing sword technique. A blast of red spiritual energy shot toward the dragon, colliding with it in a violent explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Xia Huo stood, unscathed, while Nan Yun was on her knees, visibly defeated, with a cold look. Xia Huo held out the retirement letter in his hand. "You've lost," he said, his voice laced with superiority. Nan Yun trembled, hugging herself in fear. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded, her heart racing. This was the first time she had ever felt such terror. Nan Yun staggered to her feet, tears welling up in her eyes. Watching Xia Huo turn and walk away, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of trials he had endured. It was clear that his journey had been far more difficult than hers as a junior sect leader. Her tears fell, though she wasn't sure if they were born from regret or humiliation. The elders of the Qinggan sect approached Xia Huo, their expressions hardening. One of them, an elder with a hidden weapon, stepped forward, speaking in anger. "Boy, you've humiliated our junior sect leader. You can't just leave like this," another elder chimed in. "If word gets out, the Qinggan sect will lose all face. We won't be able to stand in this world any longer." Xia Huo's expression remained calm as he looked at them, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Is that so? I had no intention of killing anyone, but it seems you're forcing my hand." His sword was already in motion, and he drew it with a decisive movement. The elders surrounding him tensed, preparing for a confrontation. The highest-ranking elder, a towering figure at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, was the first to react. The others, all at the 6th layer or higher, closed in on Xia. Huo, but he was already exhausted from the earlier battle, and his spiritual energy was depleted. Despite this, he stood resolutely, ready to face them. Just as the situation became dire, the ring on his hand began to glow with a sudden surge of spiritual power. Xia Huo's cultivation began to rise rapidly, pushing him closer to the golden core stage. With newfound strength, he swung his sword, sending several of the elders flying back. One of the elders, shocked by the sudden surge in his power, stammered, "What's happening? His cultivation. How did it increase so quickly?" Another elder muttered, "Don't worry, this surge in power has side effects. He can't keep this up for long." They quickly realized that Xia Huo's newfound strength was not his own. It was a result of support from his mysterious master. His sword technique, now enhanced by his master's guidance, became even more formidable. The flying dragon's claws lashed out, striking down the surrounding elders with deadly precision. Yet, despite his strength, Xia Huo felt a deep weariness in his body. The strain from using the flying dragon 9 swords had drained his energy, leaving him physically exhausted. His dantian felt empty, and he knew he had to act quickly. He glanced around, sensing an opportunity to escape. But before he could make his move, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. It was the presence of a golden core cultivator, someone of unimaginable power. Xia Huo felt his body seize under the weight of the pressure. Blood poured from his mouth as his spiritual energy was forcibly suppressed. The battle was far from over, and the true test of his strength had only just begun. The weight of the situation came from none other than the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, who floated high above, his gaze cold and unyielding. "The Qinglan sect will not be humiliated like this," he declared. His words were sharp, echoing through the air as he looked down upon Xiaohu, who was still trying to escape. "Kneel and admit your guilt. If you do, perhaps you can still live." Blood dripped from Xiaohu's mouth as he half knelt, his body trembling. With great effort, he wiped the blood from his lips and, looking up at his captor, muttered, "So, the 15-year agreement was nothing more than a joke. Whether I win or lose, there's no way I'm leaving here alive today, right?" Wiping the blood from his chin, he steeled himself. "In that case, try to stop me from leaving this mountain." The sect leader sneered, disdain evident in his gaze. "You ignorant fool," he hissed, raising his hand. A wave of spiritual power surged from his palm, growing larger and more menacing as it moved toward Xiaohu. Xiaohu gritted his teeth, steeling himself for impact. Just as the blow was about to land, a voice rang out from the ring on his finger. "Trust your body to me," the voice said. "The Qinglan sect shall not humiliate my disciple. No one can stop you from leaving." A surge of energy filled Xiaowai away. Ho, and his body glowed with a mysterious aura. As the massive hand of the sect leader came down, an explosion of force erupted around Xiaohu, shrouding the area in a thick cloud of dust. The Qinglan sect leader stepped back, startled. "What's this? Does Xiaohu possess this kind of secret technique as well?" he muttered. His divine sense searched for Xiaohu, but he couldn't pinpoint his location. Frustrated, the sect leader barked orders to his disciples. "Prepare 2 elders. Head to the Xiao family on Qing'an Mountain. Exterminate every last one of them." The elders nodded and quickly set off toward the Xiao family, determined to carry out their sect leader's command. Meanwhile, in a small cave hidden away in the mountains, Xiaohu was tending to his wounds. He closed his eyes and silently called out to his master, hoping for guidance. Days passed, and on the back mountain of the Xiao family, dark clouds gathered. Bolts of lightning crackled in the air, signaling the beginning of the lightning tribulation. Xiao En, who had reached the 9th layer of the golden core stage, stood with a solemn expression. Today was the day he would ascend to the Nent soul realm. With focused determination, he channeled his spiritual power, a surge of energy enveloping him as he prepared for the storm. The descendants of the Xiao family, watching from a distance, reminded each other to keep away from the back mountain. "Do not approach the area. Stay clear," they urged. Xiao En stood firm as the lightning struck again and again, each bolt seeming more powerful than the last. His body shimmered with energy, and his resolve never wavered. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiao En smiled, unshaken by the storm. Then, with a final deafening crash, the storm cleared. The sky was bright again, and the clouds dispersed. An elder, his hair white with age, observed the scene and commented, "It was just a powerful thunderstorm. Everyone can return now." The patriarch, still watching the sky, remained silent. Xiao En's body now glowed with a radiant light as he slowly descended, his feet touching the ground with grace. A small spirit floated before his chest, seated in meditation. Ling Enzi, his concerned disciple, approached cautiously. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaowen turned to him, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "It's fine. The Nent Soul Tribulation isn't as terrifying as it seems." Ling and Z stepped closer, his eyes filled with admiration. "Congratulations, Master. You've entered the Nent Soul stage. Your martial path is flourishing, and the lightning tribulation has no effect on you now." Xiaowen nodded, his heart swelling with pride at his disciple's words. His journey to the Nent Soul realm had just begun, but he was ready for whatever came next. Both master and disciple returned to their room, focusing on cultivation. Xiaowen, seated in front of the system display, glanced over the information presented to him. Host, Qiao Chan, age 125, total cultivation. Progress, soul nurturing, first. Leia, number of descendants 178. Cultivation method, Hongmen Z scripture. Divine ability, sword technique, first class, upper grade. Sword technique, falling sun, third class, upper grade. Spirit root, supreme chaos, spirit root. Elixirs, 4-star longevity pill, 5-star longevity pill. Personal title, Master of Heaven and Earth. Xiaowen took in the information thoughtfully. As a mortal, he had once struggled with the burdens of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Now, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, his perspective had changed drastically. Suddenly, the system's interface flickered, showing new information. Qinggan Sect disciples have entered the Xia family's territory. A decision is required. Xiaowen studied the images that appeared before him, considering the choices carefully. The system presented two options. Option 1, remove the earth above. Directly engage and eliminate them. Reward, 5th grade upper class magical treasure. Option 2, stand by and focus on self-development. Reward, 4th grade middle class magical treasure. Xiaowen's mind churned. He could choose peace and avoid confrontation. But if he allowed the Qinggan Sect to destroy the Xia family, what meaning would life have? The Xia family's legacy could not be erased by outsiders. Without hesitation, Xiaowen made his choice. Option 1. As soon as he did, detailed information about the Qinggan Sect's disciples appeared on the screen. Name, Danan Song. Race, human. Cultivation, foundation establishment, first layer. Role, disciple of Qinggan Sect. Name, El Shan. Race, human. Cultivation, foundation establishment, 8th layer. Role, elder of Qinggan Sect. There were a total of 10 people involved, but the Yara-Zebabish 2 elders were the most formidable, both at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Xiaowen smiled lightly. These people were nothing more than pawns. With that, Xiaowen disappeared in an instant, leaving Ling Chen Zi standing in the room, marveling at his master's swift progress. It was evening by now, and the moon had risen. Meanwhile, the Qinggan Sect disciples stood near the Xia family grounds. One of them spoke up with pride. The sect leader has ordered the complete destruction of the Xia family, young and old. This is to prevent any future threats once Xia Huan returns. We strike immediately upon getting within 100 meters. Behind them, a disciple praised the strategy. The 2 elders are brilliant. Their plan is flawless. The elders, listening to the praise, couldn't help but smirk. But their satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, Xiaowen appeared behind them, like a shadow in the night. The Qinggan Sect claims righteousness, yet I see your actions for what they truly are. Treacherous and vicious, he said calmly. The disciples froze in shock. Who was this person? Before they could react, Xiaowen's voice rang out coldly. If that's the case, then I can't allow you to live. The Qinggan Sect members quickly drew their swords. One of them shouted defiantly, "Who are you to speak like this? Our master is at the Golden Core stage. Are you not afraid your words will be your undoing?" At that moment, the 2 elders signaled their disciples to attack, their swords thrusting toward Xiaowen. They sneered, confident in their victory. Xiaowen, however, merely smirked. "Where does your confidence come from?" he mused aloud. With a swift gesture, he used his technique to turn their swords back on them. The elders were stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. "What's going on?" one of them gasped. "Where are these swords coming from? Could the Xia family have set up an ambush?" Panic began to spread. "Look above!" one of the disciples shouted. The elders looked up, and their faces drained of color. A circle of swords, glowing with spiritual energy, hung suspended in the air above them. Xiaowen remained composed. "The sword comes for you," he intoned. Realizing the danger, the 2 elders shouted in panic, "Run! We must report to the sect leader. Destroying the Xia family is impossible. This person is beyond our reach." As the disciples scattered in fear, Xiaowen raised his hand, sending a surge of power into the air. One by one, the swords descended, Upon the Chingan sect members, swiftly eliminating them, a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Superior grade magical treasure, 5-element Chingan sword. A golden sword materialized before Xiaoan, who marveled at it. Not bad, he murmured. With this sword, I no longer need to rely on spirit swords. He then gathered his energy and, like a breeze, soared into the sky. Days passed, and on a dark night, the sect leader of the Chingan sect, Li Chingan, sat in the grand hall, fuming. "Who dares to kill the elders of our sect?" he roared, slamming his fist onto the chair. "The Xia family is no ordinary opponent. This person who wiped out my disciples, I must see them for myself." His voice rang out with anger, and the disciples around him remained silent, their faces pale with fear. Li Chingan's eyes narrowed as he plotted his next move. This mysterious individual must be dealt with. I will go to the Xia family myself and uncover who they truly are. In the Xia family estate, a faint stream of smoke drifted from an ornate incense burner at the center of the room. Seated in silent meditation was Xiao Chen, his mind immersed in cultivation. Thanks to the powerful effect of his current practice, his progress had accelerated dramatically. Hovering above him was a miniature projection of himself, encircled by rippling spiritual energy. With a thought, he summoned his system interface to inspect his personal stats. Host, Xiao Chen age, 125 out of 1500. Cultivation level, nascent soul, first layer descendants, 1278 cultivation. Method, Hong Zuchi Sutra divine ability, rare language, superior grade. Level 1, sword techniques, falling sun, superior grade, 3rd level. Sword coming, superior grade, 3rd level. Magical tools, 3-cornered Chanun pouch, superior grade. 5-element Chingan sword, superior grade. Spirit root, supreme chaos. Spirit root pills, Xian pill, 4 stars. Longevity pill, 5 stars. Supreme Judon, 1 star. Special ability, probing the personal information of all living things and heavenly bodies. Looking over the detailed report, Xiao Chen nodded, thoughtfully. With such an extensive lifespan and a flourishing bloodline, the Xia family would be able to thrive for generations. His mini projection floated out of the house, taking in scenes of daily life, weddings, newborns learning to walk, children growing up. He watched with quiet joy, content with the current prosperity of his family. But suddenly, an unfamiliar aura broke his peaceful thoughts. "A golden core cultivator has entered the area," he muttered. At once, the system scanned the surroundings and produced a detailed profile of the intruder. Name, Liqing Shan race. Human cultivation, golden core, 1st layer spirit root. Talent, 4th grade. Special status, sect leader of the Chingan sect. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. So it's Liqing Shan himself, a golden core cultivator appearing. Here uninvited is a serious threat. If he goes on a rampage, the Xia family could be devastated. His gaze sharpened. But I've already surpassed the golden core realm. I've stepped into nascent soul. A threat like him must be eliminated. Only the dead pose no danger. Elsewhere, along a dimly lit road where the lamps had just begun to glow, Liqing Shan was surveying his surroundings. This Xia family estate feels more like a fortified city than a clan house, he mused, impressed. Definitely not simple. Smiling faintly, he added, I'll need to dig a little deeper. The moon now hung high in the sky, stars scattered across its canvas. A voice, carried by spiritual energy, suddenly called out, "Fellow cultivator, how do you find the scenery here in the Xia family estate?" Startled, Liqing Shan halted mid-step. So they've already detected me. Impressive. Trying to stay composed, he clasped his hands and replied with courtesy, "Fellow Taoist, your words flatter me. The Xia estate is rich in spiritual energy, and its surroundings are indeed ideal for cultivation. I must admit I've arrived uninvited, but I hope you will permit me to make amends in person." From within the estate, Xiao Chen observed the man's image through the system. You think I'll fall for such a ploy? If you dare show your face, I'll end you." Still, with a composed expression, Xiao Chen raised a hand and released a pulse of spiritual power. "Since you've come all this way," he said aloud, his voice reaching the intruder, "allow me to host you with top-grade tea. Meet me at the rear mountain behind the Xia estate." Hearing the invitation, Li Qingshan promptly made his way to the appointed location. He landed softly where Xiao Chen was waiting. With a respectful bow, he said, "This one, Mu Yunzi, greets you." Xiao Chen, pouring tea calmly with one hand, answered, "I am Xiao Chen, patriarch of the Xia family. Please, sit." As the tea flowed into the cup, Xiao Chen's tone changed. "You don't need to keep pretending. You won't live long enough for it to matter." Li Qingshan's expression darkened. "So, it's true. It was your family responsible for the event 15 years ago, when my disciple was crippled." His eyes glinted with hatred. "Today, I've come to take your life, old man." The system immediately detected a spike in killing intent from Li Qingshan, but Xiao Chen remained unfazed. Suddenly, Li Qingshan changed his tone and posture, smiling disarmingly. "Brother Xiao, your achievements are truly remarkable. You've built a powerful legacy, a true hero of our time." Behind the facade, though, his unease grew. "I wonder," he continued, "where is your successor now?" As he spoke, the EE system recorded a surge in hostility from Li Qingshan. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, raising his eyes. "You snake. When I kill you, I'll make sure they give you a performance award in the afterlife." With those words, Xiao Chen crushed the teacup in his hand. Ling Shan stepped forward and spoke with a respectful tone. "Brother Xia, your residence is truly magnificent. If it's not too much, may this junior request a tour?" Xiaowen nodded, unfazed. With a calm air, he led Ling Zhan through the estate. As they approached a large painting, Xiaowen gestured toward it. "This is the work of Master Mingjia from the northern region," he explained. "And that sword over there? That's the 5th grade Qingyun sword. It can cut through iron as if it were paper. A rare treasure indeed. Over there, that ox-shaped flower only grows on the left bank of the river. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's cultivation." Laying. Zan's thoughts churned. The Xia family's influence stretches across countless regions. Yet I still can't sense the presence of his disciple. This man is as enigmatic as an abyss. Then Xiaowen glanced at him and said plainly, "I'm just a simple mountain cultivator. I belong to no sect. My strength is nothing impressive, only at the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm." Laying. Zan's mind raced. "Even if I have to dig up all his ancestors' graves, I'll find out who he really is. And when I do, I'll kill him." Despite Xiaowen's unassuming words, Ling Zan couldn't decide whether to believe him. Still, from what he observed, there was only one cultivator present, Xiaowen. The spirit-devouring worm had vanished, its aura sealed away. All that remained in front of him now resembled a simple white radish. He cast a dark look at Xiaowen. "An old man at Golden Core Stage 2? He dares pretend before me?" He forced a smile, clasped his hands, and said, "It's been an honor to meet the Xia Patriarch today, but I still have other matters to attend to. I won't trouble you further." As he turned to leave, Xiaowen raised a teacup and muttered under his breath, "The Qinglan sect really is all the same." That comment stopped Ling Shan cold. He froze mid-step. Xiaowen's voice rang out clearly. "Safe travels, sect leader." "Lei!" The words landed like a thunderclap in Ling Zan's ears. His identity exposed. Panic surged in his chest. Danger loomed. Xiaowen didn't wait. In one fluid motion, he summoned his sword, channeling spiritual power into a flying strike. Ling Shan felt the pressure of nascent soul cultivation barreling toward him. He didn't even turn around before the attack landed. The blades, moving at Xiaowen's silent command, pierced through Liangzhan's body with precision. Liangzhan's eyes widened in shock. I came here to ambush him, and he ambushed me instead. Xiaowen remained composed, as if nothing had happened. One strike, swift and merciless, was all he needed. Using his divine sense, Xiaowen scanned what remained of Liangzhan. It was clear. The man was gone. No life essence, no soul trace. But then something flickered in the air where Liangzhan had stood. Xiaowen narrowed his eyes. What is this? The system in his mind responded. Fragment detected. Soul remnant from a local elder of the Dark Soul Palace. Identity, Wangi. Dark Soul Palace? Wangi? Never heard of them. But if he's the one pulling the strings behind Liangzhan, then he needs to die too. The soul fragment began to vibrate and speak. Who are you? How dare you kill a servant of the Dark Soul Palace? Xiaowen smirked and tilted his head slightly. You want to know who I am? He raised his sword and said coldly, I'm your father. Then, with one sharp swing, he cleaved the soul remnant in half. The system chimed, resentment from Wangi Panduan. Far away, in the deepest chamber of the Dark Soul Palace, Wangi's eyes snapped open. A wave of pain crashed over him, and he coughed up blood. Clutching his chest, he fumbled through his robes, retrieved 2 pills, and swallowed them. Dare to destroy my soul fragment? He seethed. I'll skin you alive, rip out your bones, grind you into dust. I'll torment your soul in fire, day and night, until you scream for death that won't come. I'll make your entire bloodline suffer. But after a pause, he clenched his fists and muttered, No, not yet. The sect leader's grand plan is still in motion. I'll endure this, for now. Days later, whispers filled the halls of the Qinglan sect. Have you heard? Sect leader Le Qingzhan has vanished. No trace at all. All the elders, gone too. It's like their entire leadership was wiped out overnight. The remaining disciples were gripped by fear and confusion. Only, Nalanyun sat quietly, sorrowful. She clutched a slip of paper in her hand, her heart aching. He went to the Xia family, to confront Xia Hu. Tears welled in her eyes. There's no medicine for regret, she whispered. Her gaze stretched into the distance, her hair now, stark white from grief. All her convictions were crumbling. The Qinglan sect had made many enemies in its arrogance. Now their foundation was gone. As the chaos spread, some disciples began hoarding valuables and making up excuses to flee the sect. Those who remained were inexperienced, without loyalty or ability. The collapse was inevitable. Soon after, Qinglan sect formally announced its dissolution. Meanwhile, in a lively inn, rumors flew. I heard their sect leader just advanced to the Golden Core stage. Doesn't matter, someone else chimed in. Clearly, they offended the wrong person. Another man added, Qinglan sect ruled this region for over 1,000 years. Whoever crushed them must be terrifying. Back on Xia Mountain, Xia Yi struggled up the steps with his cane, wheezing from the climb. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy surrounded him. Father's teleportation is amazing, he mumbled, blinking in awe. Xiaowen appeared beside him and asked gently, Why have you come? Still catching his breath, Xia Yi stammered, Father, the Qinglan sect, it's gone. Xiaowen gave a faint nod. Yes, that was my doing. Xia. Yi nearly choked on his tea. You destroyed an entire sect, so casually. Seeing his son's astonishment, Xiaowen just smiled softly. Without saying another word, Xiaowen turned to his son and said firmly, Gather all Xiao family members with spiritual roots and bring them here. Linki will instruct them in the ways of cultivation. Xiai gave a respectful nod. Yes, father. I'll see to it right away. Xiaowen waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Go now. I must return to my cultivation. Xiai bowed deeply, hands clasped in reverence. As he left, he thought, I'll need to act fast and carry out Father's will immediately. Hundreds of miles from Qing'an Mountain, Xia Huo was seated, tending to his wounds. After a month of careful healing using various medicinal pills, most of his injuries had mended. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll head to Qing'an Mountain and look into what happened to the Qing'an sect, he thought. As he descended the mountain, he asked travelers along the road for news. One of them stopped and said, Qing'an sect? It's gone. Disbanded some time ago. No one knows who was responsible. Xia Huo froze, stunned by the news. All this happened while I was recovering? His expression turned cold. At least, its vengeance served, he murmured. He raised his ring and asked, Master, where to now? His master replied, Our next destination is Tianqing Tower. Xia Huo considered it for a moment, then nodded. He remembered the stories passed down to him. His master had founded Tianqing Tower personally, far beyond the strength and prestige of Qinglan sect. Years passed at the Xiao estate. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiaowen's mind. Descendant count has reached 2,000. Reward, top-grade magical treasure, cloud-chasing boots. Xiaowen opened his eyes, surprised. He hadn't expected the family to grow so large so quickly. A pair of sleek, light gray boots shimmered into view, pulsing with spiritual energy. He reached out and took the cloud-chasing boots, slipping them on. The moment he did, they vanished, seamlessly melding with his form. Without delay, he tested their power. His movement speed doubled instantly. 5 years later, the entire Qing'an Mountain was under Xiao control. Even Louis City had become part of the family's domain. High above the ground, Xiaochen hovered, scanning the land below. Rumors had spread of a mysterious powerhouse backing the Xiao family. Thanks to Linqi's incredible teachings, many with spiritual roots in the family had taken up cultivation. Their numbers swelled, their power grew. The Xiao family was now a formidable regional force. Raising his hand, Xiaowen opened his system panel. Family unity brings prosperity, he declared, then checked his personal stats. Name, Xiaochen age, 130 of 2800. Cultivation, nascent soul realm. Level 2 descendants, Tutor 8 cultivation method, Dream Crimson chest, Scripture divine skill, HSE sword technique top grade artifacts, Falling Sun sword, level 1, Universe expanding treasure, level 3, Qing'an building treasure, level 5, Cloud chasing boots, level 4, Spiritual root, Supreme chaos, Root, elixirs. Owned, Youth preserving pill, 4-star. Longevity pill, 5-star, Nascent soul pill, Supreme grade. 1-star special ability, Personal info probe, Downfield heaven and earth. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Living this long, truly a blessing. Curious, he decided to check on Xia Huo as well. Name, Huo race, human cultivation method, divine flying dragon. 9 sword skills, world-class sword control, alchemy magical treasure, Azure dragon sword cultivation, golden core stage, 2 talent, supreme. Grade spiritual root identity, master of Qing'an tower destiny trait, flame emperor's fate. Reading it, Xiaowen let out a hearty laugh. Golden core already, and now the master of Tianqing Tower, truly outstanding. A worthy descendant of our family. Then he turned his gaze toward his eldest son. Xiai had recently broken through to the qi condensation stage. Xiaowen released his divine sense across the estate and quickly located Xiai, who leaned on a cane for support. With a thought, he enveloped his son in spiritual energy and brought him to his side. Xiai arrived, stepping forward respectfully. Father, did you call for me? Xiaowen looked him over. Name, Ji Li race, human cultivation, qi condensation stage, 1 talent, first-grade spirit root. He smiled. So, you've taken your first step on the path, and your health has improved as well. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. Now that you're a cultivator, come back later. I'll have someone give you a proper manual. Practice diligently. Xiai's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, father. I never imagined I'd live to see this day, let alone begin the path to immortality. Xiaoan nodded and sent him back. Without another word, the 130-year-old man returned to secluded cultivation. A new system notification appeared. An individual with extraordinary luck has entered your range. Selection initiated option. 1. Acknowledge this fated person and accept them as a disciple. Reward: mid-grade magical treasure, level 5. Option 2. Ignore the person due to potential danger. Reward: low-grade magical treasure, purple quality. A person with extreme luck? Xiaoan murmured, raising an eyebrow. Haven't seen that one before, he smirked. The reward for a disciple is tempting, but let's not rush. He extended his divine sense again, this time using his primordial spirit to search the entire Qingyun mountain. Suddenly he sensed a boy with a dirt-covered face and tattered clothes. Without hesitation, he summoned the child to his side, startling the boy as he appeared before the great patriarch. The young man looked around, disoriented. Where am I? A calm voice answered from behind him. Young one, don't be afraid. This old man means you no harm. Startled, the young man turned around and asked, Who are you? The elder stepped forward and replied with a gentle smile, I am Xia'an, the ancestor of the Xian family. I've been observing you for a while. Your bone structure is exceptional, truly the physique of a cultivation prodigy. Would you like to become my disciple? The young man hesitated, still confused. Become a disciple? What's in it for me if I do? Xian let out a hearty laugh. Benefits? You'll have no shortage of them. I'll personally guide you on the path of immortal cultivation toward the dream of eternal life. The young man's eyes widened. I'm not sure I fully understand that last part, but becoming an immortal sounds amazing. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Greetings, Master. Just then, a system notification appeared. Congratulations. Host has received a mid-grade 5th-level magical treasure, Mystic Dragon Armor. Xian sat cross-legged, pleased. Good. Very good. Disciple, what is your name? The young man lowered his head. I don't have one. Then from now on I'll call you Sui. How does that sound? Thank you, Master, Sui said gratefully. Another system notification flashed. Name, Shuqi. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Identity, great fortune bearer. Spirit. Root, 8th grade. Xian smiled with satisfaction. An 8th grade spirit root, truly someone blessed by fate. He then called out, Ling Qi! Ling Qi appeared immediately, bowing. Yes, Master? I leave Suier's cultivation training to you, Xian said. Understood. I will obey, Ling Qi replied, bowing once more. Meanwhile, in the gloomy halls of the Dark Soul Palace, a man robed entirely in black hovered mid-air, red spiritual energy swirling around his body. Below him, rows of kneeling disciples shouted in unison, Congratulations, Palace Master, on breaking through to the Yuanying stage. The Palace Master gazed at the sky, muttering, Heaven favors the Dark Soul Palace. He took out a spirit pill, swallowed it, and stabilized his cultivation post-tribulation. Now that I've stepped into the Yuanying realm, it's time for the Ming Kingdom to change hands. The disciples below echoed fervently, Palace Master, your wisdom is unmatched. We will follow you to the end. May heaven protect the Dark Soul Palace. For your cause, we would walk through fire and water. We shall eradicate all sects in the He. Ming Kingdom! Raising his hand, the Palace Master commanded, Summon every disciple. Alert our spies. Move out. Destroy every force in the Ming Kingdom. We obey. they shouted. Just then, a man stepped forward cautiously, reporting, "Palace Master, the Tiansheng Tower seems to be showing signs of revival." The Palace Master sneered, "They're like headless flies. It would take no effort to wipe them out." The subordinate swallowed nervously. Yes, wise Palace Master. This subordinate was overthinking. Without another word, the Palace Master floated away into the distance. 5 days later, Xian stood in the Xian family courtyard, gazing at the sky. It had been 5 days since the Dark Soul Palace began their campaign of destruction across the Ming Kingdom. In that time, Xian's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Yuanying stage. The Xian family resided atop Mount Qing'an, a relatively peaceful place within the Ming Kingdom. There were no powerful sects nearby. The only notable one, the Qing'an sect, had been destroyed long ago. As a result, they had avoided direct confrontation with the Dark Soul Palace for now. Walking across the courtyard, Xian observed Jianzi leading the younger Xian family members in their cultivation. Many had already reached the foundation establishment stage. He stepped forward, produced a few spiritual treasures and said, "Well, done on your progress. These pills are your rewards." The descendants received the pills with joy. "Thank you, great ancestor." Xian smiled warmly. He looked over their spirit roots, pleased. These children were the future strength of the Xian family. Just then Shay approached. "Father," he said, respectfully clasping his hands, "I have something to report." Shay had now reached the 4th stage of qi refining. Xian handed him a cup of tea. "No need to rush. Drink some hot tea first." Shay nodded, drank quickly, then continued. 5 days ago, the Dark Soul Palace began attacking. Over a dozen major and minor righteous sects in the Ming Kingdom have already been wiped out. The remaining righteous sects have united to stand against them. Xian looked down at his tea. The Dark Soul Palace again. Last time they targeted Licking and tried to kill Xiao. Now another wave of destruction against the righteous sects. These demonic cults never know when to stop. He frowned and instructed, "Shay, make sure the inner disciples don't get involved in any of this. They are not to leave Xian territory under any circumstances. The safety of our descendants and the Xian clan must come first." "Yes, father. I will inform them immediately." Shay bowed and left. Watching his son's back as he departed, Xian's expression turned grim. After hearing Shay's report, he couldn't help but worry about Huo. He feared that Huo might encounter Dark Soul Palace cultivators while traveling. He quickly raised his hand to consult the system. "Grandson, Xiao has successfully broken through to Golden Core Stage 4. Xiaochen read the latest system notification and gave a satisfied nod. "Not bad at all. Reaching Golden Core Stage 4 in just 5 years. That kind of speed was rare. The stronger Hua became, the safer she would be outside." The system screen continued listing her profile. Name, Xiao Hua race, human techniques, flying dragon sword technique, sword control, peerless pill refinement, soul-destroying sword, Asura, dragon sword cultivation, Golden Core Stage 4 spirit root quality, grade. 5 special identity, Master of the Qingqing Tower, destiny, Flame Emperor's fate. Xiao Chen smiled proudly. It was because of the Flame Emperor's fate that Hua had made such rapid progress. Her spirit root had also upgraded to grade 5, and she'd even mastered a new technique. Another system alert caught his attention. He opened it and read, "Your A. Granddaughter Xiao Hua has killed 10 cultivators from the Dark Soul Palace. She successfully set a trap and eliminated Elder Shang Ming. Surrounded by members of the Dark Soul Palace, she managed to kill 2 elders and escape unharmed." Xiaochen raised an eyebrow in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. "Outstanding! Even the elders of the Dark Soul Palace couldn't stop her. She truly carries the blood of the Xiao family." His gaze shifted to the grandchildren training nearby. Huo's progress has far surpassed my expectations, he muttered. A sword becomes sharp only after endless tempering. Plum blossoms bloom their brightest after the coldest winters. Hardship brings growth. Several months later, Xiao Chen sat meditating on a large stone when another system alert appeared. Detected. One of your grandchildren is an omnipotent reincarnation. Reward issued, Enlightenment Tea Tree. He stared at the message in awe. A future descendant is an omnipotent reincarnation. He inspected the tree in his hands. It shimmered with spiritual essence. The system noted that it absorbed the energy of heavenly and earthly spirit roots, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. Its effects included calming the soul and boosting one's enlightenment over time. He smiled warmly. Just the name alone suggested it was on par with the ancient Jinang trees. The potential of this grandchild intrigued him even more. He scanned the system details. Name, Xiaomai race, human spirit root quality, grade 6 cultivation, nascent soul. Integration period special identity, omnipotent reincarnation. Xiaochen's eyes widened. Integration period? That's above nascent soul stage. Concerned, he asked the system, if Xiaomai regains memories from a previous life, will it threaten the Xiao family? The system responded, Dear host, all thoughts, emotions, and loyalties of Xiaomai are deeply tied to the Xiao family. Xiaochen exhaled in relief. That's all I needed to hear. Activating his divine sense, he summoned Chi-Chi. The loyal disciple appeared promptly, bowing. Disciple greets master. What can I help you with? Xiaochen handed him the tea tree. This is the Enlightenment Tea Tree, planted in the courtyard. In the future, everyone can cultivate beneath it. Chi-Chi nodded. I'll do it right. Away. Then vanished with the tree. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's front courtyard, Xiao Ye was organizing family affairs when his father's voice reached him through divine sense. The Xiao family's descendants are bright and promising. They must be nurtured well. Bring them to the back mountain. Ling Zhenzi will oversee their cultivation. Respectfully, Xiao Ye acknowledged the message. Back at his meditation spot, Xiao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then sent another divine sense message to Ling Zhenzi. You must pay close attention to training, Xiao Mai. Ling Zhenzi responded, with hands clasped. Yes, master. Another 5 years passed. Now, deep in cultivation, Xiao Chen sat motionless in the courtyard, his aura calm and vast. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around him stirred violently, surging into his body. It gathered so densely that he began to levitate slightly. Looking at his hand, he murmured, After 5 years, I've advanced 3 stages. Now at Yuan Ying. Stage 9. Faster than I anticipated, but acceptable. Under the Enlightenment tea tree nearby, his descendants sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Behind them, in the inner courtyard, the ancient Jinang tree stood tall, now bearing fruit, shaped like tiny children. Xiao Chen stepped into the outer courtyard. The moment the descendants noticed him, they stood and bowed. Greetings, ancestor. Holding a jade bottle, Xiao Chen smiled. Very good. You've all worked hard. These pills are your reward. He handed the bottle over. These are gifts from the system, and their quality is excellent. For someone like me, at the Yuan Ying stage, they no longer have much effect. But for you, they'll be valuable. The grandchildren received the pills with bright eyes and shouted together, Thank you, ancestor. Just then, Xiao Li ran over hurriedly. Father, urgent news! Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. What's got you so worked up? Xi hesitated, looking flustered. The Dark Soul Palace. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoan had already teleported them both. Everything around Xi went dark for a moment, and the next thing he knew, he was sitting in his father's study. Xiaoan sat calmly nearby and motioned for him to continue. Speak. What's the situation? Xi clasped his hands in front of him respectfully. Father, the Dark Soul Palace has become terrifyingly powerful. Not even the combined might of all the righteous sects can rival them anymore. Xiaowan, who had been holding a teacup, gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing. Xiai continued. Over half of the Ming kingdom has already fallen into their control. They rule with cruelty and violence. Dead bodies line the streets. It's like hell on earth out there. Worst of all, their wave of destruction is heading toward our Qingyun mountain. He stood up, pacing anxiously. Thankfully, a new force, called the Celestial Star Tower, has emerged, opposing the Dark Soul Palace. Their resistance has at least slowed the enemy's advance. Xiaowan held his teacup in thought, worry flickering in his eyes. If Qingyun Mountain is next, we must prepare to relocate. I understand the old saying, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. The enemy's forces are overwhelming, and we still don't know how strong their leader is. For all the righteous sects to have failed, it's troubling. He turned to Xiai. Do we have any estimate of the Dark Soul Palace leader's cultivation? Xiai responded cautiously. It's not confirmed, but the rumors say he's at the Yuanying stage. Xiaowan frowned. So, Yuanying stage? That's manageable. At least we know the limit of their strength. Very well, I understand the situation now. You're dismissed. Report to me immediately if you encounter any members of the Dark Soul Palace. Yes, father, Xiai said, bowing before leaving the room. Watching his son go, Xiaowan thought to himself, isn't the master of the Celestial Star Tower actually Huo? He summoned the system interface and quickly checked Huo's status. Name: Xiao race. Human cultivation technique: Divine Flying Dragon. 9 sword skills. Sword technique: world class. Pill refining. 1 sword soul destruction magical treasure. Azure Dragon sword cultivation level. Golden core stage 7 spiritual root quality. 5th grade identity. Master of the Celestial Star Tower special. Destiny Flame Emperor's destiny. Xiaowan smiled faintly. Huo has already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. That puts me at ease. His eyes shifted to the system notifications. Your descendant Xia Huo has killed the 4th elder of the Dark Soul Palace, Li Fang. Your descendant Xiao has killed the 6th elder, Kugo. Your descendant Xia Huo has eliminated 36 Dark Soul Palace disciples. Reading the updates, Xiaowan nodded with deep satisfaction. Over the past few years, Huo's battles with the Dark Soul Palace have often made me fear for his safety. He's always one step away from disaster. But these hard-fought victories are worth more than any easy cultivation. They've forged him into steel. This is how a man of the Xia family should grow. He looked down at his own hands. But my cultivation has stagnated at the Yuanying stage. That's not enough anymore. It's time I make my own breakthrough to the Hen stage. With that, Xiaowan made his way to his secluded cultivation cave and called out, Lindsay. Yes, master? Lindsay replied immediately. I'm about to begin a secluded breakthrough to the Hen stage. Unless the Dark Soul Palace directly attacks Qingyun Mountain, do not disturb me. He took his place at the center of the array and began his cultivation, focusing on the Hongmang purple essence scripture. A violet light surrounded him, flowing into his body as spiritual energy surged inward. Eyes closed, he drew in deep breaths. Gathering energy into a pale golden aura that swirled around him, he raised his hand and condensed the energy into a powerful sphere. Time passed quickly. Over a year went by. Then one day, dark clouds began to gather above Qingyun Mountain. Behind the peak, thunderclouds rolled in. Lindsay noticed and smiled. Brightly, Master is finally going to break through. He rushed to the disciples in cultivation. Activate the teleportation array. Move everyone at least 100 miles away. We can't risk anyone being hurt by the lightning. In the sky above, Xiaowan floated among the gathering storm clouds. Rain poured down as he looked up calmly. So this is the Hen lightning tribulation. A massive bolt of lightning shot toward him. Xiaowan didn't flinch. With a serious expression, he formed a giant hand of spiritual energy and met the strike head-on. Far off in the distance, his disciples and descendants watched the sky nervously. Lindsay murmured in awe, "Master is truly fearless, standing tall, before the power of a tribulation without even blinking." As the lightning cleared, Xuan looked to the sky once more. "That bolt didn't harm me in the slightest. I won't avoid the rest of this tribulation." He stretched out his arms wide. "From now on, I'll face the lightning directly. Let it temper my flesh and forge me stronger." Then, with a satisfied smile, he welcomed the next strike, his body ready for the storm. Far in the distance, Xia Sha and the others kept their eyes fixed on the lightning striking Xiaoan. He stood tall and unmoved, arms outstretched as if embracing the storm. A serene calm painted his face, strangely at odds with the chaos surrounding him. From above, he cast his gaze downward across the vast expanse of his territory. Lifting a hand, he channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the heavens. "Let's examine the scope of my divine sense," he thought. At the Yuanying stage, one's divine sense could sweep across all of Qingyun Mountain. Now, with the power of the Hen stage, his perception extended more than 10,000 miles, clear, sharp, all-encompassing. The air around him responded to his will. Wind and rain answered his silent commands, the very elements bending to his presence. Xiaoan glanced at the system panel. So this is Hen stage. With mastery over Yuanying, he could now manipulate ambient spiritual energy, summon weather, and tap into the elemental forces of nature. Those who stepped into this stage could wield 1/3 of the Earth's spiritual power. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "This is incredible. I can feel it. True mastery." Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations. Host on advancing to Hen stage. Reward unlocked. Supreme one-finger divine skill." Startled by the system's sudden announcement, Xiaoan blinked. A new ability? He made a mental note to examine it in detail later. In a flash, he vanished from the mountaintop and reappeared within his secluded cultivation chamber deep in the back mountain. He sat cross-legged, back upright, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Supreme one finger," he murmured, reaching out to touch the projection. The image shimmered oddly, but its description was clear. This divine skill channels the forces of heaven and earth into a single strike. When used, both the body and soul of the target may be destroyed, regardless of distance. Furthermore, it can track and connect with the user's bloodline across space. Xiaoan's eyes widened, and he chuckled. So powerful. It can even locate descendants and function remotely. That means my descendants can also harness Hen stage techniques. Amazing. Meanwhile, back in the back mountain, 100 miles away, Lingyi called out to the others. "The clouds are clearing. Let's head back to the mountain." Back in his quiet chamber, Xiaoan opened his personal system interface. It displayed his status. System: Family Prosperity. Panel host: Xiaoan age: 135 lifespan: 5,000 years. Cultivation stage: Hen stage. Level: 1 descendants. 278 cultivation method. Hongmang purple cheese. Scripture combat. Techniques: 1st grade, sunset sword technique. 3rd grade, superior, sword come. 3rd grade superior, supreme one. Finger magical treasures. 3rd grade superior, Chanun, bell 5th grade. Superior, Qingyu sword 4th grade. Superior, cloud chasing shoes 5th grade. Superior, Xuanlong armor spirit root, chaos, ancestor. Elixirs, 99, stored special abilities. Conceal personal information, create heaven and earth, domain Xiaoan's expression. Lit up as he absorbed the data. A lifespan of 5,000 years. Hen stage really changes everything. I feel completely at ease now. He stood and turned toward the back of the cave. Time to resume closed-door cultivation. I need to solidify this realm. 3. Months passed, Deep in the same cave, Xiaoan sat silently, his brow slightly furrowed, a rare trace of worry in his features. With a long sigh, he cast his divine sense across Qingyun Mountain. The images flowed into his mind, descendants training diligently, mothers holding newborns gifted with spirit roots. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Excellent. More spirit root-bearing descendants have come into the world. But suddenly, his smile faded, his brow knit tightly. Something strange had caught his attention. In Xia City, something was amiss. Dark energy stirred the atmosphere as unfamiliar figures emerged, each cloaked in a sinister, demonic aura. Sensing the disturbance, Xiaoan's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately accessed their details through his spiritual interface. The first intruder was identified. Name, Liui race, Demon Clan cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 6 talent grade, 2nd tier spirit root affiliation, disciple of the Dark Soul Palace. Next came another with a sly, conniving face, MMO, also of demon lineage, Demon Clan cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 4 talent grade, 1st tier spirit route affiliation, Dark Soul Palace. And then a third, his skin deathly pale, his presence cold. Name, Shui race, Demon Clan. Cultivation level, Foundation establishment, Stage 7 talent. Grade, 2nd tier spirit root affiliation, Dark Soul Palace. In total, over 20 disciples from the Dark Soul Palace had infiltrated. Xiaoan clenched his jaw, rage boiling in his veins. The Dark Soul Palace again, he growled. The moment his fury flared, a murderous aura exploded from him, shaking the entire back mountain. Far in the cultivation grounds, Lindsay trembled. Master's anger is terrifying. We could feel the killing intent from here, he said anxiously to the others, his voice barely steady. Now that Master has reached the hen stage, even a breath from him could shatter bones. Meanwhile, deep within a cave on the Xiao family's back mountain, Xiao Chen's eyes burned with fury. To think the Dark Soul Palace dares target our family, he muttered. The thought alone fueled a storm within him. His killing intent surged uncontrollably. With a swift gesture, he summoned vast spiritual power. Using the formidable divine sense of someone at the hen stage, he pinpointed every Dark Soul Palace disciple hiding in their city. In a blink, the demonic invaders stood before him, unwillingly dragged into his presence by sheer force. Xiaochen raised his hand. An enormous spiritual hand formed in the air, descending with terrifying pressure. "You wretches," he said coldly. "You dare defile our city." The spectral hand slammed down, flesh was torn apart, blood dyed the earth crimson. "Die," Xiaochen spat with deadly calm. Over 20 of the intruders were annihilated, their bodies reduced to mist, their souls obliterated without mercy. Yet his divine sense kept scanning. He searched every corner of their territory, ensuring not a single Dark Soul Palace member remained. Once he was certain, he extended his awareness again, this time to summon his eldest son, Shay. Shay arrived quickly, bowing in respect. "Father, you summoned me?" Xiaowen's gaze was like a blade. "Disciples of the Dark Soul Palace managed to enter our city." Shay's expression twisted in shock. "What?" "I had been focused on ensuring no one left without authorization. I failed to consider those entering." His fists clenched. "Damn them. I'll rally our people. We'll sweep them out ourselves." But Xiaoan closed his eyes and raised his hand gently. "No need," he said with icy finality. "They're already dead." Shiai was stunned when he heard the news. Turning to his father, he said, "I've long known that you've broken through to the hen stage. Your cultivation and strength far surpass that of the Dark Soul Palace Master. With you as our pillar, the Xia family is truly blessed. Our foundation is now as solid as bronze." Even if the palace master of the Dark Soul Palace came here himself, you could cut him down with a single stroke of your sword. Xiaowen cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone calm but stern. The guiding principle of our family has always been humility, not arrogance. You must learn to temper your emotions. Starting now, increase vigilance over who enters the city. Our core members must heighten their security measures as well. Xia Li respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "I understand, Father." Xiaowen gave one final reminder, his voice edged with concern. "Make sure this is all done discreetly." Xi nodded deeply. "I accept your orders. I request permission to take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he vanished from the room. Back behind the mountain, in the cultivation chamber, Xiaowen resumed his meditation. "I must return to cultivation. If anything urgent arises, come directly to me. From now on, I will scan the entire Qing Mountain region with my divine sense every 3 months. Report to me here at the back mountain once a month." "Yes, Father," Xi responded solemnly. Time passed swiftly, and a year went by. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xiaowen sat cross-legged, deep in concentration. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "System alert. Your descendant Xia Hu is being hunted by the Dark Soul Palace Master. Choice event triggered. Please make your selection." Xiaowen's eyes narrowed as he reviewed the options. Choice 1. The Dark Soul Palace has committed countless atrocities across Ming country. You choose to strike down the Palace Master in the name of justice. Reward: 4th rank high-grade magical treasure, demon-slaying blade. Choice 2. Despite the Dark Soul Palace's many crimes, you fear retaliation could endanger your family. You choose to do nothing. Reward: 3rd rank high-grade magical treasure. Xiaowen scowled. The old demon again. Just last year his disciples infiltrated our city. He's already crossed the line. And now Hu is being hunted down by that madman. He slowly raised his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. A perfect opportunity to test the heaven-piercing strike. Without hesitation, he chose the first option. System alert. Congratulations. Host has received a 4th rank high-grade magical treasure, demon-slaying blade. Far away in the capital of Ming country, a golden dragon-shaped spiritual force clashed in mid-air against a dark purple energy. The sky trembled as the two energies collided, shaking the heavens. The golden energy, fierce and radiant, belonged to Xia Hu. Injured and bloodied, Xia Hu fell from the sky. "Master, is there any way to remove this pursuit talisman?" he asked, his voice strained, teeth clenched against the pain. He recalled the rise of his celestial star tower, once the pinnacle of righteous sects in all of Ming country. He had planned to rally them all for a decisive strike against the Dark Soul Palace. But just as he was preparing to infiltrate their headquarters, an ominous force locked onto him, a terrifying divine presence. In that dreadful moment inside the palace, a sinister voice echoed. "Xia Hu, heaven has a door, yet you do not enter. Hell has no door, yet you insist on forcing your way in." A chilling wave of murderous intent surged through the air. Divine sense from the old demon palace master. His voice echoed in Xiao's mind like a curse. "I've placed a pursuit talisman on you. Even if you sprout wings, you won't escape me." Xiao's expression tightened as the ominous words struck him. This is bad, really bad. Without hesitation, he leapt into the sky, riding his sword's flight path to flee the looming threat. But from the ground below, tendrils of dark violet spiritual energy twisted upward, clawing at him with relentless force. They closed in, forcing him to weave through the air in a panic. "I've been keeping a safe distance so far," Xiao thought. "But this old demon's mastery over long-range techniques is monstrous. He's forcing me into a corner, again." Then, As if summoned by fate, the ring on Xiao's hand glowed faintly, and a calm voice sounded from within. Disciple, the pursuit talisman isn't permanent. It should dissipate in about an hour. Gritting his teeth, Xiao pressed forward, pushing his limits. All right, he told himself. Just survive. I just need to last an hour. No mistakes, no slips. The one chasing me is no ordinary foe. He's the Palace Master of the Dark Soul Palace. A single moment of carelessness, and I'll be dragged straight to the underworld. Behind him, that swirling purple energy grew heavier. It wasn't just spiritual pressure. It was a voice, calling his name, haunting and cold. Wang Qi, Xiao guessed, his mind flashing to the ruthless elder of the Dark Soul Palace. From the mist of purple energy, a figure in a crimson mask emerged. His voice cut through the air with icy malice. I once sent several of my disciples to Xiao City. They vanished without a trace. That alone proves someone powerful is hiding there. He stepped closer, spiritual power roiling around him like a storm. I've been watching, waiting for the right time. Today I'll seize you and settle every grudge, new and old. If there's one regret, it's that I won't get to feast on your flesh and drink your blood myself. With a feral scream, the red-masked figure lunged toward Xiao. Far away, within a dark and ornate hall, the Palace Master of the Dark Soul Palace gazed into a crystal ball. He watched the chase unfold, calm and calculating. Wang Qi has made his move, he muttered. Then there's no need for me to act, yet. The life-tracking talisman I placed on Xiao has already locked onto him. He won't escape. A mere golden core cultivator making me fail twice? That would be disgraceful. For someone at the Yuanying level. In the skies, Xiao realized, with sudden clarity, the old demon had pulled back. But Wang Qi remained, pursuing him relentlessly. Xiao! Wang Qi's voice howled behind him. Once I catch you, I'll rip your tendons out, crush your bones, and burn your soul in spirit fire until you're dust. Behind that terrifying mask, his eyes gleamed with twisted pleasure. Your flesh will be refined into a corpse puppet, my loyal hound for eternity. Xiao, already drained from the earlier pursuit, felt his strength falter. His spirit dimmed. Wang Qi's presence grew stronger, his voice louder. You can't fight us. The Dark Soul Palace is beyond you. Right now, over 100 of our disciples are hidden within the Xiao family. With a single command from me, Xiao City will become a tomb. Hearing that, Xiao's heart sank. A trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Xiao abruptly stopped in his tracks. He spun around, eyes blazing. What did you just say? He growled, his voice sharp with fury. You dare bring your filthy hands to Xia City, even if it means destroying my golden core. I'll erase this threat from existence. Without hesitation, Xiao unsheathed his sword and launched himself at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, unfazed, gave a cold order to his men. Everyone, move in, capture Xiao alive, and I'll reward you handsomely. Behind his mask, Wang Yi's thoughts churned. Truthfully, I'm afraid he'll really destroy his core. If that happens, his body will be ruined, unusable for puppet refinement, a total waste. That's why he insisted on capturing Xiao alive. Besides, he had backup. The Palace Master is just behind me. At the Yuanying stage, he could crush a mere golden core cultivator like Xiao with ease. Rage surged through Xiao as he learned that the Dark Soul Palace had already made a move on his home city. Without hesitation, he began slaughtering Wang Yi's men. He cut down foe after foe, but the numbers were overwhelming. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming, and soon he was encircled. Raising his sword high, Xiao roared, "Old thief, hand over your dog life!" A fierce spiritual energy burst from his body as his expression turned cold and resolute. Concentrating his spiritual force, Xiao summoned a blue dragon that coiled around his sword before he slashed toward the oncoming horde. Wang Yi smirked, gripping his own blade. Perfect timing, he sneered. He responded with his own spiritual force, a grotesquely shaped purple dragon forming from his aura. The two dragons collided mid-air in a violent clash, tearing into one another. The energy surged through the field, sending shockwaves in every direction. As the dust settled, both sides were forced into close combat. Though Xiao's talent was undeniable, he was no match for the overwhelming force. He was thrown back, coughing up blood from the impact. Not bad, Wang Yi thought, wiping sweat from his brow. I had to sacrifice a mid-grade defensive treasure, a third-grade one no less, to stay on my feet. Didn't expect this much power from him, despite not being visibly injured. Wang Yi could feel the weight of the battle. We're both golden core cultivators, but the difference between us feels like the distance between heaven and earth, he mused, glancing at Xiao as the latter struggled to take medicinal pills. Then, without a word, Wang Yi turned and bolted at top speed. Even with the protection of that old demon, he thought. I'm not risking my life by staying. I won't become just another name cut down by Xiao's blade. Spotting the retreat, Xiao's fury reignited. He grabbed his sword and gave chase. "Coward, you're not escaping me!" Wang Yi shouted to his men. "Block him, quickly!" His subordinates moved to intercept Xiao, buying their master precious time. From a distance, the Dark Soul Palace Master watched with disgust. "Useless trash," he muttered. "Looks like I'll have to get involved myself." With a flick of his clawed hand, he summoned his spiritual energy and directed it toward Xiao's location. The air shifted violently as he activated a teleportation technique. Meanwhile, Xiao continued to fight off the remaining enemies when suddenly, a chilling spiritual pressure descended from above. The battlefield froze. Both sides instinctively looked to the sky. From a swirling red mist stepped the Dark Soul Palace Master. He hovered above the ground, sword in hand, his aura thick with murderous intent. Just a trace of his energy was enough to create an oppressive force that pressed down on everyone present. Raising his sword, he directed a torrent of pressure toward Xiao, attempting to pin him in place. At that moment, Xiao was still fending off the palace's loyal subordinates. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to stay standing, beads of sweat trailing down his brow. The crushing force of the Nent Soul realm bore down on him. One of the attackers jeered. "Ha! With the palace master involved, Xiao's nothing more than a fish waiting to be gutted!" A wave of nausea hit Xiaohu. The sensation was like drowning in a sea of blood. The landscape around him littered with corpses piled high like mountains. The pressure grew unbearable. His breathing grew ragged. This is the strength of the Nent Soul realm, he thought grimly. If I survive this, it'll be by the slimmest margin. The overwhelming force knocked the palace subordinates flat to the ground, but Xiaohu, though pushed to his limit, merely dropped to his knees. He stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself, surrounded by the slain bodies of his enemies. Blood pooled at his feet. With a weak, bitter smile, he murmured, "Master, it seems the only way I can repay your kindness is in the next life. To restore your body and breathe life back into the celestial star tower." His voice trembled with sorrow as he slid a ring from his finger, the weight of his impending death settling over him like a shroud. Tears welled in his eyes. "Forgive me, Master. I may not be able to keep my promise." In the shadow of the enemy's might, Hu's carefully laid plans crumbled. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the remnant soul of his master manifested before him. A soft glow surrounded the spectral figure. "My disciple," the soul spoke gently. "All that I have learned, I have already passed on to you." The spirit gave a faint, wistful smile. "So today, let me settle this grudge, once and for all." He gazed down at Xiao without emotion, calm and resolute. "Atidark." Soul Palace Master's eyes narrowed in surprise. The medicine spirit master. An old demon stepped forward, eyes gleaming with malevolence. So a piece of your soul escaped that day. No matter. Today, I'll send both master and disciple to the afterlife. You can walk that path together." His expression twisted into one of wicked satisfaction. That explains it, he thought. That's how Xiao became so well versed in the secrets of the Dark Soul Palace. The remnant soul of the medicine spirit master hovered in the air, his form flickering with faint light. He looked toward the enemy and declared, "Old demon, today I am willing to give up what remains of my soul. If it means saving my disciples' life." His voice trembled with restrained fury. "Otherwise, even if it means our destruction, we will drag you into seclusion for 100 years. Xiaohuo clutched his chest, breathing heavily. "Master," he said, concern in his eyes. He turned to speak but stopped himself, seeing the determined expression on his teacher's face. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report to the Dark Soul Palace Master. "We cannot, must not, let the tiger return to the forest. They remain the greatest threat to our palace." The palace master's expression darkened. With a flick of his brow, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, causing it to blaze like fire. He sneered, "Medicine spirit. You got lucky last time. But now, even if you had wings, you wouldn't escape." With that, he launched his attack. The oppressive force of a soul at the Nent realm descended like a storm. Xiaohuo braced himself, trying to block the incoming strike, but the sheer power overwhelmed him. Blood spurted from his mouth, painting the ground red. His master turned sharply, concern etched in his face. "Disciple, I will use what remains of my soul to protect you. Run." But Xia fell to one knee, still resisting. "Master, I won't run. If we die today, we die together." Without hesitation, he summoned a surge of golden spiritual energy, which shimmered in his palm like a miniature sun. The Dark Soul Palace Master narrowed his eyes. "You still want to resist? Then I'll grant your wish." He hurled another attack at them. Xia stood firm behind his master. As the energy beam surged toward them, he planted his sword deep into the earth. A spiritual domain erupted around him, light bursting from the ground and splitting the very soil beneath their feet. His eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve. He pointed his sword toward the sky and roared, "Then let this be our final stand, soul-destroying sword." The energy beam he unleashed clashed violently with the enemy's spiritual force. The Palace Master's attack was driven back, and even he let out a shocked gasp. A massive column of light exploded upward. As it struck, the swirling mists surrounding them began to thin. Xia staggered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His master rushed to his side, catching him just before he collapsed. "Disciple!" he cried. Xia had fallen face first into the ground. The master lifted him into his arms, grief clouding his eyes. "Foolish boy," he whispered, forcing back tears. "If only your ancestor Huo could see you now. If only I could tell you what I've endured all these years." The Dark Soul Palace Master observed from a distance, sneering. A brat is still just a brat. Lying weakly in his master's arms, Xia murmured, "Master, ancestor, I'm so tired." "Disciple, no, you must not sleep." The master cried, panic rising. But Xia's eyes had already closed, peaceful and still. A long sigh escaped the master's lips. He gently stroked his disciple's head. "It's all right now. Your master will go with you." He raised his hands, and a brilliant orb of spiritual light formed between his palms. With a final shout, he roared, "Golden Core! Self-destruct!" The skies cracked open with thunder. The winds howled and the palace trembled violently. The Dark Soul Palace Master stood frozen in the heart of a dark vortex. "Who dares to intrude here?" he bellowed. Even the master was taken aback by what unfolded next. Xia's eyes slowly fluttered open. Above them, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. As it appeared, Every subordinate of the Dark Soul Palace immediately vomited blood, their bodies racked by invisible force. The master and disciple stared in shock. Even the Dark Soul Palace master couldn't avoid the blast. He too coughed up blood, his face twisted in horror and disbelief. Staring at the hand descending from the sky, crackling with lightning, Xiaowen cried out, "Venerable One, I bear no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me?" But deep inside, he knew. This pressure, it's beyond anything a soul-nurturing cultivator can endure. Whoever this was, their strength had to be at least on the level of deity transformation. No ordinary opponent. This was a being of unfathomable power. In another space, Xiaowen stood alone in a quiet chamber. His hand, stretched through the void, pointed unwaveringly toward the group from the Dark Soul Palace. His voice echoed with authority. Dark Soul Palace has committed countless atrocities, leaving misery in their wake. Eliminating you is an act of justice. Xiaohu clutched his chest as the voice resonated within him. There was something hauntingly familiar about it. Despite the disguised tone, it stirred memories of someone close, someone he had once known. It reminded him of the ancestor's voice. The Dark Soul Palace master, trembling, dropped to his knees. "Venerable One, such cruelty is beneath your stature. Spare my life, and I shall surrender the Dark Soul Palace to you. I will serve under your banner, conquering lands in your name." Xiaowen's expression remained unreadable. Still pointing, he responded coldly, "Do you think such a bargain would tempt me? Die." Though Xiaowen's hand appeared modest from his location, once it reached the Dark Soul Palace, it expanded enormously. The force of it pinned the palace master to the earth. A flash of violet energy burst from that spot, an attempt at escape. It was the nascent soul of the old evil cultivator, fleeing his body at the last second in hopes of survival. Xiaowen sneered, "Coward, abandoning your flesh to cling to a sliver of life. You underestimate who you're facing." Still clutching the beam of divine light in his palm, he directed a final strike at the escaping soul. "Huo!" he called. Huo rushed in instantly, sword drawn. The blade pierced through the old cultivator's soul before it could react. The blow was precise, devastating. The old villain gasped in disbelief. "You can't kill me!" he shrieked. "If I die, no one will be left to deliver the tributes. The Ming Kingdom will fall. It'll be obliterated." That caught Xiaowen's attention. "Tributes," he wondered. "What tributes?" His voice was sharp. "Explain yourself!" The old cultivator's face twisted with fear and defeat. "There are over 100 nations on this continent besides Ming. They're all farms. When the time comes, collectors will come for their due. If I die, they'll know something is wrong. This is the final secret I carry." Standing behind him, Xiao felt a chill run through him. His master's gaze bore into the old cultivator. Xiaowen's heart stirred uneasily. "What do you mean?" "Farms," Xiaowen demanded. "And what exactly are these tributes?" The dying man's voice trembled. "Those born with rare spiritual roots, high-potential cultivators. They're not nurtured, they're harvested. From the very beginning, my Dark Soul Palace has ferried them in secret, in return for power and protection. If I perish, those forces will come to Ming themselves." He paused, coughing violently, blood flecking his lips. "When they arrive, they'll turn the land into a slaughterhouse. Death everywhere. Corpses like ants. Do you dare bear that burden? Tributes." Xiaowen thought, all those gifted souls. Could this explain the growing concentration of talent in the Ming Kingdom recently? Suddenly, a glowing interface appeared before him. System notification, unexpected event detected. Initiating choice. Please select choice 1. Accept the old cultivator's offer. Turn him into a puppet and seize control of the Dark Soul Palace. To dig deeper into the mystery. Reward. a top grade, level 3 magical treasure. Choice 2. Rejection. She chose to reject the proposal of the sinister old cultivator. It was a dangerous choice, but one that came with its own reward, a top grade level 2 magical treasure. Congratulations, the message rang in his mind. You've obtained the map of the nation's landscape. But treasures aside, Shah's resolve hardened. The old evil cultivator must die. There was no room for doubt. Sparing his life might only invite greater disaster. If the old man reached out to the tribute collectors, it would place Shah in even graver peril. Even if the Ming kingdom had already been marked, sparing or killing the old cultivator would change little. Danger would come either way. Shah crossed his legs, eyes closed in solemn thought. If destruction is inevitable, then let me face it without fear, he whispered. Let the people of the Ming kingdom rise together in resistance. Upon hearing this, the old cultivator fell into despair. In a flash, Shao leapt toward the old man. Moments ago, he'd still hesitated. Now there was no doubt. He would end him without mercy. Standing behind the fallen cultivator, Sha Wu bowed, deeply. Venerable one, thank you for your guidance. I don't yet know how to repay such a debt. Watching him, Xian An, Sha Wu's uncle, nodded approvingly. Then become stronger, he said. If you are truly one of the tributes, you'll need the strength to protect yourself and others. Sha Wu turned to his master. Master, was what the old cultivator said true? His master's expression grew serious. Yes, I had hoped to tell you only once you were strong enough. But now that the truth is out, you must work even harder. Sha Wu's voice was steady. Who are these tribute collectors really? They are powerful beings, godlike, his master replied. Even I have never encountered them directly. The old cultivator had hoped to use them to bring you harm. Then, that venerable one who helped us just now, will he assist us again? His master looked him in the eyes. Do not rely on others. No one can protect you better than yourself. Only by growing stronger can you shield what you care about. Sha Wu clenched his fists. Then I will. I must grow even stronger. His thoughts turned to his ancestors, to his father, to his brothers, his clan, his loved ones. They were the reason he must fight, the reason he could not fall. Right, he said. And I must also write to inform the grandmothers. They need to be warned. At that moment, Xiaoan stood on a high cliff, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. The lands beyond the Ming kingdom were terrifying indeed. I once sealed my identity and eliminated that old evil cultivator to avoid exposure. Now it seems my descendants are about to be dragged into this mess, one by one. He paused, eyes narrowing with thought. Should I help them rise to strength, or let them live hidden, as I did? His answer came quickly. I became strong through cultivation. How can I let them be taken? The Xia family was never meant to cower. We rise, we fight. He raised his hand and summoned Uncle Fu. Announce this to the clan, Xiaoan ordered. Any daughter-in-law of the Xia family who bears a son shall receive a top-grade elixir. If the child is born with spiritual roots, gift them a high-level cultivation manual. All men and youths must begin nightly cultivation. Those who slack off will face punishment according to family law. Uncle Fu bowed. This servant will deliver the message. But in his heart, he couldn't help wondering, what's really going on? That night, joy spread through the Xia family like wildfire. Hope bloomed, loud and bright. Far away, 100 miles from Xia Pass, travelers were speechless. Something tremendous had occurred. At dawn, a young disciple stepped outside, yawning. He glanced toward the mountain behind the compound and froze. His jaw dropped. The mountain, he stammered. It's been split in two. Again. A year had passed. Xiaochen sat quietly in the courtyard, surrounded by the calm rustle of leaves. He exhaled slowly, his breath steady. eyes gently opening. Wasin stage 2, he muttered to himself. Took a whole year, still not fast. Enough. Despite the breakthrough, he wasn't satisfied. For a cultivator, this pace was sluggish, at least by his own standards. He needed the Xiao clan to grow stronger, faster, more concubines, more children, more heirs. As he meditated, beneath the falling petals, his thoughts drifted to the future. I truly hope my young descendants mature quickly. There's much work ahead. To an outsider, such musings from a man who looked no older than middle age might have seemed absurd. But those versed in cultivation knew better. In the Han realm, advancing just a single level could take 15 years, sometimes longer. Xiao Chen had broken through in just one, a feat so rare it bordered on the miraculous. A faint smile played at his lips as he called forth the system interface. Let's see how Xiai is progressing. The glowing panel appeared before him. Name: Xiai race, human talent, 6th grade spiritual path, proficient techniques, Dragon Yang sword. Scripture: Blood Flame Divine Sword, Swanang 1 Sword Scripture. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage. Ain't a special identity, reincarnated from a powerful being. Awakened trait, innate sword. Body: Xiao Chen's eyes twitched slightly in surprise. Foundation Establishment Stage 8 already? In just a single year. This rapid cultivation wasn't random, clearly. Echoes from Xiai's past life were beginning to awaken. The boy's affinity with the mountains and rivers painting was no coincidence either. With steady growth, he would undoubtedly become the future pillar of the Xiao clan. Watching Xiai's figure, Xiao Chen's heart swelled with a mix of pride and hope. He's our first descendant to go out for real-world training, he murmured. I wonder how Huo is doing. The system responded instantly, displaying Huo's current status. Name: Xiaohuo race, human techniques, flying dragon, 9 swords, sword terminology, peerless pill refinement, 1 sword soul destruction, thoughtless demon transformation, azure. Dragon mystic flame / cultivation, golden core stage 9. Identity: Sect master of Tianxing Temple, leader of the 36 sects of the Ming Kingdom. Special destiny: Flame Emperor's chosen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes with approval. Golden core stage 9. Impressive. And he's carved out serious influence in the Ming Kingdom, no less. Just then, Xiai stepped into the courtyard and gave a slight bow. Father, there's a guest waiting. Xiao Chen didn't even turn. A guest? You can't handle it yourself? Xiai hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's someone from the Ming Kingdom's royal family. That gave Xiao Chen pause. Royalty didn't pay casual visits. He stood slowly, his expression sharpening. A royal, you say? And what does this noble person want from the Xiao clan? Xiai cleared his throat. They've come to propose marriage. Xiao Chen arched a brow. Marriage? To whom? Has one of our girls been sneaking off with a prince? Xiai shook his head. It's Princess Weina. She's fallen for Huo and wishes to propose to him. At that moment, the system chimed in. New event detected. Xiao Huo's fated encounter. Choose an action. Option 1. Let things unfold naturally. Reward: superior grade magical treasure. 4th grade auspicious wood option. 2. Take the reins. Organize the wedding yourself. Reward: divine puppet with split body technique. Xiao Chen chuckled as he made his decision. Option 2. The system flashed again. Congratulations. Divine puppet with split body technique acquired. Still amused, Xiao Chen turned back to Xiai. Well, well. Looks like our Huo has caught the eye of royalty. Not bad. Not bad at all. Xiai smiled nervously. So, you approve? Xiao Chen raised his hand and nodded. The young men of our family are all busy increasing our numbers. Huo's off. Training, and this is a major event. It might be worth calling him back. Let's see where this leads. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, a young woman waited with graceful composure. Her beauty was subtle yet striking, an elegance that spoke of quiet strength. This was Princess Weiner, and her gaze was calm, unwavering. She had made her choice. And so the wheels of destiny began to turn once more. Xiao Chen and Xia Li finally arrived at the guest quarters. A young woman was already waiting there. As soon as she saw them, she stood and bowed with grace and respect. "Patriarch," she greeted warmly. Xiao Chen offered a smile, raising his hand to halt her formality. "There's no need for such ceremony, Princess Weiner. You're still part of the royal family, and you haven't married into the Xia clan yet. Titles and courtesies between us are unnecessary." Yet deep down, Xiao Chen was impressed. She carries herself with such humility, a rare quality in someone of royal blood. "I'm beginning to truly like this girl." Weiner's voice was filled with quiet determination as she stepped forward. "Patriarch, I speak from the heart. My affection for Xia Huo is true. If I cannot marry him, I will marry no one. In my heart, I've already become part of your family." Her words struck a chord in Xiao Chen. He chuckled softly, pleased. What an earnest child. She would be an excellent match for Xia Huo. A daughter-in-law any family would welcome. Meanwhile, Xia Huo stood before his assembled subordinates, a hardened edge in his expression. Ever since the fall of the old demon lord, he had taken it upon himself to deal with the lingering forces of the Dark Soul Palace. Uniting smaller sects and allies under his command, he had forged a powerful coalition. Within a year, he had risen to lead 36 sects, each one loyal and battle-hardened. Back in the guest hall, Princess Weiner continued her story, her chest puffed slightly with pride. "After the royal family suffered that disaster last month, I barely escaped the palace with my life. I was being hunted down, until Xia Huo appeared and saved me. Since then, my heart has been his. I've made my choice. If it's not him, it will be no one." Xiao Chen turned to Xia Li. "It seems the heavens themselves have woven this bond. This is no coincidence. Send word to Huo. Tell him to return immediately." Xia Li bowed. "Yes, Patriarch. I'll have the letter delivered without delay." Princess Weiner lit up with joy at the decision, but the moment was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor. A royal nanny, flanked by guards, rushed into the room. She dropped to one knee. "Princess, we've searched everywhere for you. If you don't come back, I will lose my head." Weiner looked at the woman calmly, then spoke with quiet resolve. "Return and tell the royal family. I will only marry Xia Huo. If they will not allow it, then you may bring back my corpse instead." There was a collective intake of breath from the room. The members of the Xia clan raised their eyebrows, intrigued by the drama unfolding before them. From his high seat, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be that the royal court disapproves of this match? The Xia family is not what it once was. Xia Huo's name is known across the land now. Why would the Ming Dynasty royal family object? Before he could voice these thoughts, Weiner took a sudden step forward and fell to her knees. "Patriarch," she said solemnly, "whether in life or in death, I belong to the Xia family. No force in this world can change my heart. I, Weiner, humbly ask permission to enter the ancestral hall and pay respects to the Xia ancestors as a daughter-in-law." Just as the atmosphere became reverent and still, a thunderous voice rang out behind them. "If you dare marry into the Xia family, I will burn the entire Xia clan to the ground." Gasps echoed through the hall. Weiner froze, her body stiffening as she turned in shock toward the source of the voice. Xiao Chen's expression hardened, his usually composed demeanor shifting into something far more intense. A family as powerful as the Xiao clan. Who would dare speak against us so brazenly, he thought. Rising to his feet, he shouted with thunderous authority. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak like that within the halls of the Xiao family? We are like the rising sun, brilliant, ever ascending. Our strength runs deeper than you can imagine, and we will not tolerate slander from anyone. The one who had just entered stepped into the light. It was none other than the princess's royal uncle. Princess Weina turned toward him, voice steady but full of resolve. "Uncle, I see you've come to retrieve me in person, but no matter what you say, I will not change my mind. In this life, if I cannot marry Xiao Huo, then I will not marry anyone." Her gaze sharpened as she continued. "Not long ago, when assassins infiltrated the palace, I fled for my life. I was cornered until Xiao Huo appeared and saved me. That moment, our meeting, it was fate, a bond destined by the heavens." Around them, members of the Xiao family narrowed their eyes, realizing the situation had become far more complicated. So these elaborately dressed intruders, they're part of the royal family, they thought. And that man at the front, he's no ordinary official. Indeed, the figure leading the group stood with a frigid, arrogant air. This was none other than Prince Gong, the emperor's younger brother. At his side, a bold official stepped forward and declared, "The Liang Kingdom has already sent its betrothal gifts. The marriage between Princess Weina and their royal envoy is a diplomatic promise. You cannot defy the will of the two kingdoms," a nearby attendant added with a hint of disdain. "Princess, it's time to stop resisting. Accept your fate and proceed with the arranged marriage." Princess Weina's face darkened. "Uncle," she said sharply, "do you think I don't know who orchestrated this? It was you who led the Liang envoy here. You who pushed my father into accepting this political union. You who conspired behind my back." She stood tall, her voice unwavering. "But my fate is mine to decide. Who I marry will not be dictated by politics or power." Xiao Chen listened carefully, his thoughts racing. "So, Prince Gong is the mastermind behind this farce. No matter. If fate has brought Weina and Huo together, then as the head of the Xiu clan, I must see it through." He stepped forward, locking eyes with Prince Gong. "There will be no political marriage, not today, not ever. Even if the whole world stands against this union, I will officiate their wedding myself. Tonight, they will pay their respects in our ancestral hall, and tomorrow, we celebrate their union." The princess nodded firmly. "Yes, let it be so." Prince Gong clenched his jaw, rage barely contained. "You fools don't understand the gravity of your defiance." He watched the two walk away, his voice low with menace. "The Xiao family dares defy imperial authority." Inside the ancestral hall, preparations were already underway. Incense burned as the family welcomed Princess Weina with full honors. Meanwhile, Xiaowen approached Prince Gong, expression cold. "Leave of your own accord, or shall we escort you out?" Prince Gong's fury erupted. "So arrogant! Have you forgotten who rules the Ming Kingdom?" "You're all courting death," Xiaowen fired back, calm and cutting. "And you seem to have forgotten who the true emperor is. The door is that way." One of Prince Gong's subordinates leaned in and whispered urgently, "Sir, Xiao Huo is no ordinary warrior. He single-handedly subdued 36 sects. He commands their loyalty and is deeply respected in the Dragon Kingdom. If conflict breaks out, we'll be overwhelmed." Grinding his teeth, Prince Gong gave one final glare before pointing a finger toward them. "Fine, but this isn't over. Just you wait." Later that night, in the shadows of Prince Gong's private study, the sound of a brush against parchment was interrupted by the presence of a cloaked figure. A voice, cold and sharp, echoed through the room. "Where is Princess Weina? Why hasn't she returned?" Prince Gong stood and bowed slightly. "She refuses to cooperate. The Xiao family has taken her under their protection. But rest assured, messenger, I'll deliver her to the Liang Kingdom. The crown prince will get what was promised. The cloaked man stepped closer, voice low and threatening. You'd better make sure of it. The crown prince prefers delicate blooms, still. Unplucked. If anything goes wrong, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The warning hung in the air like a sword over Prince Gong's head. The mysterious figure finally vanished, leaving Prince Gong alone in the now silent chamber. Sweat clung to his brow as he stood frozen in place, fists clenched in fury. With a sudden burst of rage, he slammed his fist down on the table. The Xiao family. "Xiao," he snarled, "you won't escape justice." His thoughts churned with fury. First, they dared attempt an assassination on the royal family. Then, they kidnapped Princess Weina. It had taken immense effort to bring her back, and now, Xiao dared go even further. He wanted to marry her. Unforgivable. At the Xiao estate, a servant stepped forward with a polite bow. "Princess Weina, now that you've paid your respects at the ancestral hall, may I ask you to stay the night here?" At the residence, he gestured graciously, and Weina nodded, allowing herself to be guided deeper into the estate. The following morning, joy buzzed through the air. The Xiao household was a flurry of celebration. Red silk and festive decorations were being strung up with care. Xiao Huo had just returned when a retainer approached him eagerly. "Young master, come, it's time to meet your bride." When Huo entered the room, his eyes widened. The person waiting inside was none other than Princess Weina. It's you?" he said, startled. The servant laughed warmly as he exited. "I'll leave you two to talk. Seems fate's already tied your hearts together." Their eyes met, shyly. Neither spoke of it, but the spark between them from their earlier encounters was unmistakable. Meanwhile, on Mount Qingyun, Xiaoan sat cross-legged at the summit, deep in cultivation. With calm focus, he raised both hands and activated a secret technique. In a flash, a perfect double of himself appeared before him. Identical. In every way, a faint smile touched his lips. "Not bad. It even shares my consciousness," he murmured. "I can guide it with precision and with spiritual energy infused. It can think on its own." He gave the puppet a subtle wave. "With this clone watching over things, I'll be far safer now." Back at the Xiao estate, the joyous wedding ceremony was in full swing. On the courtyard grounds, guests gathered as Xiao Huo and Princess Weina each held a length of red silk between them, bound together in ritual. From his distant perch, Xiaoan observed through divine sense. Every movement of the ceremony reached him in detail. The officiant's voice rang out clearly. "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your ancestors. Bow to one another," as the ceremony concluded. A sudden alert flashed in Xiaoan's mind. His system had picked up an intrusion. Alert. Prince Gong and his forces approaching. Choice 1. Eliminate them personally. Gain combat experience, plus a third-tier magical treasure. Choice 2. Warn Xiaoho to let him deal with the threat. Gain a second-tier magical treasure. Xiaoan chuckled, amused. "So Prince Gong dares cause trouble today of all days? The gall, to crash his own niece's wedding." He pondered for a moment. "Before, I'd have let Huo and the 36 sects handle it. But now with my puppet clone, I can deal with them myself. And if something happens to Prince Gong, well, that's hardly my problem." Without hesitation, Xiaoan used his teleportation skill and vanished. Outside the estate, Prince Gong and his soldiers lurked in the cover of trees. He whispered to his men in a low growl, "Listen up. When I give the signal, storm the estate. Kill as many as possible. I want chaos, so much that the entire 36 sect hears of it. Capture Princess Weina before they reach her. Fail, and none of you will live to see the next dawn." He took a step forward, raised his hand and roared, "Attack!" But before they could move, the earth ahead of them erupted in a thunderous blast. The ground cracked open, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Dust swirled violently as a figure appeared amidst the destruction. Xiaoan stood tall, his eyes cold and sharp as blades. "You want to slaughter members of the Xiao family," he said calmly. "Then prepare to become compost for the mountain grass."
As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the world in darkness, Xiaoan stood alone with an air of quiet defiance before the assembled soldiers. His hands clasped behind his back, his expression unmoved. He cast a cold gaze toward them. "Prince." Gong's voice rang out, sharp with fury. "So it is you." Xiaoan stepped forward without hesitation. "Today marks the grand wedding of the Xia family. As long as I stand here, no one will dare stir up trouble." Prince Gong and his followers sneered in unison. "You think you alone can stop us?" he barked. Then, chuckling menacingly, he added, "Every man here is a master, handpicked from the top sects of Ming. Each one is at least at Golden Core stage. Some have even touched the threshold of nascent soul, pointing toward the Xia estate." Prince Gong scoffed that Xiaohu, at best, has reached Golden Core stage 9. Even he wouldn't stand a chance. "And you, what gives you the right to speak so boldly?" Though his voice was forceful, his heart was rattled. He had risked everything to seize Princess Wenna. Failure now would mean he couldn't deliver her to the Prince of Lion Kingdom, and that meant death was certain. Xiaoan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "So, the strongest among you is merely semi-nascent soul? Is that what you're saying?" The expressions of Prince Gong's followers darkened. One of them barked. "The Xia family is a withering flame. This is the final flicker of their joy. Who do you think you are to act so arrogant?" "He's stalling for time," another snapped, "trying to delay until reinforcements arrive." Prince Gong nodded. "Then take care of him now." Elder Jingu stepped forward, his aura flaring with spiritual force. "You've chosen death," he said coldly. "The Xia family will soon join you in the afterlife." But Xiaoan looked utterly disinterested. He lifted one finger bare. In that instant, Jingu froze mid-step. Confusion plastered across his face. "What's wrong with him?" murmured someone from the back. Xiaoan walked up calmly, extended a single finger, and pressed it gently to Jingu's forehead. The elder collapsed, his eyes rolling back lifelessly. A wave of stunned silence swept through the ranks. Prince Gong's face twisted with disbelief. "How?" Xiaoan sighed, visibly irritated. "Enough! Stop wasting my time! Come at me all at once!" One of the soldiers murmured nervously. "He must be a high-level Golden Core, Cultivator. No, perhaps even beyond that. We'll need a nascent soul expert to face him." Prince Gong turned to the man behind him. "Master Zhang, it's your turn." Master Zhang, who had reached the semi-nascent soul level, stepped forward, his spiritual energy rising like a tide. "Your arrogance will be your downfall," he shouted. "The Xia family ends today." Xiaoan remained still. Then he softly whispered, "Collect." With that word, the massive energy wave Zhang had released was instantly sucked into Xiaoan's, palm-like dust into a vacuum. Zhang's face paled. Where's my power?" he gasped, spinning around in panic. "It's gone. My spiritual force is—" He locked eyes with Xiaoan, horror dawning on his face. "You're die," Xiaoan said simply. Xiaoan coughed blood and dropped to the ground without another word. The soldiers stared, frozen in place. Their courage dissolved. Prince Gong screamed, "What are you all waiting for? He can't possibly be stronger than all of us. It's some kind of Xia family trick. Kill him now!" Fearful but bound by duty, the soldiers gritted their teeth, unsheathed their blades, and charged, cut him down. Xiaoan raised his hand with dispassionate grace, and a sweeping force crushed them. One after another, they crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. Prince Gong's confidence cracked, his lips trembled. How can you be this strong?" Xiaoan, still toying with spiritual energy in his palm, answered calmly, "There is no can or cannot. You simply lack the power to stop me. And now it's your turn." Sweat poured down Prince Gong's face. "You dare! I'm of royal blood. If you kill me, my entire clan will demand vengeance. It will mean the execution of 9 clans. Xiaoan chuckled softly. "Execution of 9 clans, then yours will fall right alongside them. After all, The Xia family's daughter-in-law is Princess Wenna. Lay a hand on her, and you doom yourselves." Panicking, Prince Gong pleaded, "No. Without me, Princess Wenna would never have made it to Lion Kingdom. The crown prince there, he won't forgive you. You'll bring ruin to Ming." But Xiaowen's voice remained level. "I care nothing for your royal politics. Anyone who dares take the Xia family's daughter-in-law will answer to me." As he raised his hand to strike, Prince Gong cried out, in desperation, "Wait, you don't understand. The Crown Prince of Lion, he's not who you think he is. He hides a secret Han identity that you must not defy." Xiaowen's eyes were cold and unyielding as his blow fell, silencing the old prince's final warning. Xiaowen's curiosity deepened. What other identity could he possibly have? He asked, eyes narrowing. Prince Gong, still trembling on the ground, forced himself to answer. "The Crown Prince of the Lion Kingdom. His master is a cultivator, who's reached the deity transformation realm." Xiaowen's expression didn't change. He shut his eyes for a moment and let out a faint, almost disappointed sigh. "Is that it?" he said calmly. "I thought you were going to tell me something terrifying, something earth-shattering." But that, with a casual wave of his hand, a burst of energy pressed Prince Gong even further into the ground. "The words you speak, utterly meaningless." Prince Gong began to panic. "Wait, something's wrong with your head. That's a deity transformation. Cultivator, aren't you even the slightest bit afraid?" he stammered, as he added, not only that he's also an elder of the Jinghong Palace, that caught Xiaowen's attention. He paused. Jinghong Palace again. Prince Gong quickly continued, grasping for a lifeline. "Yes, the Ming and Lion kingdoms are both under the southern domain. And in the entire southern region, Jinghong Palace is the most powerful sect. If you provoke them, forget the Ming. Kingdom Evan Leon could be wiped off the map overnight. I beg you, be cautious. People like that. Their will is absolute." Xiaowen didn't flinch. He looked at Prince Gong with indifference. "Is that all?" Prince Gong blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I'm asking," Xiaowen said flatly, "if you have anything else to say." By now, Prince Gong was drenched in sweat. There was more he could say, but Xiaowen had already lost interest. He raised his hand and brought it to the man's forehead. "Whether there is or isn't," Xiaowen said coldly, "I don't care to hear it anymore." A simple tap of his finger. Prince Gong's eyes rolled back. His body went limp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification blinked before Xiaowen's eyes. "Loot acquired Chunin bag high-grade tier 3 treasure. Confirm usage." He nodded, planning to use the treasure to erase all evidence. No traces left behind, no trail for anyone, not even the Jinghong Palace, to follow. The task complete. Xiaowen activated his teleportation technique and vanished. He reappeared on a ledge overlooking Qing Mountain. Below him, the descendants of the Zhao family were in the middle of a grand wedding ceremony. His puppet stood at the altar, solemnly presiding over the event. It took the role of officiant, declaring the vows. Xiaowen pressed his hands together. "Respectfully, Ancestor Huo," he said aloud, "I ask your blessing. I have more to take care of and must depart." The voice of Xiao Chen, the family's old ancestor, responded warmly. "A man's path spans the four corners of the world. Go, our family will always stand behind you." Encouraged, Xiaowen smiled and turned to his wife, gently taking her hand. "So, where do you want to go from here?" Princess Wei looked at him with affection. "Wherever you go, I'll follow." They embraced. The crowd looked on as the newlyweds took their leave, disappearing into the distance. Their future unwritten dot. Meanwhile, another system message appeared in Xiaowen's vision. Jinghong Palace. Agents detected in Ming Kingdom. Estimated location. Approaching Tianrun City. Activating choice function. Option 1. Eliminate one agent. Gain combat experience. Reward Tier 3 high-grade magical treasure. Option 2. Befriend them. Form foreign alliance. Reward Tier 2 high-grade magical treasure. Xiaowen smirked. So the dogs from Jinghong Palace have arrived after all. This is getting interesting. He stood tall on a balcony, overlooking the town with an unreadable expression. With a flick of his wrist, he sent his puppet to intercept the visitor. The puppet made its way down the mountainside, approaching the intruder with eerie calm. "You've come all this way, and so late at night," it said politely. "What business?" brings you here?" Inside, Xiaowen watched and waited. He studied the man before him with sharp eyes, silently assessing his strength. So, he's already stepped into the Nunt Soul realm, but he's yet to touch the upper threshold of that stage, still lacking finesse. The visitor introduced himself with quiet authority. It was Chang Tan-ren. Without delay, he asked, "Who are you?" Xiaowan replied smoothly, his tone calm and unbothered. "No need for alarm. I'm just an old, insignificant member of the Z family. I see you're searching for something here. May I ask what you're looking for?" Chang Tan-ren's gaze didn't waver. "Has any corpse turned up in this area today?" Feigning ignorance, Xiaowen gave a light chuckle. "Today is a day of celebration for the Z family. Why bring up such dark topics?" He cupped his hands respectfully and gestured toward the table. "Why don't we sit and share a drink? We can talk through whatever it is you're concerned about. This is, after all, our family's territory. Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Even as he spoke with composed hospitality, Xiaowen's mind was turning. Last time, those two from Chang'an Mountain Li Sheng and Feng Snuken, I offered them the same civility. Could have profited more if Feng hadn't let his killing intent slip. That opportunity was wasted. But now, I've been given another chance. He sat down first and opened a flask of aged wine. Pouring generously into 2 cups, he offered one to his guest. Chang Tan-ren gave a curt nod and lifted the cup. "Very well, let's drink." "I'll take the first sips as guard," he thought, as the liquid touched his lips. Setting the cup down, he continued, "I'm searching for someone who disappeared in this area. He bore a tracking mark. The moment he died, our sect detected it. I came here to recover his body and uncover who was responsible." After finishing his drink, he raised the cup again, nodding in appreciation. "Fine wine, sweet, refreshing, and saturated with spiritual essence. Truly rare." Xiaowen refilled both cups, replying evenly, "A tracking mark, you say? So then, your sect can identify the killer through the corpse." Chang Tan-ren offered a thin smile. "Jinghong Palace has its methods. Once we recover the body, the secrets it holds won't stay hidden for long." He raised his cup again, but before the wine touched his lips, Xiaowen's expression briefly darkened. "Good thing I destroyed the corpse immediately," he thought. "Had I hesitated, things would have turned dire." Trying to maintain the casual air, he asked, "Jinghong Palace? I've heard of it. Isn't that a sect from the Lian Kingdom? What brings you this far into Ming Kingdom territory?" The man's face turned grim, as if amused by Xiaowen's limited understanding. "You may be a cultivator, but your perspective is provincial. The world isn't bound by borders. Where you see kingdoms, we see sectors of influence. For control, the labels Lian, Ming, Southern Continent are tools to corral talent." Xiaowen's interest seemed genuine now. "So all this, it's just a method of selection?" Chang Tan-ren narrowed his eyes at the persistent questioning, then finally responded, "When you plant a great tree, tell me, do you not hope for it to bloom, to bear fruit?" Xiaowen offered a faint smile, his tone light but laced with irony. "Your explanation is intricate and philosophical. I confess, I don't quite grasp it." Chen Anren's brow twitched in irritation. This man doesn't look like a simple villager. How can he not understand something so obvious? Still, the wine before him was exquisite, and his irritation quickly gave way to reluctant appreciation. "Well," Chen Anren muttered as he rose to his feet, "if there are no leads, here I won't waste more time." He cast one last wistful glance at the wine. "What a pity I can't linger and enjoy this properly. If one drank this caliber of wine regularly, their cultivation would surely improve. But how on earth did a backwoods nobody like him acquire it?" A new thought struck him. Maybe the Xiao family stumbled upon some hidden trove and decided to offer this bottle to me as a gesture of goodwill. He gestured toward the wine with casual entitlement. "Do you have more of this?" Xiaowen raised the bottle with a pleasant smile. This was a fortunate find. Just the one bottle. Chen Anren didn't hesitate. "Then give it to me." Still smiling, Xiaowen handed it over without protest. Of course, as the bottle passed between them, he added curiously, "May I ask something? What kind of mark lets you determine that someone was last seen here?" Chen Anren replied, a note of pride slipping into his voice. "It's a special mark, a tracking sigil used on prisoners to monitor them. Through it, we can trace movements and even events surrounding them, but if the body's missing, the mark is useless. Now holding the bottle, Chen Anren's satisfaction was evident. Shaowen's voice interrupted his quiet moment of triumph. "One more question," he asked, eyes glinting. "Since you're from Jinghong Palace, do you wear such a mark?" Chen Anren scoffed, full of scorn. "Me? Nonsense! That mark is only used on outsiders, those who beg for protection, desperate to grow stronger. It's a leash for the weak." Zhaowen nodded thoughtfully and gave a lazy wave. "Ah, I see." Chen Anren popped the cork on the wine with visible excitement. This wine must have come from some great treasure hunt. Zhaowen rose to his feet, still composed. "You could say that. We're there." "Other treasures found during that hunt?" Chen Anren asked, his voice suddenly a little too eager. Zhaowen's smile faded slightly, his tone sharpening. "What exactly are you implying?" Chen Anren's hand tightened around the bottle. "I'm just saying, since I'm already here, how about you invite me in? I'm not picky, even a cup of tea would do." Zhaowen's face remained polite, but there was a finality to his tone. "It's late. I should be going. My place isn't really fit for visitors right now." He turned to leave. So obvious, he thought. You're not even trying to hide your greed. Behind him, Chen Anren's voice called out, tinged with menace. "You're not being very honest, friend. What are you hiding? The man from Jinghong Palace vanished here. It would be hard for you not to be involved." Zhaowen stopped, his brows drawing together. "I was trying to be civil," he said quietly, "but clearly, you don't understand the language of kindness." Chen Anren froze. "What did you just say?" Zhaowen turned slowly and smiled faintly. "Oh, nothing. But since you said you don't wear a mark, then if you die here, no one would ever know, right?" Chen Anren's sneer returned. "So you do want to kill me?" He called forth his spiritual energy, a shimmering aura rising around him. "Let's see if you even have the strength to try. Hand over all your treasures, now or I'll make the entire Shao clan drown in blood." Zhaowen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. "You think you have that kind of power?" Chen Anren laughed uproariously. "You really don't get it. Who are you to talk back to me? The Zhao clan. Ha! Worthless. Don't think that Zhao, what's his name, can protect you. He's just trash. Jinghong Palace could crush 10 of him without blinking." But then mid-laughter, something changed. Chen Anren's expression shifted, his body trembled, panic flickered in his eyes. What's happening?" he stammered. The spiritual energy around him had vanished. The presence of heaven and earth itself was gone. Zhaowen stood silently, gazing down at the trembling man before him. The tension in the air was suffocating. "Why did you stop?" Zhaowen asked, voice calm but laced with something chilling. The man was drenched in sweat, his fear so intense it felt like it was radiating off him. He struggled to speak, his voice quivering. I've never been this terrified in my life." Desperation crept into his eyes as he stared at Zhaowen. Who are you?" Instead, he lifted a hand, spiritual energy coiling around his fingers like a living flame. The pressure was immediate and overwhelming. The man dropped to his knees, his palms slamming against the dirt in a futile attempt to hold himself up. His bones felt as if they were splintering from the inside. The pain was beyond comprehension, but he still managed to choke out a question. "You have you reached the deity transformation realm?" Only someone at that level could manipulate the raw spiritual force of heaven and earth so effortlessly. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Zhaowen tilted his head slightly. "You're not wrong," he said calmly. "If you had just taken the wine and left, I might have let you live. But you tried to harm someone from the Shao clan." His eyes darkened. "For that, you don't deserve to live." Power surged forward like a tidal wave. The man could feel death closing in around him. He collapsed fully, groveling. Please, I was blind. I didn't see the mountain. Standing right in front of me. Don't kill me. I swear I won't speak of this to anyone. I'll leave and never come near the Shao clan again." "I beg you," but Zhaowen remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as stone. "If you have nothing useful to offer me," he said softly, "then you're already dead." The man's heart pounded in panic. Was there something he could say? Anything? He racked his brain, but couldn't understand what Zhaowen was waiting to hear. Still unwilling to give up, he screamed in desperation, "You can't kill me! If you do, the people from Jinghong Palace will come, they'll hunt you down. Wipe out the Shao clan." Zhaowen actually laughed at that, a rich, mocking sound. "Didn't you just claim no mark was placed on you? If you die here, no one will know, right?" Spiritual energy gathered again in his palm, more intense than before. Elsewhere, atop Mount Qinggan, the true form of Shao Chen remained seated in serene concentration, manipulating a puppet from afar. With a flicker of finality, he ended the life of Chang Tianyu. The system responded promptly, "Congratulations, you have obtained a top-grade third-tier magical treasure, the Shanyin flag." Surveying the aftermath, Shao Chen felt no remorse. Everything had been handled cleanly. No evidence remained. It was only a minor disappointment he hadn't been able to seize the coveted two-stage magical artifact. Still, what he did obtain was no small prize. As the Shanyin flag materialized in his grasp, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. "This," he whispered, "is a worthy weapon. It can suppress souls, even wound divine spirits. A fine addition to my arsenal." Then, unable to hold back, he burst into laughter-rich, full, and unrestrained. "Looks like I'll have to remind the younger generations," he chuckled to himself. "Keep reproducing. I'm going to need more talent. Like this." In the depths of the royal palace of the Lion Kingdom, behind a concealed wall and through a labyrinth of silent corridors, within it, Crown Prince Yan Zhengqing knelt in solemn reverence before a warped, arcane mirror. Its surface shimmered unnaturally live with otherworldly energy. A chilling voice echoed from within the mirror. "My followers across the lands have already paid their tributes. Where is yours?" Yan bowed deeper, cold sweat forming on his brow. "Master, I am working to fulfill your will. Within days, Princess Wenna of the Ming Kingdom will be in my hands," the voice hissed impatiently. "Make haste," said immediately, not daring to question. His eyes glinted with malicious resolve. "Wenna, just wait. I'll reduce Ming Kingdom to ashes if I must." Despite the opulent gifts he had sent, there had been no progress on the marriage. Irritation simmered within him. He commanded, "Find out what that useless Prince Gong of Ming is doing. I want answers now." A servant behind him bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Yan clenched his fists. "Is it possible he doesn't fear me? Or perhaps he doesn't fear my master?" The servant hesitated. "Your Highness, we've lost all contact with Prince Gong. He has vanished." Yan's face hardened. "What did you say?" he roared. "Gather the entourage. We're going to the Ming Kingdom now." Soon after, at the gates of the Honglu Temple in the Ming Kingdom, Junior Minister of Foreign Affairs stepped forward and bowed. "May I ask the purpose of Crown Prince Yan's visit?" With barely restrained fury, Yan Zhengqing replied, "I've sent many gifts to your kingdom. I've come to take Princess Wenna as my wife. When is the wedding to be held?" His directness stunned the officials, who exchanged nervous glances. Their silence only deepened his irritation. "Did you not hear? Me," Yan snapped. "Bring me Princess Wenna. I will speak with her myself." One of the officials stepped forward and bowed low. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We meant no offense. The truth is Princess Wenna has already married." The word struck him like a thunderclap. Veins bulged in his forehead. "Married? What did you just say?" "Yes," the official stammered. The royal family learned of it only the following day. We were caught by surprise as well. Yan's voice thundered across the courtyard. "I am the Crown Prince of Leon. I sent tribute, a formal proposal, and you tell me now that she's married to someone else." The ministers could only bow lower, hoping to escape his wrath. We only learned of it after the fact. It happened very quickly. His fury mounting, Yan bellowed, "I demand an audience with your emperor. This disgrace must be addressed." Inside the imperial palace of the Ming Kingdom, Yan stood before the emperor, seething. "I sent you gifts and a proposal, and this is how I'm repaid. What is the meaning of this betrayal?" The Ming emperor, calm yet firm upon his throne, responded with quiet finality. "Princess Wenna was married yesterday. The suitor is of noble Ming blood. Your offerings and letters will be returned in full." Behind his composed demeanor, the emperor cursed the unexpected turn of events. "I was sure everything was under control. How could this happen?" Yan's voice turned cold and dangerous. "Where is Prince Gong? He promised to help me secure this marriage." The emperor raised a hand. "Prince Gong's whereabouts are unknown. No one has seen or heard from him. Now, if your highness has no further business, I suggest you take your leave." The veiled dismissal sent Yan over the edge. "You dare speak to me like that," he shouted. "I am the crown prince of Leon. Do you think your feeble kingdom can insult me without consequence? If I don't see Princess Wenna today, I will drench this palace in blood." The ministers and guards rushed to defend the throne. "He's a golden core cultivator 5th level. Protect the emperor." Unfazed, Yan unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that knocked the guards aside like leaves in the wind. He sneered. "Pathetic, out of my way." The Ming emperor rose to his feet, his gaze sharp. "Crown Prince Yanor Kingdom may not rival yours in brute force, but do you truly wish to ignite a war over your wounded pride?" He charged toward the emperor. Eyes blazing. "I demand to see Princess Wenna," he shouted. "If you don't let me, everyone here dies." Just as the air turned tense and the palace guard stiffened, a figure stepped between the emperor and Danger Zhao. Without hesitation, Zhao struck. One powerful move sent Yanzhang crashing backward, skidding across the marble floor. The impact echoed through the royal court. Princess Wenna rushed to her father's side, her voice trembling. "Father, are you hurt?" The emperor waved a hand, still catching his breath. "No, I'm all right." Then, setting his gaze on Zhao, he smiled. "This young man is my daughter's husband. Today marks the 2nd day of their marriage. As tradition dictates, they've returned to visit the bride's family." Zhao bowed respectfully, hands clasped. "Father-in-law," he greeted with calm dignity. The court officials murmured among themselves in surprise and curiosity. So this is Princess Wenna's new husband. Meanwhile, Yanzhang, now on his knees and struggling to compose himself, lifted his head with disbelief. His eyes fell on Princess Wenna, then shifted to Zhao. Extraordinary, he thought. The perfect union of yin and yang. Zhao's body radiated the pure force of extreme yang, powerful, rare, and overflowing with potential. Wenna, in contrast, possessed the rarest of gifts, the extreme yin constitution, a balance so perfect their combined cultivation potential could grow tenfold if they trained together. To Yanzhang, the implications were tantalizing. If I could bring both of them to my master, this would far surpass any offering I ever imagined. Far better than bringing Princess Wenna alone. He coughed, still shaken, and muttered aloud, "I underestimated you, Zhao. Your cultivation is formidable for someone so young." Then, turning back toward the emperor, he sneered, pointing at Zhao. "Well done, Ming Kingdom. Not only did you break the engagement, you also assaulted an envoy in your own court." Zhao stood tall, voice unwavering. "You call yourself an envoy, yet you barged into our court and attacked our people. Is this how the Lion Kingdom starts wars now?" Yanjiang's expression darkened. "This won't be forgotten. The Ming Kingdom has crossed the line. Just you wait." With those parting words, he turned and stormed out of the palace. The emperor exhaled deeply and then turned to Wenna, smiling broadly. "You've chosen well, daughter. I'm very pleased with this young man." The officials nodded in agreement, echoing praise. Yes, Princess Wenna's husband is no ordinary man, a fine addition to the royal family. Flushed with joy, Wenna slipped her arm around Zhao, holding him close, and Zhao, his eyes warm, looked down at her with all the love he could hold. "Father, I saw it with my own eyes," Yanzhang Qing said, standing solemnly before a mirror. He clasped his hands together, speaking with unwavering certainty. "Using the people reading technique you taught me, I've discovered something important. Princess Wenna and Zhao share exceptional physiques. They're unlike anyone else I've observed." The figure within the mirror stirred, his reflection rippling slightly like a disturbed pond. His voice echoed back, deep and calm. "Perhaps this is the will of heaven. I'll send my senior disciple to capture both of them." With that, the figure vanished. Hearing this, Yanzhang Qing's lips curled into a pleased smile. So it's senior brother, the invincible golden core cultivator. With his aid, Zhao, who won't escape this time. Victory is within reach as long as nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, deep within the forest behind the Shai clan estate, A secluded waterfall roared across moss-covered stones. Beneath it sat Xiao An, silently meditating in the flow of crashing water. Suddenly, his concentration broke a surge of energy. From the realm map alerted him, a descendant of the Xia clan had just recovered fragments of memories from a past life. Opening his eyes, Xiao An's expression turned grave. Though Xiadi had always been a reincarnated powerhouse, the return of such memories could be dangerous. Painful secrets lay hidden in that forgotten past treasons for death. The truth of reincarnation, betrayals yet unrevealed. Without hesitation, Xiao An vanished into the waterfall's mist. He needed to see what Xiaoyi had remembered for himself. Inside the realm map, Xiaoyi sat motionless, staring down at his own trembling hands. His face was pale, his expression twisted with pain. Around him, waves of spiritual energy surged wildly. He slowly closed his eyes. A vision emerged. A young man, his previous self, lay, bedridden, strong in body but gaunt in spirit. Blood dripped from his wounds into a basin beneath the bed. The room was thick with the stench of suffering. Then came a voice. "You're tougher than I expected. 3 days and still breathing." It was a woman with striking blue hair, her tone playful, almost amused. She stepped closer, crouching beside the bed, brushing a finger along his face. "But that's good. The longer you live, the more I can extract. Your Keelan soft bone, your azure dragon marrow, your vermilion bird bloodline, they'll all be mine soon enough," she whispered with a cruel softness. "To truly absorb them, I'll need your black warrior blood to nurture it all. The stronger your vitality, the higher my success rate. So don't die yet, all right?" The young man's chapped lips parted, his voice weak. "Why? I treated you with honesty. I loved you. Why would you do this?" She gave him a look of feigned innocence, then said coldly, "Guess." Before he could speak again, another presence appeared, an indistinct figure, his voice echoing from the shadows. "Everything you have, every skill you learned, every opportunity, she arranged it all. You were molded, groomed, so she could harvest you." The man on the bed shook his head in disbelief. Arranged, this life, this path, was all planned. He turned back to her, eyes glassy with heartbreak. "I truly loved you." She gave him a dismissive glance. "Don't say such disgusting things. If I hadn't seen value in your talent and bloodline, do you think I would have wasted even a second raising you up?" Tears finally slid down the young man's cheeks. So it was all a lie. Every moment. All fake. His eyes dimmed as he whispered, "I'll never forgive you." He closed his eyes. Then suddenly, the room blazed with light. "Danger," a voice warned. "A manifestation of the great Tao will." Shock filled the space. He actually awakened. The great Tao will. This could change everything. If we could capture Ituar, cultivation would rise exponentially. But it's bound to his soul. If he dies, it vanishes with him. Back in the realm map, Xiai snapped his eyes open, drenched. In sweat, his breathing was ragged. He clutched his head as memories surged, visions of betrayal, of love, turned poison. "I loved her," he muttered, shaking. The realization crushed him. His spiritual energy flared violently. He gasped, staggered, and then collapsed into the water unconscious. Xiao An, who had been watching silently from the shadows, finally opened his eyes. His gaze was cold, thoughtful. "That woman, she treated him like a resource, not a person," he murmured. From seed to fruit, he was nothing more than a cultivation vessel for her. His mind churned with unease. To have devoured the achievements of a cultivator at the integration stage. What level did they reach afterward? And that other man, he lingered in memory, hidden in strength. At least integration stage, if not higher. Xiaoan's brows furrowed. "My power is still too weak. If I don't grow stronger quickly, then the descendants of the Xia clan will have their fates stolen, just like Xiai's once was." Xiai stood alone, his expression dark, his thoughts even darker. "In my past life, I lost everything I cherished. My love perished, and only hatred remains. You robbed me of it all. How could someone like me, once invincible, be lacking in talent that wasn't fatted, was theft?" Without hesitation, he raised his hand toward the sky. His voice rang out, fierce and resolute. "In this life, even if I must defy the heavens themselves, I will reclaim what was taken. I will bring justice with my own hands. Not far off, a figure stood quietly beneath a tree Chen. He watched a surge of spiritual energy spiral into the air as Xiao Mai emerged. Bowing respectfully, Chen called out, "Great Ancestor." Xiao Mai turned with a composed face. "I've made my decision. I want to leave on a journey to temper myself." Xiai's expression remained calm. He closed his eyes slowly, then gave a faint nod. "This land of rivers and mountains can no longer contain you. It's time to go." Although the treasured painting that housed him was powerful enough to preserve countless cultivators, it had its limits, and now, with Xiaomi's memories from a past life reawakening, the heaven and earth energy within him was no longer something the painting could suppress. Xiao Mai thumped his chest with pride. "Great Ancestor, I swear once I leave, I'll make the Xia clan a name that strikes fear into the hearts of the strong." Xia raised an eyebrow, startled by the bravado. He placed a firm hand on the young man's shoulder, his tone suddenly more serious. "Don't be so quick to show off. Strength should be hidden, not flaunted. Above all, I'll survive." His gaze turned sharp. "The outside world is cruel, boy. It's a place where people hunt each other like beasts. If you wave your talents around, someone will come to take what you have. One Xiao Mai already draws attention. With you and Xiao Wai both, the Xia clan will be marked for death." Xiao Mei nodded solemnly. "Then I'll remember your words, Ancestor." Satisfied, Xiai produced 2 glowing objects. "Take these, you'll need them." He held out a pair of finely woven boots and a fluttering black flag. "These are treasures, cloud-treading bootstop grade, 4th tier, and this flag is the dark yin bannertop grade, 3rd tier. They won't make you immortal, but they'll help you flee when death is at your heels." Overwhelmed, Xiaomi dropped to his knees. "Thank you, Great Ancestor. I won't forget your kindness." Xiai's expression softened with a rare smile. "Remember, staying alive is the foundation of everything." Just then, the system chimed in Xiaomi's mind. "Enemy approaching the Xia clan. Choose your response. Option 1, strike first, crush the enemy. Reward, top grade, 4th tier, treasure frost collar. Option 2, let Xiai deal with it. Reward, top grade, 3rd tier, treasure frost ring of the outer heavens." Xiao Mai turned toward Xiai, who simply gestured toward the main gate. "Go, I'll handle this." Xiao Mei obeyed without hesitation, exiting through the front. Outside, someone was already yelling for him. "Bring out Xiao Wai." Before Xiao Mai could respond, Xiao Wai appeared from behind and stepped forward. "What business do you have with my brother?" she asked coldly. A man sneered at her. "The affairs of the Jinghong Palace are no concern of outsiders." The name Jinghong Palace made Xiai pause. Su Shi. The memory surfaced. Jinghong Palisa, prestigious sect known for raising prodigies, and Sushi had been its founder. Stepped forward, passing Xiao Wai without looking at her. "I know where he is. Follow me." He led the man Chenwen down a winding path behind the mountain until they reached a place that seemed long forgotten. Chenwen eyed the area with irritation. "What is this place supposed to be?" Xiai's voice turned quiet, almost distant. "This is where I died." They stood atop a jagged rock, overlooking a deep pit scarred into the earth. Xiai looked down at it, a haunted glint in his eyes. "I was dragged here, bound, broken. They hollowed out my bones, drained my marrow, tore my tendons, bled me dry. And to cover their crimes, they razed the entire mountain." Chenwen took a step back, unnerved by the eerie calm in Xiai's voice. He shook his head and turned to leave. He's insane, Chenwen thought. Absolutely mad. Xiai broke the silence with a calm but pointed question. "Is Sushi still being held at Jinghong?" Palace Chenwan stiffened, the blood draining from his face. The question struck too deep, too specific. He spun toward Xiai, his voice rising with fury. "How dare you speak that name so casually? Do you even realize who you're talking about? That name belongs to our sect's revered ancestor." His eyes narrowed with suspicion and disbelief. "That name is only known to the most senior members of the sect. Who are you?" Xiadi met his gaze without flinching, his tone as sharp as ice. "Still clinging to the same old schemes. I see, Jinghong Palace, luring prodigies from across the world, only to torture them in silence, far from the eyes of the world. Have your methods changed at all? Chenwen's breath caught. For a moment, he didn't respond. Then, without another word, he flared with dark spiritual energy. The force twisted and coiled into the shape of writhing black dragons, launching toward Xiai with lethal intent. A cruel grin spread across Chenwen's face as the dragons roared through the air. Dust exploded, smoke billowed, and when the chaos-cleared Xiai was gone without a trace, Chenwen sneered. Turned to ash, just another piece of trash. He turned to leave, satisfied only to freeze in place. There, directly behind him, stood Xiai, unscathed, composed, and still as a statue, hands calmly folded behind his back. Chenwen's jaw dropped. No? How are you still standing? Xiai's eyes were unreadable. What is it you want from Xiaohu? He asked, his voice eerily quiet, but Chenwen didn't answer. Rage overtook him again, and he launched another furious attack. Don't act so high and mighty, you scum. You've barely broken through to the Golden Core stage. How dare you pretend to be my equal? A genius like me, you're dreaming. The resulting explosion echoed like thunder, tearing through the air. Trash. Wind roared again. Yet when the dust once more began to settle, there he was, Xiai, still standing, still calm, unmoving. Not a scratch on him. Chenwen's face turned ghostly pale. He staggered back a step, panic rising in his throat. How is this happening? Xiai finally smiled, faint and knowing. Perhaps you've heard this saying, he said smoothly, at my level, I am untouchable. And when I fight above my level, it's always 1-for-1. Chenwen lowered his gaze, his tone heavy with regret. Our sect once nurtured a prodigious talent exceptionally gifted with power that left others in awe. Unfortunately, he strayed from the righteous path and embraced demonic cultivation. We had no choice but to cast him out. At this, Xiao Mai crossed his arms, fury flashing in his eyes. Ridiculous slander, he spat. I am that so-called prodigy. Chenwen stared at him, disbelief twisting his expression. Have you lost your mind? That tale is ancient hand. That man is long dead. Xiao Mai simply raised a finger and pointed to the heavens. Drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, he summoned a wave of spiritual energy that surged through the air like a divine current. It struck Chenwen squarely in the chest, launching him backward. He tumbled, hitting the ground hard. Clutching his chest, Chenwen convulsed. Pain racked his body, his meridians shredded, his muscles torn, and his danshin thrown into disarray. How could this be? He thought in horror, sweat pouring down his face. I'm at the 9th level of Golden Core, a genius of my sect, untouchable within my realm. How is this possible? Only at the moment of defeat did he understand there was always someone stronger, a higher mountain to climb. But Xiao Mai wasn't faring much better. The clash had drained him. One devastating move, and his spiritual energy was nearly spent. Golden Core Level 1, facing off against Level 9. It wasn't a trivial challenge. If I were still in my old body, Xiao Mai thought grimly, this would have been effortless. Chenwen now lay dead at his feet. Xiao Mai stepped forward, rummaging through the corpse. All he found was a jade token and a handful of spirit stones, nothing of real value. He summoned a small flame and incinerated the remains, erasing all traces of the battle. The men from Jinghong Palace were already hunting for him. For now, it was wiser to lay low and uncover more about the organization quietly. He returned to Ruo City to rest and plan his next move. Elsewhere, in the Liang Kingdom, the Crown Prince paced in frustration. Still no sign of that disciple. Without him, the plan can't proceed. There's only one solution left: use the jade token to locate him. Through the lingering spiritual aura, he could sense the other's location. He must be nearby. The Crown Prince wandered the streets of Ruo City and soon stepped into a modest in his mind racing. They say this senior brother is the strongest Golden Core cultivator of our generation. But I've never met him. I wonder what kind of man he is. Before he could complete the thought, a calm voice called out from within, "Come in?" The Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. So he already sensed me. Truly impressive. He stepped forward respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Inside sat none other than Xiao Mei, his expression unreadable. This must be someone connected to Chen when Xiao Mei thought, "I sensed someone searching for me. Looks like it didn't take long." Xiao Mei kept his tone even. "Who are you?" The young man clasped his hands politely. "I am Yan Zhenin, Crown Prince of the Lian Kingdom. Your fellow disciple. I came here specifically to welcome you." Xiao Mei studied him in silence, his thoughts guarded. What does he really want? Asking directly would be too obvious. Feigning concern, he added, "I wasn't sure if someone might be impersonating you, so I had to be careful." The Crown Prince nodded quickly. "Understandable, but I assure you, my purpose here is genuine. I've come to capture Xia Huo and Princess Wua. They'll be presented to our master as gifts." Xiao Mei's expression darkened. So that's what Chen Wen was after, to trying to hand over others like trophies, just like they tried with him. Jinghong Palace hasn't changed. Still as cruel and manipulative as ever. Noticing his silence, Yan Zhenin asked, "Senior brother, what's on your mind?" Xiao Mei slowly drew out the jade token and held it up. "I assume this proves my identity." Seeing the token, the prince's face lit up. He was convinced. "Senior brother," he said eagerly, "I've already arranged for insiders within the Ming Kingdom, including someone from their royal bloodline. We can join forces with them. If we succeed, we'll take over the entire kingdom. Lian Kingdom will grow, and the best talents of Ming Kingdom will all be at our disposal." With visible hesitation, Yan Zhenkin lowered his voice and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think of the plan?" Xiao remained seated, serene and unshaken. He spoke with calm certainty. "It's not bad. Go make the necessary arrangements. Today, we seize control of the Ming Kingdom." Yan Zhenkin bowed deeply, fists clasped in respect, and swiftly departed. Elsewhere in the palace, behind the doors of a private chamber, a scene unfolded that was far too intimate for the innocent. The room was occupied by none other than Xiao himself, along with Princess Waiho. "The clan," Xiao said quietly, brushing a loose strand of hair from the princess's cheek, "wants us to continue the bloodline. It's no longer a request, it's become a command from the Grand Ancestor." Princess Waiho looked away shyly, her voice no more than a whisper. "I'll follow your lead, whatever path you choose." Then, unexpectedly, Xiao stared at his own hand, brow furrowing in thought. "Strange. After each time we're together, I feel stronger, my cultivation deepens. Or am I imagining things?" Before either could dwell further, the room's door creaked open slightly, and something thin and pale fluttered through the Gapan envelope. In one smooth motion, Xiao extended 2 fingers and caught it mid-air. He inspected it quickly. No seal, no markings. He opened it and scanned the message inside. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. What is this? Could it be real? Who would send something like this? Without hesitation, he dashed out of the room, scanning the corridors. But the hallway was silent, empty. No trace of a messenger, no lingering footsteps. Even the envelope bore no hint of its sender. Meanwhile, within the Ming Imperial Palace, manic laughter echoed through the halls. "Huh!" At last barked a rebel leader, his face alight with twisted satisfaction. "We finally have a real chance to tear down that decrepit old emperor." Standing before his private militia, he grinned. Wickedly, "From today onward, the entire Ming Kingdom will kneel to my will." The thought of power, of seizing not just the throne, but the emperor's daughters, filled him with a feverish energy. Yet outside the door of a meeting room, he paused, brow furrowed. "Why is no one here yet?" he muttered. "This is the exact time we agreed upon." A heavy silence answered him. Did we get the location wrong? He wondered, growing restless. Or worse, did our people back out? Turning sharply, his voice snapped with urgency. "Send someone now, find them. I don't care what it takes. I want troops here, and I want them now. Without men, this rebellion is nothing." Yan Zhenkin's expression darkened as he watched. From the shadows, the weight of betrayal or failure starting to press in. A voice echoed coldly from behind. "There's no point in looking. Your men won't be coming." Yan Zhenin turned, eyes narrowing as Xiaohuo calmly stepped forward. Yan said, startled. Xiaohuo offered a faint smile. "Your little scheme has already unraveled. Your army crushed. What's left is just you." Yan's fists clenched at his sides. Xiaohuo continued casually. What now? Planning to run? Think you can make it out of the palace alive? In response, Genin stood his ground. Yahello, I'll make you an offer. Let me leave, and the Leon Kingdom will reward you handsomely spirit pills, treasure, anything you want. But Yahello barely reacted. You misunderstand, he said coolly. I'm the one giving you a chance. Yan's jaw tensed. I'm the crown prince of Leon Kingdom. Are you sure you want to provoke a war? Yahello smirked. If it comes to that, so be it. I've never feared war. But Yan's confidence faltered. Where is he? He wondered. Why hasn't my senior brother arrived yet? Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. He wore a mask that obscured his face, and Yahello failed to recognize him immediately. Yet, there was something hauntingly familiar about the stranger. Seeing him, Yan Genin's confidence returned, and he sneered, Now you're scared, aren't you, Yahello? This is my senior brother, 9th level, Golden Core, a prodigy. The so-called invincible Golden Core. You're nothing compared to him. But Yahello remained unfazed. He drew his sword slowly. 9th level? Huh, he muttered. Better to strike first than risk regret. Enraged, Yan turned to his supposed ally, senior brother. This is the man I spoke of, the one my master and I want captured. If we take him alive, our cultivation will double. The masked figure wasn't his senior brother, it was Shai. Yan stammered, his voice catching in his throat. Shai's reply was brief. Yahello's mouth fell open. Didn't recognize me? Uncle Huo blinked in surprise, then let out a hearty laugh. Shai launched into an explanation, recounting everything from the start. When he finished, Yahello's expression turned serious. So this entire mess was just the tip of the iceberg, he said grimly. That's why you must be cautious. Uncle, not just you, your wife too. They've already marked her. He tried to sound confident, adding, They won't be able to track him back to us, but it's still best to stay vigilant. Later, at the Xia family estate, a loud voice called from inside one of the rooms. Father, Xia bowed. It's from Uncle Huo. It bears a secret seal meant for your eyes only. Curious, Xia asked. What did Uncle write? Xiaoen waved his hand and walked away. Oh, nothing urgent. Just a reminder, our young men must train harder. And apparently, a year passed on the Xia family's secluded back mountain. Zhao Chen sat in quiet meditation. Descendant count has reached 3,000. Reward unlocked Huo's Boa top grade tier 2 magical treasure. He opened his eyes, stunned. The effort it had taken to reach this number finally paid off. Examining the reward, he smiled. This bow can lock onto any target with perfect accuracy and doubles the user's power. A true weapon of destruction. Now, he no longer needed to hesitate. With this, anyone who threatened him could be wiped out. The system chimed again, displaying Yahello's updated profile, name Yahello race, human cultivation, winning stage. 2 techniques, 9 flying dragon swords, soul-destroying sword, infinite devil transformation, Heaven's Blessing, Buddha Blade, Azure Dragon, origin, titles Master of Tanning Tower, leader of the 36 sects of Ming Kingdom Destiny, Flame Emperor's Fate Talent, 6-star spiritual root Chao N. Upon reading the profile, chuckled. Not bad at all. That kid's growth has skyrocketed. In just a year, Yahello had advanced from the peak of the Golden Core stage into the Yi1 Ying realm. More notifications rolled in. Your grandson, Yahello, has eliminated 3 spies from Jinghong Palace. He has uncovered and executed secret agents from the Leon Kingdom. He led forces to help the Ming Kingdom defeat the Leon Kingdom's army. He killed a top genius from Jinghong Palace and acquired their secret map. Zhao En nodded thoughtfully. With each move, he's drawing more attention. But the more pressure they apply, the stronger he becomes. Smiling, he raised his hand to the sky and said softly, He really is just like me. Gazing at the system display, Xiao Chen let out a faint, knowing smile. Name, Shai race, human talent, 6-star cultivation path, Dragon Yang, Sword Blood, Technique, Destiny, Divine Sword, Mysterious Yang, One Sword Spirit, Mountain Forming, Primordial, Void Realm, Golden Core Stage 1, Special Identity, reincarnated cultivator from the fusion period, awakened with an innate physique, chosen by the will of heaven and earth. Not bad, Xiao Chen muttered. My great-grandson Xiai has already infiltrated Jing Mountain while concealing his identity. Training quietly at a branch of the Jinghong Palace, the system continued to update. Status update. Xiadi has slain 10 enemies without being discovered. Xiao Mai, another of your descendants, rescued the gifted yin bearer of the rare heavenly yang physique and helped him escape the encirclement. At the same time, Shai also rescued another prodigy, this one gifted with dual spiritual roots from the ambush at Feng in Jing Mountain. More and more notifications rolled in. Xiao Chen stroked his beard and smiled, composed and pleased. Good. Operating in the shadows, killing cleanly, leaving no trace. He remembered my teachings. Excellent. Just then she approached, leaning on his cane. Father, he said, we've received another letter from Elder Huo. This one includes a diagram looks like a treasure vault layout. Xiao Chen accepted the letter without hesitation and read through it carefully. Letter content. While on an expedition, I stumbled upon a very old map. Legend says it marks the final resting place of Yuan Ming, the renowned emperor of the cultivation world. The location is said to be filled with unimaginable riches and scient elixirs, lost techniques, rare magical artifacts. I am unable to go myself. Shall we send Shai to explore it instead? Xiao Chen murmured, the final resting place of Yuan Ming at the border of Ming Kingdom and Liang Kingdom, is it? He glanced at his son. Shai must go. This opportunity could elevate our entire clan. In his mind, Xiao Chen was already calculating. If we secure even a fraction of what's hidden there, the Xia family will rise beyond recognition. Then the system chimed in again. Opportunity detected, initiating decision interface. Choose one. Of the following, option 1, send Xiai to pursue the treasure. Gives reward, fertility river elixir. Option 2, decline, avoiding danger. Gives reward, 1 grade 4, low-tier magical treasure. Xiao Chen raised a brow. Why would the system offer a danger avoidance option? Is this tomb more perilous than expected? Still, his decision was clear. We'll go. It's a chance to remove obstacles for the Xia family's future. She bowed. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. As he left, the system issued Xiao Chun's reward. You have acquired Fertility River, basic grade effect. Consumption increases conception probability by 10% for 24 hours. Xiao Chen chuckled. Excellent. From now on, every daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law in the household gets a cup daily. Our family line will thrive like never before. Outside, the skies were blue, the clouds thin and soft. Sunlight gilded the rooftops. Word was spreading across the region. The Jinghong Palace had posted an official notice, recruiting cultivators to explore a hidden treasure. Whispers filled the streets. I heard this treasure lies at the edge of Ming and Liang, kingdoms said to be the legacy of a cultivator who defied even destiny. Why would the Jinghong Palace invite outsiders to claim such wealth with them? Don't you know? The palace has a noble reputation. In Liang Kingdom, they've even trained commoners into cultivators. They say they stand against fate itself. The excitement rippled through the crowd. Let's register. If I were even 20 years younger, I'd be in line already. Just seeing that tomb would be worth it. Someone sighed. Even if I didn't survive. Just then, a bright-eyed youth burst into the square, waving a notice. Listen to this. Jinghong Palace is offering rewards. If you recommend a talented cultivator and they pass selection, you get an elixir that helps you break into cultivation. The plaza erupted in murmurs. Let's go. Maybe someone from the Xia family can enter like that young Xia Chen. Meanwhile, at the Xia estate, Xiao Chen's descendants gathered before him. Bowing low, great-grandfather, one of them spoke, the treasure being sought by the Jinghong Palace. Isn't that the same site marked on the map Elder Hu sent? Xiao Chen's gaze turned sharp. The locations do align. Perhaps this isn't an opportunity, it's a trap. Hua had most likely fallen straight into their trap, but even so, the map they acquired was the real deal. It's authentic. One of the clan members confirmed. Xiao Chen gave a cold chuckle. And why has Jinghong Palace been gathering talent for so many years? Do you really think they're doing it out of the kindness of their hearts? eager to share some hidden treasure? He shook his head and added disdainfully, "They're simply nurturing pawns to harvest when the time is ripe. A dog doesn't stop burying bones just because it wears a golden collar." He waved it off, his expression calm. "But it doesn't concern us, let them posture. The more arrogant they act, the more they'll attract attention from the other sects. Once enough parties are involved, the treasure will naturally be shared. No reason for us to shoulder the burden alone." The younger cultivators surrounding him bowed in agreement, acknowledging his strategy. Just then, the heavy wooden doors burst open. A servant rushed in, out of breath. "Patriarch, great ancestor, representatives from Jinghung Palace have arrived. They say they wish to discuss matters peacefully." Xiaowen raised an eyebrow but remained composed. "So they've come to us first." "Interesting." He stood, brushing the dust from his robes. "Very well, let's hear what they have to say. Make sure no conflict breaks out. We don't want any sparks just yet." He paused, thoughts racing. Xiao Mai is the reincarnation of a mighty expert, and those two who eliminated the Tuvi boy, they're no weaker. Jinghong Palace knows it can't afford a head-on clash with us right now. They'll grit their teeth and play nice for now. Turning to a steward, Xiaowen instructed, "Bring out the finest tea in the Xia family's storehouse. We'll host them properly." The meeting was arranged in one of the ancestral halls. As the fragrant tea was poured into porcelain cups, the atmosphere remained poised and civil. At that very moment, Shilin had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and Jiang Shen had achieved the same. As they sipped, Jiang Shen remarked with a smile, "This tea is exquisite. Even at Jinghong Palace, something like this is reserved only for the most elite disciples." Musha, standing nearby, smirked. "With your cultivation realms, aren't you considered elite disciples yourselves?" Lin let out a soft laugh and replied graciously, "The family head jests. If we were truly among the elite, would we be the ones sent to handle trivial errands?" Her voice was sweet, but her words struck a chord, slightly as he mulled it over. If even these two are considered low-ranking within Jinghong Palace, then just how terrifying must their top-tier disciples be? It was clear now any clash with them would need to be approached with extreme caution. Xiai stepped forward and asked calmly, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" Xielin didn't hesitate. This time, the Jinghong Palace is recruiting exceptional talents, those capable of shaping a brighter future for our world. A secret island has recently surfaced, and with mutual cooperation, we can seize this rare opportunity together. She added, "This will benefit not only Louis City, but also the Xia family and every citizen here." Xiai offered a polite smile. "Such an opportunity, I didn't expect that. But considering that the Xia family is the most influential in Louis City, perhaps it would be better if we allowed others to step forward instead." Shilin's expression immediately sharpened. "Head of the Xia family, the offer from Jinghong Palace isn't something just anyone receives. Are you sure you want to decline? Or perhaps you're looking down on the palace?" Xiahai held back a sigh. So she's dropped the polite act already. Youth these days really don't have much patience. "You misunderstand," he said diplomatically. "The truth is, our family has always been filled with individuals of average talent. Cultivation simply isn't something we actively pursue anymore. Most of our younger generation are focused on business, leisure. They have no desire to walk the harsh road of cultivation. You'd only be disappointed." "Nonsense," Shilin snapped. "Xia herself is a direct descendant of your family, a noble lady of the Ming Empire, and a rare talent in the cultivation world. I've heard she reached the Yuanyan stage at such a young age. If that's considered average, then what? Would the rest of us be trash?" "Xia left the family years ago," Shai replied coldly. "Whatever she's achieved since has nothing to do with us. She walks her own path." At that, Shilin and Jiang Shen exchanged glances. Jiang Shen finally spoke. "You're being offered an incredible opportunity by Jinghong Palace. Whether someone has potential or not, we have our own methods of determining that. There's no need for concern," Shilin added. "That's right. Just summon the young ones, we'll take care of the rest. As for other matters, we can discuss them later." Xiadi reached into his robes and pulled out a velvet pouch, holding it before them. "I do hope you'll reconsider," he said slowly. "On a journey like this, filled with danger and competition, If you'd agree to let this go, I assure you, the family would compensate you generously. Jiang Shen's expression darkened. What's the meaning of this? He snatched the pouch and hurled it to the ground. Silver and gold spilled across the floor. Shalin was furious. Enough with your manipulative tactics. We came here to offer a rare chance at prosperity, not to be insulted with bribes. Xiadi narrowed his eyes. This situation's clearly not going to be easy. I'd better speak with the others. He retreated to consult with Zhao and father. He said, "These two aren't simple. They're stubborn and don't listen to reason. Can people like this really be so loyal?" Zhaoan gave a small, knowing smile. If they discover a true prodigy for Jinghong Palace, they'll be rewarded, far more than anything we could offer. That kind of motivation drives people more than you think. So, should we just let them search freely within the clan? Xia asked hesitantly. No, Xiaoan said firmly. Only the people we choose. But they've all gone into seclusion to cultivate and regulate their state, Xiahe noted. Then, I'll go to them myself, Xiaoan replied. Let's not let this escalate. Yes, father. Without delay, Zhaoan summoned a puppet under his command and sent it out to represent him. Xiai followed closely behind, using his spiritual will. Zhaoan made the puppet speak. If the Xia family truly possesses a genius worthy of your palace, what will the family receive in return? Standing beside the puppet, Xia added, "This is our ancestor. If you want to recruit someone from our family, his approval is required." Shilin glanced at the puppet with mild disdain. This is unusual. Zhang Shen stepped in. You're asking what the Xia family will receive. Shilin answered with a calm, steady voice. If one of your descendants is chosen, joining Jinghong Palace alone is a monumental honor. For someone with true talent, the path ahead might elevate them to a force strong enough to protect the Xia lineage for centuries. Even after thousands of years, Xia Chen thought to himself, some things never change. All these people, ever, did was sell grand visions with empty promises. The woman before him continued speaking, her voice calm but edged with arrogance. In truth, your Haya family has already benefited far more than you realize. Our very presence here is a blessing to you. Zhang Shen nodded in agreement, sneering. The young men in your clan? Please, mediocre at best. Don't expect any prodigies. You might end up more disappointed than impressed. Then Shine stepped forward, her tone sharp. From the moment we arrived, you've done nothing but stall. It's obvious you've been looking for excuses to turn us away. I wonder, do you perhaps hold contempt for Jinghong Palace? Do you think we're beneath you, or is it that you look down on our entire cultivation system? Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. A system notification blinked silently in his vision. Threat detected. The Xia family is under pressure. Initiating decision protocol. Please choose, reject the request. Reveal your true power and eliminate the intruders. Reward, advanced disguise, technique accept their proposal. Allow them to proceed with the selection. Reward, Eye of Deception. Technicia Chen considered his options carefully. Revealing his strength now and wiping out the intruders would be easy, but doing so would undoubtedly catch the attention of Jinghong Palace. They would send more, and worse. They'd start digging into his family. No, that wouldn't do. The advanced disguise technique would allow him to remain hidden, to bide his time. Better to keep the mask on for now. Let them believe what they want. This was a long game. Xia Chen's expression didn't flicker. Calmly, silently, he bid his dismission. Step by step, he would dismantle them. But not yet. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully selected the eye-deceiving technique. See the trees, not the forest. This skill allows you to mask your true cultivation level. Enemies will see only what you want them to. C. Xiao En stood confidently with his hands on his hips, casting a relaxed glance at the two younger Cultivators. Zhang Shen leaned toward Xiao Lin and whispered, Worried? Did we give ourselves away just now? Zhao En chuckled. You're overthinking it, he said, brushing off the concern. If you don't believe me, observe for yourselves. See how they assess your talents? Li Yi stepped forward arrogantly, his voice sharp. Fine, I trust the Xia family wouldn't be foolish enough to send nobodies. Xiao Lin frowned inwardly. Could father really intend to send these descendants of the Xia clan to Jinghong Palace? Are they truly as ordinary as he claimed? The thought unsettled him. Without another word, Xiao Chen and Xia Li began walking ahead, with Jiang Shen and Xiao Lin following behind. This is where the Xia family's descendants, those aged 18 to 25, reside, Xiao Chen explained, gesturing toward a large courtyard. They're in their prime, full of life and vitality. He raised a hand, then turned to Xia Li. Take them inside. I'm too old to walk around all day. I'll stay here and wait. Xia Li nodded respectfully and led the two guests toward the courtyard. As they approached, Jiang Shen glanced around with a skeptical expression. What is this? There's no one around. Don't tell me you've lured us to this remote place just to kill us. Xia Li raised a brow calmly. You misunderstand. Just be quiet and listen. The two cultivators paused, furrowing their brows. From beyond the courtyard walls came a series of strange sound creaks, rhythmic thumps, and muffled moans. Zhao Lin's cheeks suddenly turned red. Wait, are you serious? Are they really doing that in broad daylight? Jiang Shen looked equally stunned. Is this some kind of breeding center? There are that many people in there working non-stop. Xia Li kept his composure. You heard it yourself. Do I really need to explain? Jiang Shen's spiritual energy flared up slightly. The Xia family is being this open about it? In the middle of the day, Xia Li snorted. This is our family's courtyard. Since when did sharing a bed become a crime? Xiao Lin was flustered. I'm not judging, this is all very unexpected. If we didn't do this, Xia Li said, crossing his arms, how could the Xia family have grown so strong over generations? That made Xiao Lin suddenly perk up. Oh, is it because of the birth of Xiao Xiao? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, completely unrelated. Xiao Xiao is out training, fighting for the peace of the Ming kingdom, serving the people. He's never benefited the clan directly. The growth of our lineage has only ever come from one thing: having more descendants. Jiang Shen put his hands on his hips. So you're telling me that everyone here, between the ages of 18 and 25, is spending their days and nights contributing to the bloodline? Xia Li nodded proudly. Exactly. If you don't believe me, feel free to wait here until evening. The Xia family may not be the best at everything, but in this particular field, we're second to none. Just then, Xiao Lin's eyes drifted to the mountain in the distance. His expression twisted in surprise. Wait, that mountain? Why is it split in half? Did an earthquake happen here? Xia Li followed his gaze and nodded casually. That happened one night while our clan members were putting in extra effort. The intensity of their dedication cracked the mountain. If you don't believe me, ask anyone in Louis City. They all know the story. Zhao Lin froze, completely speechless. After some time, the three of them returned from the tours. Zhao En was still sitting in his place, waiting patiently. Well, he asked with a smile, what do you two think of the younger generation of the Xia family? Neither Jiang Shen nor Zhao Lin could find the words to respond. They looked too stunned and, perhaps, slightly scandalized. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Chen stepped in. Don't be too quick to judge. What you've seen is only the outer courtyard. He turned toward a path ahead. Come, the true talents lie deeper inside. As they moved forward, Xia Li turned to his father. Father, all the Xia family members here, they're exceptional, aren't they? Xiao En offered a serene smile. It's enough. Zhao Wen led the way confidently, with the two envoys from Jinghong Palace following close behind. If we can discover 10 outstanding disciples, Zhao Wen said, glancing over his shoulder, they'll be eligible for pieces of high-grade spiritual medicine from Jinghong Palace. But if we find 20, then they'll qualify for the inner sect itself. That kind of opportunity is limitless. He paused and gave the two a meaningful look. Well, don't you want to see for yourselves? Jiang Shen scoffed arrogantly. Enough talk, lead the way. Zhao Chen, standing nearby, gave a quiet smile. Without hesitation, he activated the one-leaf blindfold technique, subtly distorting the observer's perceptions. With a soft nod, he said, then let's go. A radiant beam of light shot from Xiao Chun's hand and wrapped around them. With synchronized voices, the three set off. The scene shifted to the Xia family's martial training grounds, young men shouted as they trained relentlessly. One carried a massive boulder atop his head. Others struck dummies with furious speed. Yet despite the intensity, Sha couldn't shake the worry from his face. Disciples of this caliber might actually catch the attention of Jinghong Palace, he murmured. But when Zhang Shen and Shay Lin took in the scene through Zhao Chen's illusory spell, what they saw shocked them. A youth slack-jawed and drooling sat in the dirt, playing with a beetle like a child. Zhang Shen scowled. "This one? Are your standards so low that someone like this is top 10 in the Shia family?" Shay Lin gave a similar disapproving glance. Sha replied calmly, "That youth ranks among our top 10. His strength is really even if appearances deceive." Shay Lin's lips curled in distaste. "He's worse than some of the commoners we passed on the way." From behind them, Sha's voice remained steady. "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding." Xiaoan simply smiled. "It's fine. Let them see for themselves." Sha exhaled with relief. So this was all part of the plan. His father must have made arrangements in advance. That man really was sharp. Elsewhere beneath the shade of a towering tree, two figures sprinted in laps, practicing footwork techniques. But through the illusion, Zhang Shen saw a different story: a young man hanging from a branch, swinging back and forth gleefully like a monkey, while the other stood urinating and scribbling nonsense on the wall. Zhang Shen muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shay Lin's perception showed a muscular youth crawling face first through a giant cake, her face twisted with revulsion. "These are your so-called geniuses," she spat. Sha, standing calmly beside them, offered clarification. "That disciple is cultivating the immovable king technique. He's only at the early golden core stage, so among the inner court he seems average. But his talent is remarkable." Zhaowen smirked, rubbing his chin. "Oh, just wait, it gets better." The next illusion was the final blow, and fell face down, while another lay on his back, laughing hysterically. A third clutched his arm, crying out, "My arm, it's broken." Zhang Shen and Shay Lin were utterly speechless. Sha didn't flinch. "These are the best the Shia family has to offer. I stand by that." Zhang Shen raised an eyebrow, sweat trailing down his temple. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhaowen, being born in the Shia family, must be the miracle of the century." Shay Lin crossed her arms. "Honestly, I'm starting to believe the only reason the Shia family hasn't collapsed is because of Xiao." "Ho ho, it's certainly not because of the rest of you." Xiao Chen asked calmly. "Well, have you decided?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shay Lin answered, "Absolutely not." Xiaowen's expression turned serious. "Now you've seen it, the inner and outer courts of the Shia family, just as they are." Frustrated and defeated, the two turned to leave. Shay Lin muttered, "This whole visit was a complete waste. We should have just visited the Chen family. Instead, their complaints didn't stop there." "Disgraceful," Zhang Shen sneered. "The inner court's a mess, the outer court's no better. The Shia family doesn't nurture talent, they just breed endlessly like rabbits." "No wonder Xiao Hoho never came back," Shay Lin added. "Who'd want to return to this embarrassment?" They stormed off, but not before one final jab. Urine on the walls. "Really, these people are deranged." From behind, Xiao Li watched them go, having overheard the tail end of their rant, his brows knit in confusion. "Are they talking about our Shia family?" Back in the inner quarters of the Shia clan, Shay walked in silence, deep in thought. The strength of the family's disciples was nothing to scoff at, not just within Chang'o City, but across the entire Ming country. While none possessed the terrifying natural gifts of someone like Xiao, they were still remarkable. Yet doubts gnawed at Shay. Turning to his father, he asked, "Are our so-called geniuses really that insignificant in the eyes of Jinghong Hall?" Zhaowen raised a brow at the question. "Jinghong Hall isn't lacking in prodigies," he said calmly. Inwardly, he recalled Shay's past life, the child born with Qilin cartilage, azure, dragon bone marrow, vermilion bird meridians, and black tortoise blood. The Shia family, proud as it was, could hardly compare to that level of innate power. "No wonder," Shay murmured, understanding now. "Just like during that last treasure hunt. Are we going again this time? DJ Hong Hong. Hall won't go easy on us. They'll be our fiercest competition." Zhaowen nodded gravely. You think it's just us? Word of the treasure's appearance has spread far and wide. Countless eyes are watching, waiting like wolves circling prey. I'll tell the Shia disciples to train harder, Shay said. Without hesitation, his father didn't respond immediately. He was thinking hard. In these turbulent times, strength was safety. He turned and strode to a chamber hidden behind the Shia mountain, a place that stored countless ancient treasures, powerful artifacts that had become obsolete or were awaiting someone worthy. Many were granted to gifted disciples, but now even the unused items would need to be brought forth to prepare for what was to come. After sitting in meditation for many days, half a month passed. Zhaowen finally ended his cultivation. His body had broken through to the 3rd level of non-soul, but the progress had been sluggish. Even with all the rare medicine he'd consumed, it's not enough, he thought. I have to move faster. I must stay alive. He made his way to the clan's main hall. Shay met him there, bowing with hands clasped. Father, all preparations are complete. The treasure-seeking team can depart whenever you give the order. Zhaowen smiled, clearly pleased. Excellent. Bring them in. I want to meet them. At his command, a group of robust young men stepped forward. Their eyes were sharp, their spirits fierce, and their bodies hardened through rigorous training. Shay stepped forward and pointed to one of them. This is our team leader, Xiao Fang. He's already reached peak Golden Core. The rest are all at Golden Core level, to each one an elite of the Shia family. They will surely bring the treasure home. Zhaowen regarded them with quiet pride. Rise, all of you. From within his robe, he pulled out a detailed map. This map is authentic. However, its existence has been leaked, and Jinghong Hall is spreading rumors about the treasure. There's definitely more at play here. Be alert. The treasure isn't worth your lives. Understood? Yes, Patriarch, they shouted in unison. Shay stepped up again. Father, I will remember your words. We'll be careful. Zhaowen nodded and raised his hand again. There's one more thing. A gleaming golden ring materialized in his palm, an ancient artifact, radiating a quiet but deadly power. This is the Heavenly Outcast. When used, it tears open space before the enemy, dealing devastating damage. Take it. Use it to protect yourselves and the pride of the Shia family. Xiaofang accepted the treasure with a deep bow. Thank you, Patriarch. With that, the young warriors turned and departed on their mission. Zhaowen watched them go, a weight in his chest. Despite the preparations, his heart was uneasy. Just to be safe, he activated several powerful puppets golden core avatars to follow and protect the team from the shadows. I hope there'll be enough, he muttered. But if not, there are other ways to kill from 1,000 miles away. Far away, at the border between the Ming country and the neighboring kingdom, another group was assembling. They stood in reverent silence, facing a man with an unsettling presence. Greetings, Divine Master Hongshine. Hongshine, with his sharp features and cruel smile, surveyed the crowd. You've done well. You've found some decent talent to bring into Jinghong Hall. Your rewards will come as promised. His eyes narrowed when they landed on Temenshe, Lin and Jiangshan. But you too, he said coldly. You brought back only 10 disciples from Chloris, a land rich with spiritual talent, a clan as prestigious as the Shia family. That's all you could offer. Pathetic. The two dropped to their knees at once. We went to the Shia family and searched thoroughly, Shaylin pleaded. But we found no one of value, Zhang Shen added quickly. It's true, Master. The outer court disciples are lost in worldly pleasures, the inner court. Even worse, not worth recruiting. Hongshine let out a low chuckle, eyes closed in mock amusement. So the Shia family is washed up already, he sneered. One decent talent among them must have been a miracle. No point wasting more time on them. He turned toward the crowd and waved his hand. The treasure is what matters now. Take your assigned disciples and head for the site. And remember, this is more than a test. I want them to seize this opportunity. And when it's over, I expect them all to join Jinghong Hall. His eyes gleamed with dark ambition. They will become my disciples. With one hand tucked behind his back, Hongshin stood in silence for a moment before asking calmly, any updates on Xiao? A respectful voice came from behind him. Divine Master, Xiao is still within Ming territory. He hasn't made any moves yet. and it seems he hasn't acted on the matter of the treasure. A quiet smile curled across Hongjin's face. If he refuses to show himself, then all the spies I've planted in Ming will have died for nothing, and I won't let the efforts of Liang country's disciples be wasted either. The subordinate hesitated, then added, "It's been said that members of the Xia family are en route here." Hongjin let out a cold grunt. Without Xiao, none of them matter. Shang Shen and Shay Lin have both visited the Xia family, confirmed that the rest are useless. There's no reason to take them seriously. He turned on his heel and walked away, his robe fluttering slightly with each step. It's time we begin the search for the treasure. Keep watching Xiao. He moves. I want to know immediately. Elsewhere, Xiao Fang stood tall, hands on his hips, as he shouted confidently, "Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, we represent the Jiao family from Northern Li country. Make sure you remember that." Watching him with quiet admiration, Xiaowen thought, Zhao Feng truly deserves to lead this mission. He may act tough, but he's extremely careful, thorough, and precise. Like a younger version of myself, the disciples scratched their heads and echoed in unison. "Understood, big brother Xiao Feng." Xiao Fang laughed. "You're still calling me that? It's big brother Zhao Fang now. We're here to obtain the treasure, whatever it takes. We'll use our northern identity for that." Hearing this, Xiaowen nodded with approval. Having someone like him in charge is a blessing for the family. Just then, a great expert being reborn into your bloodline. It calms the spirit and sharpens the senses, greatly accelerating one's martial arts comprehension. So, a reincarnated great expert is born into my family, just as I'm searching for an ancient expert's treasure. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The system chimed again. Choose one. Option 1. Act without delay. Assist the reincarnated child's awakening. Reward. Reincarnation sealed divine ability. With both hands behind his back, Xiaowen slowly paced across the courtyard. "System," he said, "how much of the great expert's memory can be retained after reincarnation? To preserve their minds even before birth, that explains the option to erase them," Xiaowen thought. He arrived at a home within the Xia family estate. Inside, a descendant cradled a child in his arms and greeted him respectfully. "Patriarch. This child is named Shoa Lin, human race. Possesses a heavenly spirit root. Golden core cultivation at birth. Identity reincarnated peak level expert. Innate treasure. Heaven-changing pearl grants time acceleration abilities." As the child beamed with joy at the sight of Xiaowen, the patriarch smiled gently. Born at the golden core stage, truly worthy of someone who solved the riddle before even leaving the womb. He lifted his hand and conjured a landscape painting from thin air. The child's eyes widened, and then he burst into tears. Xian stepped forward, gently cradling a steaming cup of tea. "Fellow cultivator," he called out, with a calm yet firm voice, "there's no need to stay hidden. You've been reborn into the Yea family. I hold no ill will toward you." At those words, the young child abruptly stopped sobbing. His expression shifted from sorrow to amusement. "I didn't expect the Xia family patriarch to offer such exquisite tea," he said, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. Then, with one hand propped confidently on his hip and the other braced against his knee, he straightened up his stance, stubborn and unyielding. Shan regarded the child thoughtfully. "You're willing to call me patriarch. Does that mean you've accepted your place within the SIA family?" He paused, voice growing solemn. "Once someone reincarnates naturally, the ties to their former name and life are severed." The boy nodded slowly. "Honestly, I intended to choose a humble rebirth. I never imagined I'd awaken into a clan with cultivation heritage." His lips curled in amusement, but behind the cheerful expression, his mind churned. "I can't sense any spiritual aura from this patriarch. He must be hiding it. At the very least, he's likely at the nascent soul stage." Xian let out a soft, self-deprecating chuckle. "We're not quite a renowned cultivation clan," he admitted, "but our ancestors believed that many children bring many blessings, and so our family grew strong through sheer numbers." His tone grew warmer. "Whatever your past was, now that you carry Xia blood, you are one of us." Just then, a system notification silently echoed through the child's consciousness. "Congratulations. User has acquired the divine ability. Heaven-opening seal. Shan clasped his hands behind his back, posture steady. Since fate brought you into the Xia clan and I stand as patriarch, I must offer you something suitable as a welcome gift. As he finished speaking, a brilliant stream of light shot from his palm, entering the child's forehead with a soft hum. This heaven-opening seal, he explained, may not be a legendary divine art, but it's potent enough to mark your beginning with us. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, patriarch. Internally, however, he felt a flicker of unease. Cold sweat traced down his back. Despite his peak-level expertise in his previous life, some memories remained hazy, but this divine ability to affect the primordial forces directly, that's no ordinary power. Shan gave a slight nod. Loner, I'm truly glad it suits you, he said. If during your cultivation you encounter any difficulties with the divine ability, don't hesitate to consult the patriarch. Loner, though still a child in appearance, harbored deeper thoughts. Just who was this patriarch who had casually gifted him such a powerful divine technique? Could he truly be an expert who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation? Such a gesture wasn't something a common cultivator could offer. The boy smiled gently. While I am honored by the patriarch's generosity, I dare not accept such a precious gift without offering something in return, he said. Where I was laid to rest in my past life, the mountain was teeming with heavenly treasures. With my reincarnation, it's likely that those treasures have reappeared as well. Perhaps the patriarch could send someone to investigate it, a small token of gratitude from me. Shaowen, who had been standing nearby, fell into deep thought. The area Loner had described was the exact location that Jinghong Palace had been investigating. Rumored to be the resting place of a legendary cultivator and his vast trove of treasures, it matched the clues perfectly. He finally spoke. Loner, I must tell you something. It seems your former grave is about to be disturbed. Others are already closing in. Loner's expression changed immediately. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a large crowd had formed. Cultivators, both men and women, had gathered in anticipation. Someone murmured, "These teams are heading in a direction that doesn't match the map the patriarch provided." Another confirmed, "Then the patriarch must be correct. Jinghong Palace is clearly plotting something. What should we do now?" Shaowen stepped forward calmly. "I have a plan," he said, motioning for everyone to come closer. He leaned in and whispered detailed instructions. One cultivator asked hesitantly, "Brother Chao, if we do this, won't we miss out on the treasures?" Chao Fang chuckled. "How can I stand idly by while so many fellow cultivators are lured into Jinghong Palace's trap? This is bigger than treasure." Another spoke up immediately. Uncovering Jinghong Palace's scheme is a worthy feat. On its own, I'll follow Brother Chao's lead. One after another, voices joined in agreement. "Count me in, we're with you." Chao Fang smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride. "You're all true brothers." Elsewhere, overlooking the valley from atop a cliff, Hong Xin received a report from his subordinate. "Divine Lord, even more people are gathering outside the valley, hundreds more." Hong Xin stood tall, arms crossed. "Good," he replied. "Let them come. We'll cast our net once enough fish have gathered." At the very site of the ancient grave, members of Jinghong Palace had already arrived. Led by Zheng Shen and Lai, the air around them shimmered with spiritual energy so rich it nearly buzzed. "This place is incredible," someone whispered. "I feel like I could advance in my cultivation just by breathing here." Zhang Shen nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure appeared larger than before standing at the grave's entrance, a zither cradled in his arms. He surveyed the gathered group with piercing eyes. "There's no true genius in Team 5, he observed coldly. "Tell me, whose child is this prodigy standing before us?" His gaze locked onto a boy. "Would you consider joining Jinghong Palace?" he asked. But Shaolin, now youthful in form and fierce in presence, frowned deeply. "You dare disturb this old man's resting place with such meager strength," he said. A wave of silence swept the group. The grave belongs to a child. Someone whispered nervously, "Who is he?" "The Eternal Emperor?" Another murmured in disbelief. Shaolin glanced down at his small hands. The heavenly transformation pearl had done its job. He now looked like an 8-year-old but appearances were deceiving. For now, this form would suffice. Jiang Shen narrowed his eyes. Golden core, 9th level. And at such a young age, he said, astonished. The Eternal Emperor has been gone for ages, and now, he stepped forward and pointed. You have one last chance, boy. Join Jinghong Palace or perish. Shaolin rose slowly, his eyes cold as ice. You think the lot of you can take me down? He asked, voice calm but full of menace. Shine could no longer restrain his fury. With a furious glare, he raised his arm to strike. A brat, still wet behind the ears, dares to mock us. You must be courting death. A massive golden palm surged forward, crashing toward Shaolin. But Shaolin's eyes sharpened, his anger ignited. You dare spout such arrogance on this old man's resting ground. With a sharp motion, Shaolin brought his hands together. A blinding beam of light erupted from his palms, cutting straight through the enormous golden hand. The force sent Shaolin flying, blood spraying as he hit the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Shen shouted in panic. He's too strong. We need to get out of here now. But Shaolin, emboldened, laughed coldly, trying to flee. You've come this far. Why not stay a little longer? Meanwhile, in the Shia family estate, Shia Chen was startled by a string of system alerts. Your character Shaolin has slain the Jinghong Palace disciple Zheng Shen. Your character Shaolin has slain the Jinghong Palace disciple Shaolin. Your character Shaolin has convinced 32 elite disciples of Jinghong Palace to defect. All related memories have been erased. Your character Shaolin has eliminated 69 elite Jinghong Palace disciples. Xia Chen furrowed his brow. He's only existed for less than a day since the awakening of the heavenly transformation pearl. Yet already he's powerful enough to slay the soul of a reincarnated powerhouse. He gripped his crossbow uneasily. The world outside was more treacherous than he had imagined. He would need to tread very carefully. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from the mountain slopes. Everyone, retreat. It's a trap by the Qiao family of the Lao kingdom. The valley is full of ambushes. Chaos erupted as the crowd panicked. Run! They want to round us all up! The Liao army is here. There is no treasure. It was all a ruse. A desperate voice from the Xia family screamed out, We risked everything to uncover this plotfully. Now. Nearby, Xiaofang bellowed. Silence. This is a personal grudge between the Qiao family of Liao and the Xia family. Hong Shen's face drained of color. The Liao army is here. We need to get out of Bone Valley now. Forget the treasure, someone cried. Our lives are more valuable. Cries echoed through the valley as panicked villagers fled in all directions. Run, hurry, the Liao army is here. High above, Hong Shen stood on an outcropping, eyes scanning the horizon. Just a bit longer, he muttered, fists clenched. Just a bit more. The sudden arrival of the Liao army had scattered over half the people in the valley. Cries echoed through the valley as panicked villagers fled in all directions. Run, hurry, the Liao army is here. High above, Hong Shen stood on an outcropping, eyes scanning the horizon. Just a bit longer, he muttered, fists clenched. Just a bit more. The sudden arrival of the Liao army had scattered over half the people in the valley. Realizing he had no time to waste, Hong Shen activated the formation. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing like a storm breaking over the mountains. The Liao army all ready. Hong Shen's expression darkened. How dare a mere insect disrupt my grand plan? With a furious roar, he shouted, Die! A massive hand surged forward, heading straight for Zhao Fang. Shock flashed across Zhao Fang's face. He hadn't expected the cultivator from Jinghong Palace, someone at the Nunt Soul stage, to strike so swiftly, yet his eyes held no fear. I can save my comrades, Zhao Fang whispered, then I'll give my life willingly. But just as the attack closed in, Xiao En appeared out of nowhere, placing himself between Xiao Fang and the blow. Honored elder, he pleaded, please stay your hand. His words fell on deaf ears. The elder's strike detonated in a colossal blast, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Arms, watching through a mirror artifact. Incredible. My puppet was obliterated in an instant. Yet a sly smile played on his lips. So it was the ancestor's puppet after all. Xiao Fang was flung away by the blast. injured but alive, furious. Hong Xin growled. An old man dares to meddle. The formation now fully activated, he sneered. Nowhere to run. With that, he shot forward toward Xiaofang. You're just a bug beneath my heel. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the sky. A gleaming arrow tore toward him. His eyes widened as the projectile struck home, tearing through flesh and bone. One arm was lost instantly. Recoiling, he spat blood and hastily pulled a pill from his robes, chewing it quickly. If not for the palace master's reward, I'd be dead already. Still reeling, he shouted into the smoke, "Who dares interfere? Show yourself, for the dignity of Jinghong Palace." A response came not in words, but through action. A single heaven-piercing finger shot from the haze, driving straight into his chest. Caught off guard and too injured to defend, Hong Xin screamed as his robes were shredded in the blast. "Jinghong Palace will make you pay for this," he bellowed, trying to gather what remained of his strength. But another arrow was already flying toward him. No. From afar, Zhao Wen nodded, satisfied. Good. A system notification chimed in Zhao Wen's mind. Achievement unlocked. When the fool falls. The plan prevails. Reward obtained. First-grade magic treasure. Space ceiling. Pearl ally Zhao Fang defeated a Nunt Soul stage enemy to realms above his level. Reward. Recipe for heaven. Ascending spirit pill. Enemy Hong Xin. Of Jinghong Palace eliminated reward. Second-grade superior treasure. Nunt Soul Tribulation armor. You inflicted the most damage and suffered the greatest injuries. Reward. Spiritual grade non-soul armor. Zhao En exhaled slowly. Still not strong enough. Tried to kill a non-soul cultivator and failed. His eyes scanned the reward list. The space ceiling pearl can lock down areas. The heaven ascending pillif, we can refine it. It'll elevate our clan's spirit roots. This could change everything. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. A shame we lack an alchemist. Guess I'll have to learn it myself. Just then, a voice called out from atop a distant mountain. Please, have mercy. A trembling figure knelt below, clearly shaken. The Zhao family of Li Kingdom, the voice boomed. Truly terrifying, that finger technique. Even a divine venerate couldn't withstand it. When Hong Xin tried to kill Xiao Fang, it was that single strike which turned the tide. Above them all, a mysterious cloaked figure with an unseen face surveyed the battlefield. I had planned to handle Ming and Liang kingdoms first, but the Liu kingdom just couldn't wait. He barked an order. Hong Fang, divine venerate. Liang, divine venerate. Yes, guardian. Both voices responded in unison. Clean up the mess in Ming and Liang kingdoms. Use overwhelming force. Make them remember the might of Jinghong Palace. We obey. They shouted, their voices cutting through the clouds like blades. Inside a private chamber within the Xia family estate, Shaolin stood respectfully before the clan's ancestral tablet. Ancestor, Shaolin said solemnly, everything I gained in my past life, I now offer to the Xia family. Xiao Chen, watching from the side, nodded in approval. You are truly considerate, Lair, he remarked. Shaolin smiled. With the ancestors watching over me, I can now cultivate in peace. He then turned to Lair and asked, Are you familiar with pill refinement? Lair grinned modestly. I have some experience, though I wouldn't call myself a master. My true strengths lie more in music. Still, he paused and retrieved an ancient scroll. Try using this method for refining pills. Shaolin's eyes widened as he examined it. A pill that enhances spirit roots. That's been considered a myth, something from legends. I never imagined it actually existed. He looked up with awe. Improving spirit roots is like defying the heavens, changing one's destiny. This isn't just a rare formula, this is a treasure of the highest order. Shaolin bowed deeply. Ancestor, this technique, it's beyond my current ability to refine. Instead of being disappointed, the ancestor chuckled. Then go cultivate. I'll study this method further. Outside the city gates of Xiao City, a woman dressed in flowing white robes stood silently. Her long hair danced in the breeze. She whispered, Mother, your daughter has finally returned. It was Zhang Lingshan back in the Xia residence. In a separate hall, Xiao Ye approached his father. You called for me, father? Xiaowan nodded. Lair, from now on, quietly begin purchasing these medicinal herbs. Also start cultivating them in our Families, gardens, for the rarest ones, grow them within the landscape painting domain. It's hidden well enough. He added with a warning, many eyes are watching the Shaw family lately. Blend these purchases in with our regular herb acquisitions. Don't make them stand out. Zhao AI replied confidently, understood, father. Most of these herbs are already commonly traded in the city. As for the rarer ones, I'll source them in small batches from various places. No one will notice. Shaolin observed his son with satisfaction. He's becoming more and more composed. He now has my caution and prudence. He turned inward. With the herb issue handled, now comes the real problem, the pill refiner. He frowned. The spirit ascending elixir is a level 5 pill, but the most skilled alchemist in our family is only level 2. There's no time to train someone new, and we lack a true mentor to teach advanced pill refinement. He sighed deeply. This exposes the limits of our shallow foundation. The clan's development has been too haphazard. We must reorganize our inheritance, and cultivation paths need structure. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System activation. Your essence resonates with the Shah lineage and has triggered a romantic fate scenario. Now activating choice function. 2 options appeared before him. Option 1, while she is unconscious, the deed is done. Reward, level 6 formation technique. Mortal heart refining grand array. Option 2, in a moment of emotional vulnerability, the jade body leans close, but your heart remains still. Reward, unique physique, ice clear jade, pure body. Character details, name, Shaolin race, human talent, grade 6, spirit root cultivation method, dragon yang sword, scripture, blood flame, divine sword, shuang yang, one sword scripture, Lingjin light body, primordial embryo technique cultivation level, golden core, stage 9 identity, reincarnated powerhouse from the fusion period physique, innate sword body. The immense forces of heaven and earth stirred, weaving threads of fate. Zhaoan, a soul bound by past burdens, unknowingly stumbled into a destined romance when he saved a woman from the Chang Clan Changtian over time. Through trials and shared adversity, a quiet affection bloomed between them. But clan law was unyielding. Changtian, despite her feelings, dared not speak of love. Zhaoan, haunted by the shadows of his previous life, also buried his heart. Fate offered them a rare opportunity to enter the inheritance of the legendary 3,000 sword Tao. Yet, when Changtian risked her life to shield Xiao Mo and fell unconscious, her delicate face stirred something deep in Xiaoan's heart. His icy resolve began to melt, and he found himself torn between restraint and the pull of emotion. He hesitated. Should he act on his heart or remain bound by duty? Even Zhaoan was taken aback by how deeply the moment affected him. This isn't a matter for the ancestors to decide, he thought, lifting his teacup with quiet resolve. No matter how tempting the reward, I cannot decide alone. System, he commanded, display my personal information. The interface flickered to life. Name, Zhaoan, age 13, actual 97,000 cultivation. Nascent soul, stage 3 descendants. 328 cultivation method. Primordial purple chest scripture. Divine abilities, heaven opening, seal, fragrant skyfinger, puppet mastery, sword calling, magical treasures, cloud crossing armor, primordial grade, jade spacelock, first grade hebo, and rivers and mountains. Painting superior 2nd grade universe. Mirror superior 3rd grade, and more. Spiritual root, chaos supreme, pill storage, 99 plus Tao domain, heaven and earth satisfied. Zhaoan set the information aside and turned to his steward. Summon Wolfheart, Zhana wished to speak with him. Meanwhile, outside the Shaya family's grand estate, chaos was erupting. A woman stood before the gates, sword in hand, defiant and proud. You've wounded members of the SEA clan, one of the guards barked. Without explanation, you will not leave SEA City alive. Zhang Lingzhan stood tall, her eyes blazing with fury. Not one of you in the Shaya family is innocent, she spat. Bring me Zhaoan now, or I'll raze this place to the ground. Despite her threats, she had shown restraint. Xiao Chen noted that the guards were hurt, but not fatally wounded. There was intention behind her actions. Not blind rage, but why? Was she so desperate to see Zhaoan? Zhaoan was known for his refined appearance and graceful demeanor. A fourth-generation descendant of the clan, he had left a strong impression from birth. People often remarked that if his beauty held, as he matured, he would rival the legendary Pan-An. And though his talents in cultivation were modest, his prowess in another area was prodigious. In just 15 years, he had taken 68 concubines and fathered 132 children, earning him the dubious title of most gifted scoundrel in the Xia lineage now. The guards surged forward. Swords drawn, Jiang Lingshan stood firm, her energy spent. She hadn't expected such fierce resistance not just from Zhan and Zhaowen, but from multiple Golden Core stage. Tears welled in her eyes as she raised her sword. "Mother, I've failed. I couldn't get justice for you." She stood, unmoving, watching a barrage of blades descend toward her. Perhaps when I'm gone, he won't even care. But in that moment, Zhaowen descended from the sky, his voice thunderous. "Stop!" All movement halted. Everyone turned their gaze upward. The moment they saw him, their hostility vanished, replaced by reverence. "Ancestor," the guards called out in unison. Zhang Lingshun looked up, stunned. Zhaowen's voice softened. "Child, you've suffered far too long." He summoned his son, La. "Bring her inside. I wish to speak with her." At that moment, a system notification blinked before Zhaowen's eyes. Target, Zhang Lingshan, race, human spirit root quality. 8th grade cultivation, Golden Core. 8th layer cultivation method, Medicine King's world-saving scripture. Divine abilities, hidden. Special status, inheritor of the Medicine King's scripture lost, descendant of the Xia clan constitution. None recent actions, assaulted Xia clan to seek justice, injured 18 guards. Xian stood quietly in the grand hall, gazing down from above at his kneeling grandson. The golden glow of the setting sun filtered in through the windows as he projected an image into the era young woman's face. "Do you recognize her?" he asked solemnly. Xian furrowed his brows, pretending to search his memory. "Great-grandfather, I'm afraid I don't know this girl." Xiaowen's expression turned grave. "Think harder. That girl stormed into our Xia family estate, and it's because of you." Xian scratched his head awkwardly, genuinely puzzled. Could it be? Some infatuated girl who swore to marry me, or no one else? Before he could finish his musing, a sharp slap landed across his face, sending it twisting sideways. "She's your daughter." Zhaowen, thundered Xian, tears pooling in his eyes, clutched his cheek. "You hit me without warning, and I swear I don't remember anything." Just then, a servant announced the arrival of Zhang Lingshan. Her father had brought her in person. The girl stepped forward, sword in hand, eyes blazing with fury. "You heartless bastard. Prepare to die." Xiaowen quickly raised a hand to stop her. "Hold on, Lingshan. Tell this old man your grievance. If he truly wronged you, I will deal with him myself." Still shaking with anger, Zhang Lingshan pulled out a small box and held it up. "This is my mother's keepsake. Inside is a picture of her with him and a jade pendant engraved with the characters An and Xia." Xiao An turned to Xian, his gaze intense. "Well, sinner, do you have anything to say now?" Shan's eyes widened in recognition. "It's Zhang? You?" He immediately dropped to his knees. "Great-grandfather, I swear I was wronged." But Zhang Lingshan wasn't having it. "Wronged? You abandoned your wife and child and left my mother to become the butt of everyone's jokes. If I had the strength, I'd kill you myself." Just then, a system notification appeared. Host, curiosity detected. Reward, water mirror technique. Xiao-en raised an eyebrow. What's with this curiosity increasing stuff? Shrugging off the odd system message, Xiao-en waved his hand, activating the water mirror technique. "You say he abandoned your mother. He claims innocence. Let's see the truth for ourselves." The surface of the magical mirror shimmered, revealing a memory. A stunning woman was shown riding away on horseback, looking back at her subordinates. "Do not harm him," she instructed. "It's this man." Later, in her private quarters, she opened a locket showing Shan's photo. To her daughter, "This man is your father." Back in the mirror, a scene played out between the younger Xian and the woman. She pushed him onto the bed, straddling him. Such a rare beauty. "Come with me, and I promise you'll never want for food or clothes again," Xian pleaded, his voice trembling. "Please, I already have a wife. I can't betray her." slacked her hand cracked across his face. Zhao En muttered, "This kid's face really takes a beating." The woman blushed and spoke softly. "You're mine now, behave, and I won't punish you." Zhao En ended the water mirror projection. Zhang Lingshang stood speechless. So that's the truth. No wonder Mother never blamed him. I can tell now her fate was short-lived. She gave herself to the man she loved. Shan looked sick with guilt, all to avoid punishment. I served Zhang Yu like a slave, but it gave me a chance to escape and return home. I didn't even think of revenge after that. And yet, she still bore a daughter, Xiaowen added. Realizing her mistake, Zhang Lingshan lowered her sword and bowed deeply. "I was wrong, elders. I submit myself to your judgment." Zhao En nodded thoughtfully. "You belong to the Xia bloodline. From now on, consider yourself returned to your ancestral home." Zhang Lingshan responded at once. "Yes, elder." He then turned to the reunited pair. "You are father and daughter. Now that the truth is clear, cherish one another." Xian clutched Xiaowen's sleeve like a frightened child. "Great's grandfather. I'm still a little scared." "Useless brat," Xiaowen barked. "Get out of here." Another system prompt appeared. "Decision made for your grandson. Reward, level 6, magical treasure, mortal heart refinement. Array, special physique, pure ice jade body." Xiaowen stroked his chin in confusion. "Wait a minute. I didn't do anything. Why does it say I made a choice?" "I received 2 rewards," Shmo muttered, eyebrows raised, though honestly. Neither of them matched the quality of those rare beasts. He checked his status panel again, still a bit in disbelief. Name, Shmo. Race, human talent. Grade, 8. Spirit root, divine. Inherited arts. 3. Heavenly sword techniques. Dragon Yang sword, scripture. Blood flame, divine sword. Mysterious Yang, one sword scripture. Spirit mountain, divine embryo technique. Cultivation, first layer of the Unying. Realm, special identity, reincarnated powerhouse from the fusion period. Awakened physique, sword body tuned to the will of heaven and earth. Xiao An stared in amazement. By the heavens. In under 2 hours, your spirit root improved by 2 full grades and your cultivation reached Unying. He barely had time to process it when the system prompted another wave of notifications. "You chose to do nothing for your grandson," it stated bluntly. Zhang Chenbi, touched by Xiaowen's restraint, felt long-suppressed emotions rise. The moment had come. She stepped forward, no longer willing to hold back. The first to move gains the upper hand, she told herself. Her decision had been made. During dual cultivation, her grandson Xiao attained perfect yin-yang balance, allowing him to fully comprehend all 3 heavenly sword techniques. His cultivation surged to the first layer of the Unying realm. Meanwhile, Shmo, harnessing the surge of true essence, underwent a heavenly transformation. His spirit root ascended to grade 8. Zhao An couldn't hold back a joyful laugh. "First, Xiaowen, now Shmo, how fortunate that I'm too old to land in such risky predicaments." He approached Zhang Lingshan and asked warmly, "Little Lingshan, are you the successor to the world-saving Medicine King?" Startled, Lingshan hesitated. That was her most closely guarded secret. How could this elder from the Xiao family possibly? No. Sensing her reluctance, Xiaowen reassured her. "There are no outsiders here. The Xiao ancestors don't steal chances from their descendants. You have nothing to fear." After a pause, he added gently, "I only wish to know what grade of pills can you currently refine?" Still a bit wary, Lingshan finally answered, "4th grade." At that, Xiaowen beamed. "Excellent, very good indeed, at the Golden Core stage and already a 4th grade pill refiner. That level of talent is remarkable. No wonder you inherited the legacy of the Medicine King." He turned to the others, explaining, "Most pill refiners can only craft pills for realms below their own. Talented ones can match their own cultivation level. But this girl, she's crafting pills for the Unying stage already. She's no ordinary genius. She's a prodigy among prodigies." Zhang Lingshan lowered her head with a quiet sigh. Despite the praise, a tinge of sadness colored her tone. "Does the elder wish to keep me here? Just to refine pills?" From the side, Xiai finally interjected. "This child, the ancestor, welcomes you into the Xiao family. yet you still refer to him as elder." His voice grew cold. "Not just anyone is worthy of entering the Shao clan's gate. If you can't distinguish kindness from coercion, then perhaps you're unworthy of the bloodline. If you insist on being obstinate, I would sooner take your legacy by force." Shao Chen gave his son a sideways glance. "That's enough," he said gently. "Lingshan has suffered much. A little pride is understandable. As elders, we must show patience." Turning to the girl, Shaoan smiled once more. "Pill refinement should come from the heart. If you're unwilling, no one will force your hand." Linqian looked up and asked directly, "Then, how many pills would I need to refine before you'd let me go?" He chuckled and raised a porcelain teacup. "Let's put that aside for now. Come taste a cup of this ancestor's tea." Without hesitation, Lingshan took the cup and drank. A strange glint flashed in her eyes. "Ancestor," she whispered, her expression suddenly stunned. "This tea." The moment it touched her throat, a wave of inexplicable energy surged through, her entire body mysterious, profound, and utterly unlike anything she had known. Lingshan sat cross-legged beneath the ancient tree, her senses attuned to the rhythms of the world. She could feel the pulse of heaven and earth, the breath of nature itself flowing through her. It had been 3 days since her awakening, 3 days since she had entered this profound state of enlightenment. When she finally opened her eyes, a soft smile played on her lips. "Ancestor," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Is this the effect of enlightenment tea?" Shao En nodded with a faint smile. "You're close. What you drank was a rare variant enlightenment red flower. It's a celestial tea." Lingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "The enlightenment red flower. Isn't that the kind of tea that flows like an eternal spring? Not even the great Saint dynasty could afford cultivation like this." She paused, a thought taking root in her mind. "If I could drink this tea regularly, perhaps returning to the SIA family and reclaiming my birthright wouldn't be so far-fetched." Standing calmly with his hands behind his back, Shao Chen replied, "Lingshan, you've only just joined the Xia family. I don't have much to offer, but perhaps a special constitution will do." Lingshan blinked in surprise. "A special constitution? You can just give one." Without a word, Shaoan raised his hand. A golden jade disc appeared, hovering mid-air, glowing with radiant light. As the energy touched her, Lingshan's entire body responded. She felt a profound transformation taking place within her. Her breath caught, "This is the ice-clear jade solid constitution. Cultivation focus is enhanced, inner demons can't invade, evil spirits are powerless against it. And pill refining, it boosts pill refinement efficiency 3-fold. This is a dream physique for alchemists." Shao En studied her. "Now tell me, how long will it take you to become a 5th grade pill master?" Lingshan's face lit up with confidence. "As long as I reach the Yuanying realm and get access to 5th grade pill recipes, I can refine them. But to refine them with true skill, I'd need experience. At least 10,000 attempts at 4th grade pills and 100 successful 5th grade. One Zhao En unrolled a mystical map and pointed to a marked location. "In that case, come with me." He activated a spatial treasure, and together they stepped into a hidden pocket realm. Lingshan gasped. The spiritual energy here was far richer than the outside world. If she could cultivate here, she was certain she'd reach Yuanying within 3 years, Stay Shao En told her. "Focus on your cultivation. If you need anything, just say a word. I'll provide all necessary resources." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lingshan bowed deeply. "Thank you, ancestor. We're family," Zhao En said gently. "No need for such formality." Just then, the system interface in Shao En's mind flickered to life. Notification. Reincarnation of a future female emperor detected born. To the Gu family in Noning, Shao En frowned slightly. "Gu family? What's that got to do with us? A small clan at best. We might have some intermarriage through the younger generations, but nothing significant. Still, someone destined. For emperorship carries immense fortune." He mused aloud. "I'll have she reach out and forge ties. A marriage alliance might be possible." Another system message arrived. Alternate emperor-born child detected, this time within Xia territory. Birth will bring an imperial omen. Choose an action. Option 1, suppress the omen. Hide the imperial aura. Reward, clan-shaking stone tablet. Option 2. Allow the omen to manifest. It will draw attention from across the nations. Reward: divine skill, reincarnation seal. Manifestation confined to Shia territory. Xiao Wen's expression hardened. If word spreads, countless forces will descend on us. The Xia family isn't strong enough yet for that kind of attention. He selected the first option. The system confirmed. Omen concealed. Imperial aura hidden. Reward granted. Clan-shaking stone tablet. Effect: greatly boosts Shia clan fortune. Conceals member lifespans. But peace didn't last long. Another alert flashed. Hostile entities had appeared within Shia territory. Engage, the system asked. Zhao Wen's hands moved in a swift pattern. As he activated the water mirror technique, a scene materialized before him. Two powerful nascent soul experts approaching in a wooden carriage. From within, the cry of an infant pierced the air. The reincarnated female emperor had arrived. Inside the rumbling carriage, a mother cradled her young daughter, tears streaking down the child's cheeks. Seeing her little one cry, the woman's heart twisted with anguish. "My poor girl," she whispered, voice trembling. "Your mother has failed you. The Zhu family has failed you." From the driver's seat outside the carriage, a bruised and battered voice called out, "Madame, we're nearing the Xiao family estate. Since the Jiyu and Xiao clans are bound by marriage, they'll surely give us sanctuary." But just behind them, among their pursuers, a voice spoke with chilling calm. "Master, they're approaching Xiao City. Should we act now?" The one called Master responded coolly, "No need to rush. Let the worldly sects watch. Let them see." How Jinghong Palace deals with disobedience. If the Zhao family proves as defiant as the Jiyu, we'll erase them too. A figure in red interjected, laning, "Why not strike directly? Capturing the Xiao clan would be easy and far less troublesome. They hold considerable sway in Ming country. Once we take them, who among the lesser sects will dare stand against us?" Lanian gave a calm glance. "You still don't understand, do you?" Hong Shen made the same mistake. These sects may bow on the surface, but their hearts remain unyielding. This time, we don't just want submission, we want transformation. Ming and Lang must become Jinghong's backyard, completely stripped of resistance. "But why start with the Jiyu family?" another voice asked. Laning answered evenly. "During the last recruitment, only the Jiyu and Zhao families sent very few disciples. The Jiyu clan refused to yield even at death's door. I intended to move on the Xiao clan next, but now the last survivor of the Jiyu family is fleeing right to them." A sharp glint flickered in her eyes. "This serves us. It will force the Xiao clan to reveal their stance. If they protect the fugitive, they'll be condemned with the Jiyu. If they hand them over, well, they'll lose their honor and reputation. Either way, they fall." One of her subordinates smirked. Truly the mind of a strategist. Whether the Zhao clan saves them or not, their fate is sealed. Back in the carriage, the driver's voice came again. "We're barely a mile from the Zhao estate. Still no sign of help. It looks like they've abandoned us." With a force like Jinghong Palace involved, no one wants to take the risk. The mother's grip tightened around her daughter. Her voice was faint, her spirit breaking. "We're already so wounded. We don't have long, my sweet child." On Laning's side, another report arrived. The Xiao clan still shows no reaction. Without hesitation, Laning gave the order. "Good. Their silence is permission enough. Kill the old man and the woman. Leave no survivors, not even the child. Yes, Divine Lord." At that very moment, a deadly force surged forward, surrounding the desperate carriage from all sides. Tears streamed down the mother's face as she slowly pulled a hairpin from her bun, her hand trembling. "Ro, please don't blame me," she whispered, voice breaking. With a desperate resolve, she raised the pin, aiming to end the child's life. Better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Just as the pin descended, the child let out a piercing cry, and in that moment, a figure appeared in the carriage. Zhao En stepped forward, calmly and silently, lifting the child into his arms. The baby quieted instantly, sensing safety. With a gentle smile, Zhao En said, "If Madam no longer wishes to raise this child, perhaps you'd entrust her to this old man." The child giggled softly, feeling protected. The mother, overwhelmed by emotion, collapsed to her knees. "Great One, I beg of yous, save my daughter," she cried. "There's no time. Please, leave now. Elder Wang and I will do our best to hold them off. They're from Jinghong Palace. If they find you here, we're all doomed." Despite her warning, Shaoen's expression remained tranquil. He pulled aside the carriage curtain and stepped out. The gathered soldiers turned to him, sneering in disbelief. "Well, well, someone's eager to die you, from the Xia family." Unbothered, Shaoen studied them calmly. 10 at the Yuan Ying, stage 170 at Golden Core. And 2 commanding at the nascent soul level, he noted aloud. Enough power to wipe out every sect in Ming country except the Xia family, of course. His gaze locked on the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Had this been anywhere else, I might have hesitated, but I didn't expect you to follow them this far. Laning scoffed. "He's alone. Don't waste time. Kill him." The attackers surged forward, but Shaoen's smile only deepened. He activated the Tao field of heaven and earth. Immediately, an invisible pressure blanketed the area. All spells and techniques below Shaoen's cultivation fell under his control. Energy within his domain surged, empowered to a level beyond his own cultivation. The entire Xia family's territory trembled with the force. Weapons wrenched from hands and floated mid-air. The 2 nascent soul cultivators froze in horror. This man, one gasped. "We need to retreat." Without another word, both commanders turned and fled. Still cradling the child, Xiaoen pulled out a glowing jade token. He activated the space-locking seal, instantly trapping the rest of the enemy force within an invisible prison. Then he turned back to the carriage. "It's over," he said gently. "You're safe, but both of you are gravely injured. I cannot heal wounds of this depth. Come with me to the Haya family estate." The mother's voice cracked with sorrow and urgency. "Please, Great One, I beg you, just take care of my daughter." Shaoen's tone shifted, quiet yet resolute. "You have my word. I will protect her." Far away, an emperor muttered something, unaware that fate had just shifted course entirely. "Originally, I had dreamed of a humble life as a carpenter, but fate has shackled me to this cursed imperial throne. In a world where pleasure sprouts like mushrooms after rain, ruling with righteousness becomes exhausting. Being a good emperor is more draining than anyone realizes. Tomorrow, I'll join you in court. I want the world to see that I'm stepping down of my own will, not because some scheming upstart is forcing me out." In the back courtyard of the Zi family estate, Zi Chen cradled a baby in his arms. The child quieted only in his embrace. Whenever he tried to lay her down, she would instantly burst into tears, loud, strong cries that echoed throughout the compound. No amount of toys or wet nurses could comfort her. Thankfully, Zi Chen rarely let her leave his arms. From behind, Zi Xiao called out, "Father, the first step is complete." Zi Chen gave a nod of approval. "Excellent. Proceed with the second phase. All descendants of the Zi clan at the Golden Core stage, or higher symbol, it's time for your trial by fire." Meanwhile, a servant approached cautiously. The Jinghong Palace delegation arrived without offering gifts. Quite rude, wouldn't you say? Zi Xiao bowed his head. "Yes, father. When do we initiate the third phase?" "Tomorrow," Zi Chen replied without hesitation. Outside, rumors spread like wildfire. "Have you heard? The Ming Empire is mustering forces. They're about to declare war on the Lion Kingdom." Though Lion showed no signs of preparing for war, smaller nations froze in fear. Opportunistic as ever, the Ming Empire had already seized 24 cities belonging to the Long Kingdom. To make matters worse, the Guardian kept deploying cultivators from Long, weakening Lian's power with each passing day. "How long can the Guardian keep this up?" someone murmured. "At this rate, even if we eliminate the Qiao family, there won't be anything left of our own house." "Quiet," another warned. "If the Guardian hears you, he won't hesitate to crush you." At the Qiao family's stronghold, Guardian Hang Tianzi of Jinghong Palace surveyed the battlefield from above, deep in thought. "My divine followers scattered or slain. My dominion is slipping from my grasp. We've been zeeking the Qiao stronghold for nearly a month. Only their ancestral grounds remain. The reason, a powerful level 7 mountain protection formation guards their last holdout." A soldier approached. "Guardian, Senior Chen has arrived." Hang's eyes lit up. Good, bring him in immediately. Two black-clad figures approached silently. One spoke without waiting for permission. There's no need for formalities. I've brought Senior Chen myself. Guardian Hang, the palace master, is aware of your delays. 3 months have passed with no result. You understand what that means. Hang's expression darkened. Guardian Wang, what are you implying? Wang, the masked envoy sneered. What else? You've turned the entire southern region into a disaster zone. And thanks to you, I'm being dragged into your mess. Just because we haven't crushed the Kiwiao doesn't mean we've come away empty-handed. Their descendants, though lacking in cultivation roots, can still serve as fodder-load sacrificial offerings. Hang gritted his teeth. People can be replaced. But what about our lost territory? The reputation of Jinghong Palace? You're the fool if you think that's acceptable. You dare speak of ignorance. Wang scoffed. You've brought disgrace upon us all. Hang's fury erupted. Enough. Do you think I asked for this chaos? Who would have thought this forgotten barren land would hide a level 6 mountain protection formation? Seeing that neither guardian was willing to back down, a calm but firm voice interrupted their argument. Guardians, cease this pointless bickering, the elderly man interjected. Let me handle the formation. Recognizing the authority in his voice, both guardians turned and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Senior Chen, they said in unison. Hang's fury erupted. Enough. Do you think I asked for this chaos? Who would have thought this forgotten barren land would hide a level 6 mountain protection formation? Seeing that neither guardian was willing to back down, a calm but firm voice interrupted their argument. Guardians, cease this pointless bickering, the elderly man interjected. Let me handle the formation. Recognizing the authority in his voice, both guardians turned out. Thank you, Senior Chen, they said in unison. Chen, known as a master of formations and a cultivator equivalent to the unity stage, quietly assessed the protective barrier. In his mind, dismantling a 6th grade formation like this would be child's play for someone of his caliber. And once the Zhao clan fell, the road ahead would become much clearer. Our original goal was to gain control over Li country, Chen thought, but the Zhao family, ... They would have eventually obstructed our plans. Eliminating them now is a strategic move. Senior Chen turned to Guardian Hang. Leave the Zhao family to me. You should focus elsewhere. I'll investigate the Ming country's Xia family next. Guardian Hang raised a hand in warning. I wouldn't advise that. 2 of my men vanished without a trace in that region. We still have no leads. Let's finish things here before jumping to conclusions. To outsiders, it resembled a sect with a 1,000-year legacy. But to Xian, the family head, it still wasn't enough. He paced restlessly, eyes lingering on the foundation he had built. This is only the beginning, he murmured. I want this to be a true sacred land and unshakable bastion of cultivation. Ambition burned in his chest, but vision alone wasn't enough. Power and foundation were essential. They now possessed a 6th grade spiritual vein, enough to support 5 or 6 unity stage experts in their training. Yet ironically, the Xia family had no cultivators at that level. But fate, it seemed, was listening. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Unity stage cultivator detected within Xia family city. Xian's eyes lit up. Things were about to change. Elsewhere, a holographic screen displayed a profile. Name, Shenhong High Race, Human Talent, Spirit Root, Grade 8 Cultivation Technique, Wounded Dragon, Scripture, Cultivation Level, Unity Stage, 9th Layer Status, Non-Affiliation, Independent, Cultivator Physique, None Title. The wounded King Shenhong was nearing the end of his lifespan. With no hope of advancement, he wandered the continent, searching for someone worthy to inherit his legacy. After reading this profile, Xiaowen pondered. So he's looking for a disciple. As long as he's not here to make trouble, I won't intervene. Shenhong stood outside the Xiao family grounds, awestruck. Unbelievable, he thought. When I left the southern region, the Xiao family was unheard of. In just a century, they've risen to rival the great sects. That tower alone surpasses most cultivator clans. As he reflected, a commotion caught his attention. Let her go, shouted a young man, standing protectively in front of a frail girl. He bore the Xiao family crest. Shenhong observed silently. Impressive foundation. If his spirit root isn't too poor, he could be the disciple I'm looking for. His gaze fell on the family badge hanging from the youth's waist. So he's a Shao descendant. Before Shen Hong could approach, a wine flask came sailing through the air. He caught it instinctively. A voice rang out cheerfully. "Man, you look familiar. Why don't you join me for a drink?" Turning toward the voice, Shen Hong raised an eyebrow and continued to observe, quietly amused. Shen Hongwan evaluated the young man quietly, his eyes thoughtful. Impressive foundation. Upright posture, open mind, generous aura. Someone like this might even surpass others in learning my techniques. But his expression shifted when he noticed the family crest near the young man's waist. Yet another member of the SIA family. He scratched his head, momentarily frustrated. Just then, a girl dressed in worn-out clothing approached him hesitantly, trying to mask her movements as she crept closer. Sensing her intention, Shen Hongyuan acted fast and seized her wrist. A sudden energy radiated from her 6th grade spirit root. "Remarkable," he muttered, eyes narrowing. "Whose daughter are you?" Root, and forced to beg. The girl froze in place, caught red-handed. Her face paled. "Esteemed senior, I was wrong. Please, forgive me this once." Meanwhile, a young master who had been observing muttered with a sigh. How did he see through everything so easily? He even figured out what we were planning. The girl looked mortified. "I've been found out." Shen Hongguan, however, showed no anger. Instead, he turned to her calmly. "After I finish my stroll here, I'll visit the Shia family personally." Elsewhere, in the Shia family's rear courtyard, Zhao En sat holding a child in his lap, massaging his temples in frustration. "Those 8 brats are hopeless," he grumbled. "I went through all that trouble staging a scenario to attract a master, and their acting was painfully stiff. This isn't working," he sighed. "Looks like I'll have to bring out our final trump card." A younger clan member cautiously approached Xiao Chen. "Ancestor, my forebear was a question pavilion cultivator, an elite in his day. And now you want me to bow to a unity stage practitioner as my master," Xiao Chen chuckled. "You don't have much choice. After all, you're the most gifted in the clan right now." That old man wouldn't even glance at someone with just a 6th grade spirit root. But with your heavenly grade spirit root, he won't be able to resist. The youth grew flustered. "No, please, ancestor, have mercy. His technique doesn't suit me. I'm preparing to break through to origin, not realm soon. Besides, what if he doesn't accept me?" Elsewhere, Shen Hongwan was walking away slowly, muttering to himself. "Time isn't on my side. I can't afford to make more enemies. Maybe it's best to leave the Shia family and search for a disciple elsewhere." Just then, he stumbled upon the same youth, deep in conversation with other clan members. A wave of spiritual energy hit him, the unmistakable mark of a heavenly grade spirit root. He stopped in his tracks. A heavenly spirit root. In the North Polar regions, his face brightened in awe. Even the greatest sects would fight over someone like this. The Shia family really is playing a bold game. Well done. He straightened. Even if it's the Shia family, I must secure this disciple. The young man standing nearby was drenched in nervous sweat. He thought miserably, "Don't look at me. Please, don't look this way." But Shen Hongwan had already spoken. "Lead me. I'd like to see what your clan is plotting." Tears welled in the young man's eyes. "Why do I feel like a daughter being forced into a political marriage? Worse, I'm the one luring the groom." In the guest hall of the family, Shen Hongwan entered. Facing him was Xiao En, still holding the baby. With the young man standing awkwardly beside him, Shen Hongwan glanced at the infant, then the young man, and was astonished. 2 heavenly spirit roots. What divine fortune has your family stumbled upon? Even the top sects would struggle to produce one such talent, let alone 2. The young man quickly stepped forward. "Ancestor, I've brought." Our guest Zhao En bowed with grace. A slight smile played across Shen Hongyuan's face. "Ah, so you've already seen through who I am. May I ask what this elaborate setup is about?" Xiao En's eyes gleamed with purpose. "Naturally, to keep you here, Sirnia. If you're willing to stay, we will be honored. But there's one condition among these 2 children. You must choose one as your disciple." Immediately, the youth stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Disciple Zhao Lin pays respects to master." Zhao Wen added gently, "Please don't find him too bold. His talent is so exceptional that he's grown somewhat proud. If he proves difficult, feel free to choose another member of the clan." As his disciples looked on, Shen Honghui gave a casual wave of his hand. It's all right, he said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, a spear materialized before him. "This is the fierce wind spear. In recognition of your new discipleship, accept it." Shaolin stepped forward respectfully, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Master," he asked, "may I inquire how long do you think it will take you to break through to the Question Pavilion realm?" Shen Honghui let out a dry laugh. "I've been at the peak of Unity Stage 9 for 875 years. Maybe in this lifetime, the gates to Question Pavilion just aren't meant for me." Still, Shaolin pressed on. "May I ask, what holds you back? Is it something about your spiritual root? Your cultivation technique? Perhaps a lack of resources pills, maybe? Or injuries? Or is it a matter of comprehension, a barrier in understanding the Tao?" Shen Honghui studied the young disciple silently. Though he said nothing, his thoughts raced. Why is this new disciple asking such pointed, almost disrespectful questions? He eventually turned his gaze to the horizon, hands folded behind his back. "My spiritual root is ungraded, but even so, its limit lies at the 9th level of the Question Pavilion. The Shanglong Jingshi spear technique I cultivate is exceptional. I possess more than enough pills, and I carry no internal injuries. No, my issue lies with the Tao itself. It is vast and elusive. I've simply never been able to fully comprehend it. Would Master be willing to elaborate further?" Shaolin asked, his tone steady. A flicker of irritation crossed Shen Honghui's face. This disciple was testing boundaries, if not for the presence of the ancestor nearby. He might have given this impudent youth a harsh lesson in Sect discipline. But before the master could respond, Shaolin bowed slightly and spoke again, a sly grin barely hidden. "If you would permit, Master, this disciple would like to share his own understanding." He spoke calmly. "To truly approach the Tao, one must seek without seeking. The great Tao has no fixed shape, no definite path. Over 1,000 years, everything shifts and evolves. How can we expect to grasp it with rigid minds? Origins differ, paths diverge. Why must we force a definition onto the boundless universe?" Shen Honghui's eyes widened, his heart trembled. That was the insight of the Question Pavilion. Without hesitation, he dropped into a seated position and began meditating on what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Shaolin slowly closed his eyes. What a nuisance, he thought. A master of the Question Pavilion realm taking in a disciple stuck in Unity Stage. How embarrassing. If only I had a master on the same level. Maybe then things would be a little more respectable. Zhaowen gazed at the unfolding scene with satisfaction. "What a pleasant surprise," he murmured to himself. "I only intended to recruit someone at the Unity Stage, yet Shen Honghui has unexpectedly broken through." But then his expression darkened. Although Shen Honghui had advanced, he still hailed from the Question Pavilion, barely touching the Emperor realm. Compared to someone at the Unity Stage, that level of power was as different as night and day. If Shen Honghui harbors ambitions against the Shao family, Zhaowen thought, things could quickly spiral into disaster. Just then, Xia Chen stepped forward, producing an object from his sleeve. Shaolin gasped in shock. "The heavenly mechanism plate, that's a fate treasure. On par with my own heaven-changing pearl. I can't believe it's been in our ancestors' possession all along." At that moment, the system issued a notification. Name, Guroshe race, human talent, heavenly spirit root, identity, reincarnated female emperor, innate spiritual treasure, heavenly mechanism plate, effect, reveals and obscures destiny. Divine artifact of fate. The notification continued to describe the 3 lifestone and the mysterious Tamshin stone artifacts even the system couldn't fully comprehend. But this heavenly mechanism plate had already been part of Xia Chen. Ever since he saved that girl, with it, he could foresee calamities looming over the clan. "We must quicken our development," Xia Chen said grimly. "At this pace, we'll be trapped in hiding for centuries." The heavenly mechanism plate floated in the air, slowly rotating. A vision formed. Something was stirring in Shao family city. Something unnatural. I must recalculate, the ancestor whispered. Pain and mortality stirred in his old heart. As the years turned, the vision of a sea of death emerged once more. No, different from the first time, he'd glimpsed the future with the plate, the destruction of the Shao family. Xinhong Hui. Gravely wounded, the vision was unchanged. Even with Xinhong Hui at the pavilion realm, our clan's fate remains untouched, Xia Chen muttered. Shaolin, who stood nearby, opened his mouth to speak. But Xia Chen raised a hand. Lair, he addressed him, you are one of the Shao family's finest disciples. You deserve to know our great calamity is nearly upon us. Lair's brows furrowed with resolve. Ancestor, you underestimate me. If I've been reborn into the Shao family, then I am part of its fate, and fate can change. Xia Chen's eyes glimmered, truly worthy of our bloodline. Lair, may I borrow your heaven-changing pearl? Without hesitation, Lair offered the radiant gem. He assumed it would be used for cultivation. But Xia Chen shook his head. No, I intend to conceal the entire Shao family city with it. Shaolin, listening in, looked worried.